This is Ray Bradbury. Join me for the next 30 minutes on a tour through time and space. Come along to the far future. Follow me into a strange past with stories that almost could be or might have been. Real or unreal, this is Bradbury 13.
The ravine was a dynamo that never stopped running, night or day. There was a great moving hum, a bubbling and murmuring of creature. It smelled like a greenhouse of secret vapors and ancient washed shales and quicksands. And in the shade of warm trees, with her hands at either side of her like the oars of a delicate craft, lay Elizabeth Ransell, her face moonlit, her eyes wide and like flint, her tongue sticking from her mouth. Ray Bradbury's The Ravine.
Douglas, would you like some more lemonade?
No, thanks, Miss Lavinia. But I'll take another cookie.
Oh, 7 o'clock. You better run along now, Douglas. Your mother will be worrying.
You going to the show with Miss Francine and Miss Helen?
Yes, I am, Mr. Nosy. Now you get on home. Shoo!
Bye!
What a scamp. Oh, Francine!
Lavinia, are you all ready?
Yes. Let me lock the door. There.
My, you look nice tonight.
Oh, I feel good, too. It's a fine night for a movie.
Isn't it, though?
Where are you going, girl?
To the Elite Theater to see Charlie Chaplin.
Won't catch me out on no night like this. Not with the lonely one strangling women left and right. I'm locking myself up in my closet with a gun.
Oh, bosh. Go on, then.
I'm going.
That woman.
Lavinia, you don't believe all that about the lonely one, do you?
Oh, those women like to see their tongues dance, that's all.
Just the same, Hattie McDullis was killed 2 months ago, Roberta Ferry the month before, and now Elizabeth Ramsell's disappeared.
Hattie McDullis was a silly girl walked off with a traveling man, I bet.
But the others, all of them strangled. Their tongues sticking out of their mouths, they say.
Honestly, Francine.
Lavinia, maybe we shouldn't go to the show tonight. The lonely one might follow and kill us.
Francine!
I don't like the ravine. Just, look at it, will you?
You're just being silly.
It won't be me coming back through this old ravine so darn late tonight. It'll be you, Lavinia. You down the steps and over the bridge and maybe the lonely one there.
Bosh!
It'll be you, alone on the path, listening to your shoes, not me. You, all alone, on the way back to your house, Lavinia. Don't you get lonely living in that house?
Old maids love to live alone. Let's take the shortcut.
What?
Yes, through the ravine.
Oh, I'm afraid.
It's early. The lonely one won't be out till late. Come on, I'll take your arm.
Like a hothouse down here. Oh, insects.
Just mosquitoes.
Let's run.
No.
What's that?
Fireflies, Francine. Aren't they beautiful? Twinkling like little stars.
Well, I don't...
What is it?
There. Under the tree.
Where?
There. Oh,
Don't scream, don't! Oh, it's Elizabeth. Elizabeth Ramsell.
She's dead. Oh, she's dead. Dead. She's dead.
We better get the police.
Now, before we terminate our investigation, I wonder, is there anything else you saw that you could tell us?
No, we told you everything. Come on, Francine.
You might drop by the station tomorrow for a little more questioning.
We'll be there.
Oh, hold on to me, Lavinia. I'm cold. I've never been so cold in my life.
It's like December.
You want an escort, ladies?
No, we'll make it.
Will we?
Of course we will.
Oh, I've never seen a dead person before. Oh.
It's only 8:30. We'll pick up Helen and get on to the show.
The show!
It's what we need. We've got to forget this. It's not good to remember. We'll go to the show as if nothing happened.
Oh, Lavinia, you don't mean it.
I never meant anything more in my life. We need to laugh and forget.
But Elizabeth's back there. Your friend, my friend.
We can't help her now. We can only help ourselves. Come on. There's Helen. Come on now, chin up.
Okay.
There you are. I thought you'd never get here. You're only an hour late, that's all.
Well, we went out.
Helen, someone found Elizabeth Ramsell in the ravine.
Oh, dead? Was she dead?
Yes.
Oh. Who found her?
We don't know.
I've got a notion to go back in the house and lock the doors.
Helen, please come to the show with us. It'll be good for us all.
Oh, poor Elizabeth. I feel a chill in the air. I think I'll get a sweater.
We found her. Why didn't you tell her? Why upset her? Tomorrow's plenty of time. Shh, here she comes.
All set. There. Locked tight. Oh, it's all so ghastly.
Let's hurry. We can still make the cereal.
We're crazy being out on a night like this.
Lonely one won't kill 3 ladies. There's safety in numbers. And besides, it's too soon. The killings always come a month apart.
Well, I suppose.
What's that?
Gotcha! Hey, I'm the lonely one.
Frank?
That's me!
Frank, if you ever do a childish thing like that again, may someone riddle you with bullets.
What a horrible thing to do.
You monster!
I didn't mean nothing.
Oh, go away. Haven't you heard about Elizabeth Ramsell found dead in the ravine?
Well, no,
You running around scaring women. Jumping out from trees like that. Don't ever speak to us again.
Oh, now.
Get out of the way. Go.
I was just funny.
A lot of fun you are, Mr. Lonely One. Go take a look at Elizabeth Ramsell's face and see if it's funny. Good night.
Oh, what a horrible night.
Francine, it was only a joke. You know, Frank. Why is she crying so
I'll
hard?
tell you when we get downtown. We're going to the show no matter what. Now, come on now. Get your money ready. We're almost there.
When we stop at the drugstore, I'd like to get some peppermint chews.
Good idea. I'll get some, too. Come on.
Evening, ladies. What can I do for you?
I need a nickel's worth of peppermint chews for eating in the show and some for Helen, too.
All right. A nickel's worth.
Yes, please.
You sure look pretty tonight, ladies. You look so nice and cool this afternoon when you was in for a chocolate soda.
Oh, why, thank you.
In fact, you look so cool that someone asked after you.
Oh?
A man sitting at the counter watched you walk out. He said to me, "Say, who's that?" "Why, that's Lavinia Nibbs, prettiest maiden lady in town," I said. "She's beautiful," he said. "Where does she live?"
Oh, you didn't give him her address, I hope?
I guess I didn't think. Told him over on Park Street near the ravine, and well, tonight, with them finding that body and all, I thought, what have I done?
Oh, how could you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Of course, maybe it was nothing.
Of course it was nothing, Mr. Spencer. Here's the nickel.
Oh, there's no charge for those peppermints.
Well, I know what I'm going to do right now.
Helen, where are you going? Helen, where are you going?
I'm going to call a taxi to take us all home. I'll not be part of a hunting party for you, Lavinia. That man was up to no good asking about you. Do you want to be dead in the ravine next?
It was just a man.
So is Frank Dillon a man. Maybe he's the lonely one.
I made the druggist give me a description. I made him tell me what he looked like. A stranger in a dark suit, sort of pale and thin.
We're all overwrought. If I'm the next victim, I'm the next victim.
Lavinia!
There's all too little excitement in life, especially for a maiden lady 33 years old. So don't you mind if I enjoy it?
Enjoy it?
Yes.
Oh.
Anyway, it's silly. I'm not beautiful.
Oh, but you are, Lavinia. You're the loveliest lady in town now that Elizabeth is... You keep men off at a distance. If you'd only relax, you'd have been married years ago.
Oh, stop it, will you? Now, here's the box office. I'm paying 41 cents to see Charlie Chaplin. If you two want to take a taxi, go on. I'll sit alone. I'll walk home alone.
Lavinia, you're crazy. We can't let you do that.
All right, then. 3 tickets, please. Here's your ticket, Helen. And yours, Francine. You can pay me later. Now, let's get inside.
I hope this is a good movie.
Of course it's a good movie. Charlie Chaplin's in it, isn't he?
Well, yes, but after all...
Here's 3 good seats on the aisle.
Good. Scoot over.
Look, there's Mr. Tubbs.
Ladies and gentlemen, the police have asked us to close early tonight so everyone can be out at a decent hour. Therefore, we're cutting our short subjects and running our feature immediately. The show will be over at 11. Everyone is advised to go straight home. Don't linger in the streets. Thank you.
That means us, Lavinia.
It means everyone.
It's starting.
Good.
Lavinia? What? As we came in, a man in a dark suit came across the street.
So?
He just walked down the aisle, and he's sitting in the row behind us.
Oh, Helen.
Right behind us?
Look for yourselves.
Oh, my gosh, he's there.
I'm going to get the manager.
Helen, no.
Stop the film. Turn on the lights.
Helen! Oh, Helen, you see how silly? All that commotion for nothing.
Oh, I'm so embarrassed.
When you ran up that aisle shouting, "Lights!" I thought I'd die.
Well, how was I to know he was Mr. Tubbs' brother from Racine?
You could have asked him.
Well, I apologized. We shouldn't have stopped for those sodas. The police warned us that we...
Wash the police. I'm not afraid of anything. The lonely one is 1,000,000 miles away by now. He won't be back for months. And the police will get him then. Just wait. Wasn't the film wonderful?
I've seen it before. Ooh, I'm glad I brought my sweater. I do feel a chill in the air.
So do I.
Do you suppose if we scream, they'd do anything?
Who?
The store dummies. The people in those windows.
Oh, Francine. They're made of wax. Don't be silly. $11:30.
Ooh, it's getting windy. There goes my hair.
First, we'll walk you home, Francine.
No, I'll walk you home.
Don't be silly. You live way out at Electric Park. If you walked me home, you'd have to come back across the ravine alone by yourself. And if so much as a leaf fell on you, you'd drop dead.
I should stay the night at your house. You're the pretty one, remember?
Oh, bosh. Let's sing.
What do we sing?
Shine on, harvest moon, up in the sky.
Listen.
It's just the wind blowing the porch swing back and forth.
Oh.
Shine on, harvest moon, up in the sky. I ain't had no love since January, February, June, July. Here's your house, Francine. Good night.
Lavinia? Helen, stay here tonight. Oh, it's late. Almost midnight now. You can sleep in the parlor. I'll make hot chocolate. Oh, it'll be such fun.
No, thanks. We'll be fine.
Oh,
Francine, don't cry.
I don't want you dead. Oh, you're so fine and nice. I want you to live. Oh, please don't go.
Francine, I know this night has affected you. Believe me. I'll phone when I get home. I promise.
Oh, will you?
And tell you I'm safe, yes. And tomorrow we'll have a picnic lunch at Electric Park with ham sandwiches and potato salad. I'll make it all myself. How's that?
All right.
You'll see. I'll live forever.
And you'll phone then?
I promised, didn't I?
Yes. Yeah, of course you did.
Good night, Francine.
Good night. Good night, Helen.
Good night.
Now, I'll walk you home.
It's midnight.
Yes. It's tomorrow, isn't it?
Don't you feel funny?
How do you mean?
Oh, when you think of us being out here on the sidewalks, under the trees, and all those people safe behind locked doors, lying in their beds. We're practically the only people out in the open in 1,000 miles, I bet. Hear it?
Yes. The ravine.
Here's my house. Look, the moon is sinking behind the clouds. I don't suppose it's any use asking you to stay, Lavinia.
I'll be getting home. Sometimes what?
Sometimes I think people want to die.
I'm just not afraid, that's all. And I'm curious, I suppose.
Curiosity killed the cat.
I'm using my head, Helen. Logically, the lonely one can't be around, not with the police all over.
The police are home with their covers up over their ears.
Let's just say I'm enjoying myself precariously but safely. If there was any real chance of anything happening to me, I'd stay here with you. You can be sure of that.
Maybe part of you just doesn't want to live anymore.
Oh, you and Francine, honestly.
I feel so guilty. I'll be drinking some hot cocoa just as you reach the ravine bottom and walk on the bridge.
Drink a cup for me. Good night.
Good night, Lavinia.
Alone. In 5 minutes, I'll be safe at home. In 5 minutes, I'll be phoning silly little Francine and... What's that? Footsteps. Whistling? I'll just walk a little faster. I can run and knock on one of those doors if I have to. It's just a few steps. A man with a long club in his hand. I could make it to that door now.
Who's here?
What a time of night for you to be out, Miss Nebbs.
Oh, Officer Kennedy.
Miss Nebbs, I'd better see you home.
Oh, thanks, but I'll make it.
But you live across the ravine.
Yes, but I'll hurry. I'll be fine.
I'll wait right here. If you need any help, give a yell. Voices carry good here. I'll come running.
Thank you. I'm sure I'll be fine.
Good night, then.
Good night. Alone again. Down the hill and then across the bridge for 70 yards. Through the ravine and then up the hill to Park Street. 113 steps and only one street lantern to see by. In 3 minutes, I'll be putting my key in my front door. Nothing can happen in just 3 minutes. 180 seconds. Here goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Am I running? No, it just feels that way. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 steps. 1/5 of the way. So black here. World has gone behind me now. World of safe people in bed, the locked doors, the town, the drugstore, the theater, the lights, everything is gone. Only the ravine now, black and huge. Nothing's happened, has it? No one around, is there? 34, 35, 36. Remember that old ghost story you told your sister when you were kids? The story about the dark man coming in your house and you upstairs in bed with your feet all tucked in the sheets. And now he's at the first step coming up to your room. And now he's at the second step. And now he's at the third step and the fourth step and the fifth. And now the horrid dark man's at the 12th step. And now he's opening the door of your room. And now he's standing at the foot of your bed. I got you! There. What's that? At the bottom of the steps. A man under the light. No. Now he's gone. He was there, waiting. Nothing. The bridge is empty. You fool. That's the story I told myself. What should I do? Should I call the officer? Oh, maybe he heard me scream. Nothing. I'll go the rest of the way. Stupid story. 41, 42, 43, almost halfway. Careful now, don't fall, not now. What's that? Footstep. Another one. Someone's following me. Someone's on the steps behind me. I don't dare turn around. Every time I take a step, they take one. Officer Kennedy? Is that you? The crickets and frogs, they're listening. The ravine is listening to me. To me. Oh, they must be hearing my heart. Keep moving. Faster, faster, run! Only a little way. 108, 9, 10, 11. Now run across the bridge. Run! That's right. Keep running on the planks. He's following me. He's on the bridge. Don't turn, don't look. If you see him, he won't be able to move. He'll be so frightened. Just keep running. There. Across the bridge. Please. Please let me get up this hill. Now up the path. Now up between the hills. Oh, it's so dark and everything's so far away. If I scream now, it won't help. I can't scream anyway. Here's the top of the path. Here's the street. Oh, let me be safe. If I get home safe, I'll never go out again. I was a fool. Let me admit it. I was a fool. I didn't know what terror was, but if I get home safe from this, I'll never go without Helen or Francine again. Here's the street. Across the street. The porch. My porch. My house. I need just enough time to get inside and lock the door, and I'll be safe. Oh, clumsy. Unlock the door. Unlock it. There. Unlocked. Oh, now say work. Slam it. Unlock it. never go out at night again. I'll stay home. I won't ever go through that ravine again, ever. Safe inside, the door locked. Wait. Look out the window. There's no one there at all. Nobody was following me. Nobody running after me. It only makes sense. If a man had been following me, it would have caught me. I'm not a fast runner. There's no one on the porch or the yard. How silly of me. I wasn't running from anything. That ravine's as safe as any place. Just the same. It's nice to be home. Home's the really good, warm place. The only place to be.
Good evening, Lavinia.
Later that night, an ambulance arrived and brought out a body on a stretcher. The body of a man. Lucky for Lavinia that the sewing scissors were handy that night. Very lucky. The Ravine was adapted from the story by Ray Bradbury. Featured in the cast were Barta Heiner, Beverly Rowland, Helen Beeman, Oscar Rowland, Dwayne Hyatt, and Bob Nelson. Original music by Roger Hoffman and Greg Hansen. Production assistant was Patrick Mead. Associate producer and director was Jeff Rader. Bradbury 13 was created, produced, and directed by Mike McDonough. Executive producer was Dean Van Eitert. This program was produced with the funds provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting through National Public Radio Satellite Program Development Fund. The program was produced by Brigham Young University Media Services, which is solely responsible for its content. This is Paul Frees speaking.
This is Ray Bradbury. Join me for the next 30 minutes on a tour through time and space. Come along to the far future. Follow me into a strange past with stories that almost could be or might have been. Real or unreal, this is Bradbury 13.
He sat silently. He sat, a man 80 years old. He sat in an empty house, on an empty street, in an empty town, on the empty planet Mars. He sat as he had sat for 60 years, waiting. Outside, the Martian wind raged, shaking the telephone poles and causing the wires to sing in chorus. Inside, on the table in front of him, lay a telephone that had not rung for a long, long time. Until now. Ray Bradbury's Night Call. Collect.
The wind. That infernal wind never stops. Never leaves me a night's peace. Blowing through the wires all over town. It can't be. It's impossible. No, I'm alone. In an empty house, on an empty planet. No!
Barton, are you there?
Barton? Why, that's me.
Barton.
What?
Barton. Barton.
No, it can't be. It can't be. There. It's done. No. Not again. It's not possible. Who's there?
Barton?
Yes. This is Barton.
Well. Do you know who this is?
Oh, what do you mean, who? The first call I've had in a lifetime and you want to play games?
I'm sorry. How stupid of me. Of course you wouldn't recognize your own voice on the telephone. Nobody ever does. It's like the first time you heard your voice recorded on a tape recorder. You were disappointed in the nasal, affected quality you heard.
What are you talking about?
Barton. This is Barton.
What?
Well, who did you think it was? A rescue party from Earth? Did you think we'd finally missed you and came all the way back to get you?
No.
What's the date?
The date?
Yes, what year is this?
Well, it's July 20th, 2097.
2097. Good grief. 60 years. Have you really been sitting there that long waiting for a rescue ship to come from Earth?
Yes.
60 years ago. Think. Now, old man, do you know who I am?
Yes, I remember. We are one. I am Emil Barton, and you are Emil Barton.
Yes, but with one difference. You're 80.
Yes.
And I'm only 20.
Yes. 20 years old. Listen to me. Are you listening?
Of course.
If I could only warn you. If I could only show you how lonely the years are. Listen to me. End it. Kill yourself. Don't wait. Don't become 80. If you knew what it is to change from what you are to the thing that is me, today, here and now, to come to this end.
Impossible, Barton. I don't even have a way to tell if you ever get this call. It's all mechanical. It's electronics and wires and resistors. You're talking to a recording. Nothing more. This is 2037. 60 years ago.
60?
Yes. Today the atomic war started on Earth. It's a worldwide calamity. All colonials were called home from Mars by rocket. And I got left behind.
I remember.
Alone. On Mars. Not another living soul. First days, then months, then years. Oh, who cares? There's plenty of food. There's hundreds of houses to live in, cars to drive, and millions of kilowatts of self-sustaining power. books. Whole libraries full of them. In my spare time, I've made recordings of words. 10,000 words and responses connected to phone relays. Later on, I'll make phone calls. I'll have someone to talk with.
Yes, that's right.
60 years from now, my own tapes will ring me up and talk to me. I don't really think I'll be here on Mars that long. It's just a beautifully ironic idea of mine. Something to pass the time. Is that really you, Barton? Is that really me?
Yes. It's really me.
I've made thousands of tapes, thousands of Bartons, sensitive to all questions, in 1,000 Martian towns. An army of Bartons all over Mars. While I wait for the rockets to return.
You waited 60 years. You grew old waiting. Alone. And now you've become me. And still alone. In the empty cities.
Don't expect any sympathy from me. You're like a stranger off in another country. I can't be sad.
If only you knew what lay in store for you 50, 60 years down the road.
I can't cry at that. Because not knowing the future, I can only be optimistic. I'm human now. You're human later.
It's insane.
Yes, it is.
Stop it.
What is it, old man? Your heart.
Oh, I never knew you were so heartless. Go away. Leave me alone.
Go where? I am. As long as the tapes glide on, I'll be young and cruel. I'll go on being young and cruel long after you're dead. Goodbye, Barton.
Wait! Morning. I must have slept here in this chair all night. The phone. The voice. There. I must have been dreaming. A nightmare. Yeah, that's what it was. A silly, stupid nightmare. I'm getting so old, I'm starting to imagine all sorts of things. One of these days, I'll probably think that... Hello? Who's there?
Morning, Barton. This is Barton. 7 o'clock. Rise and shine.
Again?
You're to go to Mars town at noon. Install a telephonic brain. I thought I'd call you up and remind you. Remember? Cheer up. That rescue ship might come tomorrow to save us.
Yes, tomorrow. I'll let it ring. I don't have to answer it. There's no one there. Bill! It's like talking to yourself, but different. Oh, how different. Hello.
Hello, old Barton. This is young Barton. You took your time answering the phone this time, didn't you? What's the matter? You're going deaf? Well, no matter. I've had a birthday. I'm 21 today. How about that? Now I'm legal. In the last year, I put voice brains in over 200 towns all over the planet. I've populated Mars with Bartons.
Yes, I remember. 60 years ago, rushing into hills and valleys with truckloads of equipment. Another day, another telephone or 2 or 3.
Yes, something to do, isn't it? Something clever and wonderful.
And sad. That young idiot, that sadistic fool. Never thinking that someday I might reap this awful harvest.
Hey, Barton, guess what?
What?
Last night for my birthday, I went to a movie theater in an empty town. I played an old Laurel and Hardy movie. I laughed my sides off. It was called Saps at Sea, remember?
Yes.
Well, anyway, while I was sitting there alone, I got this great idea. I recorded my voice and multiplied it 1,000 times on tape. I put speakers all over town so it sounded like 1,000 people. I put motors on doors so they opened and slammed shut. I had radios playing. I even found some recordings of children singing and dogs barking and horns honking, all run by timers. If I don't look out the window, it's a wonderful illusion. I guess I'm getting lonely.
That's the first sign.
What?
The first time you admitted you were getting lonely.
And you know what else? I've experimented with smells. Yeah. As I walk down the street, I smell bacon and ham and eggs and toast, all from empty houses.
That's madness.
No, not madness. Self-protection.
I'm hanging up now. I'm tired.
Barton!
It's too much. I'm being drowned by the past. I've got to get out. Go to town for a walk. Get away from me. The town is dark now and empty. At one time, I put sounds and smells here. But it was all a lie. An electronic, mechanical lie. No, another one. All right, I'm coming. Oh, can't he leave me alone? I'm an old man. I can't take this sort of harassment. I'm coming. Can't you hear me? Here in this house. What?
Hello, Barton.
Oh, what do you want?
Barton, I'm lonely. I only live when I speak, so I must speak. You can't shut me up forever.
Oh, leave me alone. Leave me alone.
What is it?
Oh, my heart. Oh.
Pity. This is Barton, age 24. Another couple of years gone. Waiting. A little lonelier. I've read War and Peace twice. I've drunk sherry, run restaurants with myself as waiter, cook, entertainer. Well, tonight I star in a film at the theater. Emil Barton in Love's Labor Lost. I play all the parts, some with wigs.
Oh, stop calling me or I'll kill you.
You can't kill me. You'll have to find me first.
I'll find you.
You've forgotten where you hid me. I'm everywhere. I'm in boxes, houses, cables, towers, even underground. Go ahead. Try.
I'll kill you.
What'll you call it? Telecide? Suicide?
I'll kill you.
You're jealous, aren't you? Jealous of me here, only 24, bright-eyed, strong, young. All right, old man. It's war, if that's what you want. Between us. Between me. A whole regiment of us, all ages, form against you. The only real one. Go ahead. Declare war.
I'll kill all of you.
You'll have to find us first.
I can still drive this thing. I'll head south first, through the valley. I'll find them, and I'll destroy them all. I've got a pistol, rifles, old-fashioned dynamite. That should do it. right. Where are you hiding in this town? In the poles? In the towers? The boxes? The telephone pole, that's where you are. There! One pole down. Is that where you were hiding? Or maybe you're in the next one, huh? Here, I'll try some dynamite. See how you like this one, young Barton? Now, all of the towers in this town will have to come down. All of them! That one! That one! That one! So I got your attention, did I? Hello!
Barton? Handy things, these phone booths. They're all over town. All over Mars. Some of them with underground cables. Just a warning, Barton. Don't try to rip down all the towers and poles in town. It won't do you any good. There's too many of us around. Besides, it would be cutting your own throat.
How's that?
Think about it a while. Suppose a rescue ship came down from Earth after all these years. Suppose it came down tonight or tomorrow, next week. What if it landed on the other side of the planet and used the phones to try and call you, Barton? If you destroy them, they'll never know you're alive. Think about it.
Here's what I think about it. A rocket won't come. I'm too old. It's too late. But what if one did come? I'd never know. I'd never know. A great idea young Barton had to go to the movie. Just the thing to relax and forget. Let's see. It works. Laurel and Harding. Saps the scene. Bring out the buttered popcorn and the juju beans. Excuse me, lady. Could you remove your hat? Hey, down in front. Look at those guys, will you? What? Again? Now? Look, can't you leave me alone, please?
Who's this? Who's there? Who is it?
Hello?
Who is this? Where are you?
Wait a minute, wait. This is Barton. Who's this?
Mr. Barton?
Yes.
Emil Barton?
Yes, Emil Barton. Who is this?
This is Captain Rockwell, Apollo 48.
Rockwell?
Yes, we just arrived from Earth.
No.
Are you there, Mr. Barton?
No, it can't be.
Mr. Barton, where are you?
You're lying.
Lying?
It's you, Barton, making fun of me. Lying to me.
Look, this is Captain Rockwell from Earth. We just landed in New Chicago. Where are you?
Green Villa. I'm in Green Villa.
Where's that?
Well, it's about 600 miles from you, southeast.
Look, Barton, can you come here?
What?
We've got repairs to make. We're exhausted from the trip. Can you come here?
Oh, yes.
We're at the field outside town. Can you be here by tomorrow?
Oh, yes, but...
Well?
How's Earth? How's New York? Is the war over?
Well, there'll be plenty of time for gossip when you get here. We've got a 6-week trip back home. We'll be expecting you by sunup.
I'll be there. They're here. After all these years. They've come back for me. I've got to hurry. Got to get to the car. I'll have to stop and pump some gas in this thing somewhere. But I'll make it. That voice. Captain Rockwell. It couldn't be me 40 years ago. I've never made a recording like that. Or have I? Maybe I did make a false tape of a false landing with a synthetic crew and Captain... No, I'm just being a suspicious old fool. This is no time to doubt. I must run with the moons of Mars all night. Oh, what a party we'll have! Oh, it was worth driving all night. Before we leave, I'll make one last phone call. Hello, young Barton. This is old Barton. I'm leaving for Earth today. I've been rescued. What do you think of that? The sun's not quite up yet. I can't see any lights. Guess I'll honk and let them know I'm here. Hello? Anyone here? Hello? Hello, it's Barton. I'm here. Maybe there's someone in the office. You'd think there'd be somebody up if they're expecting me. Hello? Hello? There's no one here. It's deserted.
I wondered if you'd get there alive.
You?
How's your heart, old man?
No.
Well, I had to eliminate you some way, so I could live.
I'm going out now and blow up every pole and wire I see. I don't care what happens to me, as long as you're all dead.
You haven't the strength. Why do you think I had you travel so fast and so far? This is your last trip. How's your heart now, old man? I can hear you breathing hard. You must be in pain. You'll never make it to the other towns. Face it, Barton. The war is over. I've won. You don't sound well. You better sit down. There. That's better, isn't it? What's that? Another phone? Oh, business is picking up. You better answer it, Barton. Hello, Barton? Barton!
No! Leave me alone! Leave me alone!
Hello, Barton? Yes. Barton? This is Barton, age 24. Oh? Well, I'm 26. We're both young. Yes. What's happened? I don't know. Listen. Congratulate me, Barton. This is my 26th birthday. Well, congratulations. I've just had my 24th. Wonderful. I'll call you later. Right. Till then. Goodbye, Barton. Goodbye, Barton.
Night Call Collect was adapted from the story by Ray Bradbury. Featured in the cast were Morgan White and Mike McDonough. Original music by Roger Hoffman and Greg Hansen. Production assistant was Patrick Mead. Associate producer was Jeff Rader. Bradbury 13 was created, produced, and directed by Mike McDonough. Executive producer was Dean Van Eitert. This program was produced with the funds provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting through National Public Radio Satellite Program Development Fund. The program was produced by Brigham Young University Media Services, which is solely responsible for its content. This is Paul Frees speaking.
This is Ray Bradbury. Join me for the next 30 minutes on a tour through time and space. Come along to the far future. Follow me into a strange past with stories that almost could be or might have been. Real or unreal, this is Bradbury 13.
The lions were coming now. 15 feet away, then 10, then 5. They were so real that you could feel the prickling fur on your hand, and the yellow of them was in your eyes like the yellow of an exquisite French tapestry, and the sound of the matted lion lungs exhaling on the silent noontide, and the smell of meat from the panting, dripping mouths. Ray Bradbury's The Veldt.
George, is it ready?
Yes, the electrician's just left. It's all ready.
Let's go inside.
Oh, no, wait. Don't go in yet. Let me call the children. Peter! Wendy! They'll love it.
Oh, sure, I know. I know you don't like fish. Yuck! Fish is one thing, and fishing is something else. It's all stinky. Girls don't understand. Dad and I'll catch whoppers. Won't we, Dad? Dad? Fishing. Loon Lake?
Loon Lake?
You remember, you said we were going fishing on Loon Lake today?
Oh, that's right. I did. I've just been so busy. I'll get it. Yes?
Mr. Hadley?
Yes.
There's been a special board meeting called for 11 o'clock.
Today?
We've sent the helicopter to pick you up.
Well, all right. Thanks. I'll be ready. I'm sorry, Peter. Peter, I know you wanted... They own me, don't they? We'll go fishing next week.
Sure, Dad.
Now it's not so bad. Here's the new playroom, all finished and ready to play in.
That's right. You kids don't know how lucky you are. Step up to the door. Go on. Oh. See? It opens by itself. Go on, Wendy. Take a look.
Is this all there is? It's just a big empty room.
Aha, it only looks empty. It's a machine, but even more than a machine. Watch. Hear it? It's dimensional, super-reactionary, holographics, order of phonics, and sonics.
Still looks empty to me.
You think so? All right, now watch this. Playroom. Let there be light. Paris. The blue hour of twilight. Oh. You see it?
Yes.
The gold hour of sunset.
Oh.
An Eiffel Tower, please, of bronze.
Oh!
There. An Arc de Triomphe of shining brass.
It's beautiful.
Let fountains toss forth fiery lava.
Oh.
There. Throw pennies in the fountain. Make a wish. Enough of Paris. Egypt now. Shape pyramids of white hot stone.
George.
Carve sphinx from ancient sand and wind. Do you see, children? Come on closer. Don't stand back there. All right. Enough. Be gone. There. Well, what do you think, kids?
It's great.
Great! It's a miracle, that's what it is. There's a giant's eye, a giant's ear, a giant's brain in every one of those walls that remembers every city, every town, hill, mountain, ocean, every language, all the music in the world, and all in 3 dimensions. Name anything. The room will hear and obey.
You sound like a salesman.
Oh, do I? Well, no harm. Must be the melodrama in my blood. Go on, kids. Try it. Peter, come on, try it. Oh, there's my helicopter.
Your briefcase is behind the couch.
Where?
Oh, come on, I'll get it for you.
Yeah. Goodbye, kids. Peter? Wendy? Not even a thanks?
Thanks a lot, Dad. Yeah, thanks.
Honey, come on, you'll be late.
Try out the room, kid.
I don't know what to ask for. I do. Show me Loon Lake. What? I didn't hear you. The room did. Look. It's a lake. Loon Lake, where Dad and I go. The water's so blue. It's like the sky turned upside down. And there's a boat coming toward us. Hey, it's you and Dad. Hey, it is. Now we've stopped. The line's out fishing. Hey, I've caught a big one. See? It's beautiful, all right. I'll say that's the biggest one Oh, it slipped off the line. But that isn't... The boat! It's going away! The fog's coming up. I can hardly see the boat now. It's gone. You and Dad are gone. Bring it back, Peter! I can't! Try! Come back! Come back, please! It's no use. The room won't listen. You're not trying hard enough. Come back! Come back!
Peter, Wendy, what's going on?
Nothing.
Oh. Have you tried Mexico yet? The instructions say the most wonderful things about the Aztec ruins down there.
The time is 11 o'clock.
Oh, I've got to rush. I'll be at Mrs. Morgan's till 11:30 and then Mrs. Harrison's at noon. We'll be shopping until 3 o'clock. The table will feed you at 12:15. Eat, both of you. At 1 o'clock, do your music tapes with violin and piano. I've written a schedule on the electric board.
Sure, Mom, sure.
Have fun, and don't forget Bombay, India while you're at it.
I won't forget. Peter, what is it? Now. Do it now. Peter! More! Peter, stop it! What are you doing? What was that? It was an avalanche, dummy. I made an avalanche come down the mountain. Peter, you filled the lake. Did I? Hey, this is fun.
Lydia, I'm home.
I'm in the kitchen.
What are you cooking?
Oh, God. I'm not cooking anything. I'm just watching.
Oh?
The kitchen is making a pot roast, I think.
You think?
Well, sometimes this kitchen is, selfish.
Oh, Lydia.
No, I mean it. Sometimes I think it'd be happy if I stayed away completely and let it work.
Now you're being silly.
Maybe. George, I want you to take a look at the playroom.
Look at it? Is it broken? Lydia, we've only had that 8 weeks. How could it...
It's not broken, exactly. Well, look at it first, and then you tell me.
Fair enough. Lead on, Macduff. So hot. It's Africa, isn't it?
Yes, the VELDT lands.
Let's get out of the sun.
You're starting to sweat, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. It's perfect, isn't it? A perfect illusion.
What's perfect about it?
Lydia, is there a child in the world who hasn't wanted to go to Africa? High blue skies, horizons a billion miles off in the dust. The smell of pulverized honeybees and cloves and cinnamon. A lush smell. Smell it.
Yes.
Right there. Must be a water hole nearby, Juana. Lydia, it's perfect. Perfect. That sun's hot. I'm really sweating now.
George, you're missing the point. Look.
What? The vultures?
Ugh, filthy creatures.
Is that what worries you?
No. That's what worries me.
The lions?
Yes, the lions. I don't like having lions in the house.
Well, they're not exactly in the house. I wonder what they're up to.
They're on their way to the water hole. They've just been feeding.
It's like a zebra or a baby giraffe, I imagine.
Are you sure?
Well, it's a bit late to be sure of anything. They've been feeding for quite a while. The vultures are getting what's left.
George, on our way down the hall just now, did you hear a scream from in here?
A scream? A scream? What are you talking about?
I don't know. Oh, forget it. It's just that the lions won't go away. The room has stayed this way for a month. Every day the lions killing and leaving their bloody tracks through the trees, killing and gorging over and over.
The kids love Africa, like all kids do.
George, the lions are getting closer.
Just coming over to pay their respects.
Not so close.
Lydia, you're not afraid.
It's just that they're so real.
Yes. Very real. Listen to them.
George, watch out!
Lydia, come back! Lydia, wait!
Oh.
There. Nice and safe.
George, they almost got us.
Oh, it's machinery. Electronics, sonics, visuals, that's all.
I'm afraid, all right? I'm afraid.
What do you want me to do?
Tell Peter and Wendy no more Africa. It's got to stop.
Okay, I'll talk to them.
I mean it. Lay down the law. I've tried to talk to them every day for a month, but they just walk away from me into Africa.
I'll tell them. I'll lock the playroom up like I did a few weeks ago.
Do you remember that night?
They hated me for that.
And they'll hate you again.
Well, let them. It's only natural to hate your father when he punishes you.
But they don't say a word. They just stare at you. And day by day, the playroom gets hotter, and the veldt gets wider and more desolate.
Who could that be? Hello?
Dad, we won't be home for supper. We're at the automation show across town.
Wendy, what's that on your blouse?
Oh, just some ice cream.
Now listen, I think...
Gotta go.
No hello, no goodbyes, no pleases, no thank yous.
Come on. Let's eat.
Wait. Have you felt the playroom door?
Felt it?
Yes, touch it. Trembles as if a huge bake oven were breathing against it.
It's just the African sun.
The lions. Oh, they can't come out. Can they? Can they?
Of course not. Come on.
George, are you in the living room?
I couldn't sleep. I'm waiting up for the kids.
They're not home yet? I'll be right down.
No, don't bother. Go back to sleep. I'll be right up. I just want to check on something first. Is the Veld gone? No. The sun's gone down. It's twilight. The stars are coming out. So, you're still there, are you? What are you waiting for? Why don't you go away? Go away, go on. Let's have Paris, London, Cairo. Go, get out, get out! Let's have Alabama and the 40 Thieves, Alice in Wonderland. Lydia's right. The room is out of order. Or is it?
It's broken, isn't it? Oh, George!
I didn't hear you come in. What are you doing with that candle?
Well, I guess I thought there wouldn't be any electricity out here.
The room is out of order. It won't respond.
Or it can't respond. Maybe Peter said it.
I'll call a repairman in the morning.
No. Call our psychiatrist.
Dave McLean?
Yes, Dave. And lock the playroom. Tonight.
Come on.
Wait a minute. What's this?
What?
Well, I don't know. I just picked it up.
It looks like leather. That's my old wallet.
What's happened to it?
Looks like it's been run through a machine.
Or else it's been chewed. These are teeth marks.
Oh, don't be silly. Those are some sort of sprocket marks.
And this dark stuff?
That looks like chocolate.
Does it?
It's blood. Awfully nice of you to come by so early, David.
No bother, really. If you'll give me my breakfast,
I'll fix it myself. I mean, I'll push all the right buttons. Here's the room. I thought you'd want to examine it yourself.
Yes, I would.
The children got into it early this morning after I locked it up. I let them stay so they could form patterns for you to see.
That's fine.
There it is. That's the sound Lydia heard. I'll be in the kitchen if you need me.
Who's there?
Dave McLean.
Are you a repairman?
No, not exactly.
Dave McLean. I know you. You read the bumps on people's heads.
I wish it were that simple. Right now, I'm here to see what you and your sister have written on the walls of this room.
What we? Oh, I see what you mean. Are you always dishonest?
People know when you lie.
No, they don't. And you know why? They're not listening. They only hear themselves, so you might as well lie.
You really believe that?
I thought everyone did. I have to clean the room now.
If you don't mind, I'd prefer it the way it is.
Go ahead.
All right. Let's see what this room's made of. I've never seen anything like it.
More coffee?
No. It's actually blood dripping from the walls. How long's this been going on?
About a month.
George, my advice to you is to have the whole room torn down and your children sent to me for treatment.
Treatment?
Yes, for at least a year.
But you're the one who told us to build that playroom.
When I told you to build that room, it was because the record of playrooms in the past was exceptionally good. 99 cases out of 100 it works. Children use the rooms, parents observe the blueprints marked on the walls, everyone's happy. But in this case...
This case?
I'm afraid the room's become a channel toward destructive thoughts rather than a release away from them. George, Lydia, your children hate you.
Hate us?
We're their parents.
Boy, you really? Look at yourselves. What kind of life do you lead? Machines make your bed, shine your shoes. They blow your noses for you. Machines ventilate your house. They drive you down the street at 90 miles an hour. Or they lift you straight up into the air, always away and away from your children.
We've given them the best life we know how.
You've given them machines. I call on the phone, and a machine answers and says you're not here. How long's it been since you got out of your house and walked with your children and talked to them and listened to them? I don't know. Lydia haven't been around. Let this house, this playroom, become their mother and father. Even more important than their real parents. And you've threatened to shut it off. No wonder there's hatred here.
What can we do?
Make a clean break.
You want us to switch off the room?
The room, the house, everything. Take the children and leave for a while.
But the shock...
Do it, George. Do it.
Yes. You're right. And I've got to do it now.
George,
let me get the children out of there first.
Peter, Wendy.
Dad? You're not shutting off this room.
Go in the other room for a while. Go on.
I won't let you do it.
Peter, get away from that panel.
No, George.
Hold on, George.
Don't let the children here.
No, George, no.
Now get out of the way.
George.
Don't call me George. You hear?
You can't shut it off. It won't let you.
Oh, we'll see about that.
Stop it. You're killing them. Stop it. You killed them. I hate you. I wish you were dead.
Come on.
What are you doing now?
I'm locking the playroom.
That was badly handled.
It's done. Now, turn off the stoves, the voice clocks, the TVs, the body scrubbers, the bed makers, everything.
George? Are you awake?
You can sleep. It's after midnight.
I know. Listen, the house is so still. It used to hum all the time under its breath.
It felt so strange, shutting everything off tonight. For a while there, the whole place felt like a cemetery.
We'll adjust. The children will forgive us eventually. There's no way for them to tamper with the room, is there?
What could they do?
Anyway, there's a lot of electricity in the walls. They know better than to mess with it.
I am so glad we're leaving tomorrow.
Yeah. It'll be great in the mountains, fishing. Dave said he'd be by first thing in the morning with his helicopter to take us up there himself.
Oh.
Good old Dave. What is it?
Listen. Listen.
Mother, Father, come help us!
The children.
They must have broken into the playroom.
Peter! Wendy! Here! We're down here! Children!
Kids, we're coming.
Children! Peter!
Wendy! Peter! Wendy!
Where are they?
I don't know. Peter! Wendy!
Oh, George. It's Africa again. The sun, the vultures.
I've seen enough. That crazy door, it's not supposed to... It's locked!
Well, it can't be. There's no way for it to lock itself.
No, there isn't. Peter! Wendy!
Oh, George! The lions!
Kids, open up! Kids! You open up! I know you're out there!
George! They see us!
It's all right! They're just walls, Lydia, walls! Kids, unlock this door!
George, the lions!
Lydia, it's an illusion!
No!
Children, they are frightening your mother! Come on, open up, you hear?
Oh, George, they're running!
Peter!
Oh, George! Those screams we heard, those screams were us! You and me, George! You and me!
Kids! Open this door! Now you listen to me!
Stop them running, George! Stop them! Oh, they're going to shoot!
No! No, it's an illusion!
George! Lydia! Hello? Anyone here? Peter! Wendy, what?
Oh, Mr. McLean. We're just having a picnic. Oh, don't worry, Ned. They're feeding. A cup of tea?
The Veldt was adapted from the story by Ray Bradbury. Featured in the cast were Ivan Crossland, Janet Swenson, Mark Alston, Jennifer Kuhlman, and Neil Barth. Original music by Roger Hoffman and Greg Hansen. Production assistant was Patrick Mead. Associate producer was Jeff Rader. Bradbury 13 was created, produced, and directed by Mike McDonough. Executive producer was Dean Van Eitert. This program was produced with the funds provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting through National Public Radio Satellite Program Development Fund. The program was produced by Brigham Young University Media Services, which is solely responsible for its content. This is Paul Frees speaking.
This is Ray Bradbury. Join me for the next 30 minutes on a tour through time and space. Come along to the far future. Follow me into a strange past. with stories that almost could be or might have been. Real or unreal, this is Bradbury 13.
It was the quiet and restful time of the day. Silence. Just the bone porcelain flowered clock on the mantel chiming 3, ticking away, busy as termites in wood. Just the old room smelling of polished mahogany and oiled leather in the Morris chair, books sitting stiff on the shelves. The dark young man smiled from the antique rocker. He listened patiently, politely, as Aunt Tildy chatted away, while 4 men dressed in black stood in the hall with the wicker basket, waiting. Ray Bradbury's There Was an Old Woman.
No, there's no leaf arguing about it. I've got my mind fixed on that subject. So run along now with your silly wicker basket, Scoot. And no never minds about tall, dark gentlemen with fangled ideas. Well, you got in mind to talk to me? Well, you can talk. But meantime, I hope you don't mind if I pour myself some coffee. I'll fetch some from the stove. The only thing that keeps me going some days. You've been more polite, I'd offered you some. But you jumped in here, high and mighty. Never rapped on the door or nothing. Oh, land's sake, you think you own the place. Oh, there. Nice and hot. Oh, don't just stand there wearing out the floor. Sit down with ya. That's an antique chair, so be gentle. Y'all settled? Now, about that wicker basket in the hall. Now, don't go a-giving me that look. You know what I'm talking on. It's past 6 feet long. And by the look of it, it ain't built for laundry. And those 4 men you walked in with. You don't need them carrying that basket. Why, it's light as thistles. Couldn't weigh more than a couple of pounds. Now hold it. What are you giving me such a look for? Something in your face tells me you don't think it'll be so light after a while. Oh, pshaw. You don't know what you're saying. Where have I seen a wicker basket like that before? Seems to me it was only a couple of years ago. It seems to me... Now, I remember. It was when Mrs. Dower passed away next door. They brought it. So that's what you're up to. Huh. I thought you was working so to sell me something. Oh, you just sit there until my little Emily trounces home from college this afternoon. She'll come by after her classes. I wrote her a note last week, not admitting, of course, that I wasn't feeling quite ripe and pert, but sort of hinting I want to see her again. Been a good many weeks now, her living in New York and all. Now, what are you looking at so funny? You think I'm tired? Well, I'm not tired a bit. Well, you're half closing your eyes and resting yourself, trying to say to me, oh, and I like to rest, too. Wouldn't it be grand to finally sit back and rest and rest and rest? Oh, great sons of Goshen on Gilberry Dyke. I got 100 comforters, 200 sweaters, and 600 potholders in these fingers yet. No matter they're skinny. Have some coffee with me and let me tell you about Emily. My sweet, fair child. Sugar? No, I suppose not. There. I well remember the day her mother died 20 years ago, leaving Emily to my house. And And that's why I'm mad at you and your wickers and such goings-on. Who ever heard of people dying for any good cause? Young man, I don't like it. Why, I remember 25 years back, my own father's voice trembling in the late afternoon.
Hildy, what you gonna do in life?
I don't know what you mean, Papa.
The way you act. Well, men don't pay you much mind.
Oh, Papa.
You kiss and skedaddle. You run so fast they'll never catch you. Why don't you settle down and get yourself married, raise some children, and give me some grandkids to play with in my old age?
I guess I just like laughing and playing and singing too much to go and get married. I'm not the marrying kind.
Why in blazes not?
I don't rightly know. I guess I just can't seem to find a man with my philosophy, Papa.
What philosophy's that?
That death is ridiculous. It run off with Mama when we needed her most. You call that intelligent?
You can't cheat death, Tildy.
I'm starting my own philosophy here and now. Why, it's silly. People live a couple of years, then they're shoved like wet seeds in a hole in the ground, but nothing sprouts. What good do they do? Lay there a million years helping no one? They turn into old clothes and bleached white bones. Most of them fine, nice, neat people, or at least trying to be. Papa? Papa? Papa?
Papa? Papa? Papa? Papa wasn't listening to me anymore. He bleached out, faded away like an old photo left lying in the sun. I tried my darndest to talk him out of it, but he passed on anyway. I left then. I couldn't stay on once he was cold, because his coldness spoilt my whole philosophy. I didn't even go to the funeral. I didn't do nothing till I set up this antique shop of mine in this old house and lived alone for years. That is, till I took in Emily. Her mama was an old friend of mine, and I'd promised I'd look after Emily when she died, but I didn't want to take her in. And I'll tell you the reason. Emily believes in dying, and I don't. Oh, don't shake your head so. It's all the gospel truth, I'm telling you. Emily was the first to live in this house with me in all these years. I never got married. Feared the idea of living with a man 20, 30 years and then have him up and die on me. It'd shake my convictions like a house of cards. Shied off from the whole world. Screamed at people if they so much as mentioned death. Well, from that day to this, I've only played my old phonograph records. These, right here, you see? Oh, my favorite was always Roaming in the Gloamin'. Roaming in the Gloamin', da-da-dee-da-da-da-da. Oh, but that wore out some time ago. There, let me put this on. Ain't that something? What's that? 3 o'clock? Well, wasn't it 3 o'clock just 5 minutes ago? I love that old clock of mine. Old bone-white clock with the gold angels round the face. Well, you just gonna sit there, young man? All right. Well, then you won't mind if I take a little cat nap. Now, don't you stir off that chair. I'm just gonna close my eyes for a spell. That's right, just a spell. Nice and quiet and restful time of the day. It's quiet. Just the phonograph and the clock ticking away, busy as a bee. Ah, it's nice. Now, you aren't getting up from that chair, are you, mister? Oh, you better not. I got one eye open for you. Yes, indeed I have. So feathery, so drowsy, so deep. Oh, it's underwater almost, so nice. Who's moving around in the dark with my eyes closed? Who's that kissing my cheek? You, Emily? No, I guess it was my thoughts, only dreaming. Land, yes, that's it. Drifting off. What'd you say? Oh, wait. I'll put on my glasses. There. What are you doing by the door, young man? Leaving so soon? Had to give up, didn't you? Couldn't convince me. No, sir, I'm mule stubborn. Never get me free of this house. So don't bother coming back to try. What's that? Have no intention of coming back. Ever? Well, fine. I always told Papa I'd win. Why, I'll knit in this window the next 1,000 years. They'll have to chew the boards down around me to get me out. Now, quit looking like the cat that ate the bird and get that old fool wicker basket out of here. That's it. Take it out the door. What you struggling with that wicker for? It ain't heavy. Unless you... Did you steal my antiques while I was resting? You got my books in there? My clocks? What have you got in that wicker? Hey, don't you boys hear me? Young man! What? Me? Curious? Oh, Sean, no. I don't want to look inside. Not me. Go on, get out. All of you. All of you. Oh, there. That's better. Gone. Darn fool men with their maggoty ideas. Now, never mind's about the wicker. They stole something, they're welcome to it, as long as they leave me alone. Here comes Emily, home from college. Oh, about time. Such a lovely girl. Look how she walks up those steps. Oh, but land, she looks pale and funny today, walking so slow. Wonder why? Looks worried, she does. Poor girl. Oh, I'll fix some coffee and a tray of cookies. Emily? Emily, I've been waiting for you. Yeah, there was the darndest fool man here with a wicker trying to sell me something he didn't want. Oh, I'm glad your home makes it feel right cozy. No. Emily, what's wrong?
No.
Stop staring. Here, I'll bring you a cup of coffee.
No.
Well, Emily?
No.
Emily, why are you backing away from me? Child, you'll go crazy that way. Emily, get up off that floor. You broke my favorite face acting so crazy. And stop cringing, child. I won't hurt you. Land, if there ain't one thing, it's another. Emily, what's wrong, child? Oh, child, here. Sip some water. Sip it, Emily. Sip it. Sip it. That's it. That's it. That's it.
Aunt Tildy.
Oh, stop that! Oh, I hated to slap you, child, but what ails you?
You're not here, Aunt Tildy. You're dead. Oh, what a fool! No, you can't be here.
Oh, land of Goshen, Emily. Here, give me your hand. Touch me. Go on.
I can't.
Just touch me like this. See? Great day in the morning. It passed clean through me.
You see?
What? That fibber, that sneak thief, that dark-haired fiend, he stole it. He toted it away like a thief in the night while I wasn't looking.
Who stole it?
He did. Why, oh, child, get up. I need you.
But you're gone.
A part of me's here. I hear that'll have to do for a bit. Fetch my bonnet.
I'm scared.
Certainly not of me.
Yes.
I'm no spook. You know me most of your life. Now, this is no time to snivel soft. Fetch up on your heels or I'll slap you crack across your nose. Come on now, that's it. Get hold of yourself, girl.
I'm trying. I've just never had much to do with a dead person before.
Stop that kind of talk, you hear? Who was it that raised you up from a pup? Me, that's who. So don't stand there trying to decide which way you're going to bolt. Just help me.
How?
Where's your car?
Out in the driveway in front of the garage.
Good. Now, come on. Get your purse. Now, which way's the mortuary?
It's that way.
Well, we'll have to hurry.
What are you going to do, Aunt Tilly?
Do? Why, get my body back, of course. Get my body back. Come on now, let's go. Can't you drive a little faster?
I'm trying.
Oh, that's better. Now hurry, child, before they squirt juices in my body and dice and cube it the way them persnickety morticians have a habit of doing. They cut and sew it so it ain't no good to no one. Oh, it's the road, child. Don't want to harm no one else. Give them morticians more business, do we?
Oh, Auntie, let me stop. Don't make me drive. It won't do any good.
Of course it will. You'll see. I ain't never given up, and I won't start now. Oh, there. There's a mortuary. Pull up to the curb. Emily.
What?
Look there, child. Those 4 men are unloading that wicker from the hearse. Oh, you wait here, Emily. Won't take long. You there. Put that basket down.
Step aside, lady. We're doing our job.
That's my body tucked in there.
I wouldn't know anything about that. Open the door, Al. Watch out, coming through.
Not so fast, Buster.
Hey, lady, you can't come in here.
I go where my body goes.
Suit yourself, lady. Okay, Al, let's set her down here.
Easy with that. Oh, my land. Look at all this paraphernalia, tubes and jars and knives. You ain't fixed on using so much as a toenail clipper on me. Are you?
Oh, good. It's arrived.
And what are you smiling at?
Madam, this is no fit place for a gentlewoman.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. That's exactly what I tried to tell that dark-clothed young man.
What dark-clothed young man?
The one that came puddling around my house. That's who?
No one of that description works for us.
But he came poking around with them 4 other fellers with a wicker.
I'm afraid you're mistaken.
Well, no matter. As you just said so intelligently, this is no place for a lady. I don't want me here. I want me home cooking ham for Sunday visitors. I got Emily to feed, sweaters to knit, clocks to wind.
You are quite philosophical and philanthropical, no doubt, madam, but I have work to do. A body has arrived, you see.
You put so much as a fingerprint on that body and
I'm sorry, but... George, escort this lady out, please.
Come on, lady.
Show me your backside going the other way.
This way, lady. Come on.
Don't you lay a hand on me. See? You can't touch me. I melt right through your hands. Amazing, isn't it?
She slipped right through.
It's a new talent I've developed. I want my body back.
Madam, what do you mean, your body?
Just what I said. Take a look for yourself.
Very well. Open the lid, George.
Now take a gander. Well?
This lady here is a relative of yours?
A very dear relation. Be careful of her.
A sister, perhaps?
No, you fool, it's me! Do you hear me?
Impossible. It can't be. Things like this don't happen. Now, I'm afraid we have work to do. George, get help from the others and remove this lady. I can't work with a crank present.
Get all the help you can. I won't budge.
But you must. You're a lady.
Too late for flattery.
Come on, down the hall.
Leave me be. How dare you? I've never been so mistreated in all my life.
Come on, just a little further.
You get your hands off me. Slipped away. There.
Please, ma'am, you can't stay here. This is where the body rests for the service tomorrow.
Keep away from me. I'm sitting right here until I get what I want. You hear me?
Here. More respect, please. More respect. What is this? Oh, madam, may I help you?
You may.
How may I be of service, please?
Go in that room back there.
Yes?
And tell that eager young investigator to quit fiddling with my body. I'm a maiden lady, and my moles and birthmarks and scars and other bric-a-brac, including the turn of my ankle, are my own secret. I don't want him prying and probing anything.
I'm afraid I don't quite understand.
Listen, Mr. What's your name?
Carrington.
Mr. Carrington. He's got me in there on this table like a pigeon, ready to be drawn and stuffed.
He's got you?
Go see for yourself.
Very well. Excuse me for a few minutes while I check on this.
You go right ahead and check. I'll sit right here and wait for you. And the rest of you, you keep your distance or I'll whop you with this parasol. Well, it's me in that room, isn't it?
You're making this very difficult for us.
I am. Oh, St. Vitus in the morning. Looky here, Mr. Blood and Bones or whatever you're called.
Carrington.
You just tell that man back there.
We're already draining the blood from the corpse.
What?
Yes, I assure you there's nothing to be done. Our mortician is also performing a brief autopsy to determine the cause of death, so you just go away now.
He can't do that. Only coroners are allowed to do that.
Well, we sometimes allow a little...
Oh, you march straight in and tell that cut him up to pump all that blue blood right back into that fine-skinned body, and if he's taken anything out, for him to attach it back so it will function properly, and then turn that body fresh as paint into my keeping. You hear?
There's nothing I can do.
Well, there's something I can do. I can sit right here for the next 200 years. You listening? And every time any of your customers come by, I'll spit ectoplasm right squirt up their nostrils.
You wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't?
You'd ruin our business. We'd have to close up.
Yes.
But in all fairness, you wouldn't force us out into the street to continue our services, would you?
Oh, I wouldn't mind at all. In fact, here comes a customer now.
No, please. That's Mrs. Hawkins. She's come to visit her husband in the slumber room.
Perfect. Watch this. Mrs. Hawkins.
Stop. You win. You can have your body back.
Intact?
Intact.
No formaldehyde?
No formaldehyde.
Blood in it?
Blood, yes, blood. If only you'll take it and go.
Fair enough. Fix her up and it's a deal.
Well, don't just stand around, you mental incompetence. Fix her up and bring her out.
Yes, sir.
That's better. And be quick. I haven't got all day. Well, what took you so long? Easy with that wicker. Put it right here on the floor where I can step into it.
Set it down, boys.
Oh, Auntie, are you sure this is going to work?
Don't worry yourself. I'll soon be back with you, child. All of me, that is. Open the lid.
Open it.
Natural looking, isn't it?
Of course, madam.
Now I'll just step into it. First, my feet, legs, backside, arms. Yes. Feels cold, like granite.
You're almost there. Try pushing harder.
I'm in!
Oh, Andy!
Come alive, body. Raise up a bit. Now fold your leg. Oh, good. Now feel. Oh, yes, it's warm. Now move. Yes. Now stand up. There. Now, walk! She's walking. Now talk. Much obliged. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't believe it.
Come on, Emily. Come on, let's go home. Come in. Is it the man in black?
No, Aunt Tildy, it's only me.
Oh, come in quick, child, and shut the door. Emily, I got a treat for you.
Oh, what's that?
Looky here. It's my autopsy scar. Not bad sewing for a man. I'll have some tea, dear.
There Was an Old Woman was adapted from the story by Ray Bradbury. Featured in the cast were Ruth Hale, Nathan Hale, Kim Jensen, Tanya Neff, Bob Nelson, Dwayne Hyatt, and Morgan White. Original music by Roger Hoffman and Greg Hansen. Production assistant was Patrick Meade. Associate producer was Jeff Rader. Bradbury 13 was created, produced, and directed by Mike McDonough. Executive producer was Dean Van Eitert. This program was produced with the funds provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting through National Public Radio Satellite Program Development Fund. The program was produced by Brigham Young University Media Services, which is solely responsible for its content. This is Paul Frees speaking.
This is Ray Bradbury. Join me for the next 30 minutes on a tour through time and space. Come along to the far future. Follow me into a strange past with stories that almost could be or might have been. Real or unreal, this is Bradbury 13.
They fell. They fell as pebbles fall down wells. They were scattered as jackstones are scattered from a gigantic throw. And now instead of men, there were only voices, all kinds of voices, disembodied and impassioned in varying degrees of resignation and terror. Ray Bradbury's Kaleidoscope.
That's correct, Antarius. 29.6 psi. No Houston out. That's the second reported sighting tonight.
They're seeing meteors again?
A whole cluster of them, and debris of some sort.
It could be space junk.
Yeah. But we ought to keep an eye on it, though.
Yeah. Hey, Frank. Frank, look at this printout.
Well, let's see. Looks like a solid mass.
More meteors?
I don't know. It's big enough to show up on Megascan.
Quadrant 06 Delta.
That's in the vicinity of Triton 7. We better let them know. Triton 7. This is New Houston Control.
Triton 7. This is New Houston Control.
New Houston, this is Triton 7, over.
Triton 7, we're scanning some disturbance in your vicinity, some sort of debris. Please be advised.
We copy, Houston. What do you make of it?
Uncertain, Triton. Could be space dust. It could be a solid mass. It could be almost anything.
Could it be meteors?
It could be. It might be a good idea for you guys to suit up, just to be safe.
Right, Houston.
What have you got, Hollis?
Who knows? Probably another false alarm. And they want us to suit up again.
Well, then we'll suit up. Attention. We now have condition yellow alert. Repeat, yellow alert.
Captain, come on, what's the story?
Follow orders, Applegate.
Well, this is the third time in 24 hours we've gone through this. How many times?
Just do it, Applegate,
I
now.
don't understand.
Now! Dismissed, Applegate.
Yes, sir.
One of these days. Hollis, let me help you with that helmet.
I hate these things. They give me claustrophobia.
I know, but orders are orders. There. What's that?
It sounded like the bulkhead.
Alert! Meteor approaching! On collision course!
Hollis, get us out of here. Crew to stations. Let's farewell those Oxygen helmets.
Impact!
Brace yourselves. Captain? Hollis?
The ship. Like a giant knife split it wide open. The men. Where are the men? Thrown into space like a bunch of squirming silverfish scattered in a dark sea. There goes the ship. A million pieces. With that meteor swarm seeking a lost sun. Gone. Listen to them. Voices. Calling in the night. Like lost children.
Hollis, this is Stone.
Stone! Oh, Stone, Hollis here. Where are you? Never mind. It's a stupid question.
How can I know? I don't even know which way is up. I only know that I'm falling. Head over heels, I think.
So we're all falling. We're not men anymore. Not captain, not crew. Just voices. Voices without bodies.
We're going away from each other.
Here's your hat. What's your hurry?
Stone, to Hollis, how long can we talk by radio?
That depends on how fast you're going your way, and I'm going mine. At 100,000 kilometers an hour, it's not going to be long.
What happened?
A meteor hit. Blew the ship into a million tiny pieces. Ships do blow up, you know.
Yes, they blow up. They really blow up. Is there any way for us to get back together?
No. Not unless you put on your force unit.
Oh, no. I didn't, did you?
You know, there wasn't time. So, here we are. 7 men with no way to get back. There's nothing to do but fall. Fall.
Fall? Oh, it's a long way down. A long way. A long way, is that?
Stimson? Stimson, is that you? Do you hear me? Stimson!
Hollis, it's a long
Stone, this is the captain. I've been listening. Captain, go ahead. Let me try with Stimson. Stimson.
I don't want to be here.
Stimson, this is the captain.
Long way. I'm going to die. I can't believe it. I'm going to die.
Stimson!
I don't want to
Look
die.
here. We've got to get organized.
Organized? Organized. Listen to the man. Organized.
Applegate, is that you?
Applegate reporting, sir. Why, oh boy, you're funny, Captain.
Applegate, would you shut up?
Come and make me shut up, Hollis. Come and shut me up, huh?
So what do you want me to do? Let us all go to pieces?
Go where we go. You're not in charge now, Captain.
Roll call, anyway. Everyone? Roll call! Abel, Baker, Turk! So help me, we're going to die decently.
You, maybe.
My name's Jackie and Stone.
Stone here.
Barkley?
Here, sir.
Wood? Wood? Wood!
Make him answer, Captain.
Wood!
Like I said, you're not in charge here.
Here. I don't want to be here. I want to be somewhere else. I don't believe this is happening. I don't believe this is happening.
Stimson?
Please, someone help me.
Stimson!
Help, I'm falling. I'm falling.
Stimson.
I'm falling.
No, take it easy. We're all on the
I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I want to be somewhere else.
You can say that again.
All right, Applegate.
All right, what?
Listen, we haven't got much time.
Time? All the time in the world. All the space in the universe. All we do have is space and time.
No, listen, we're moving farther apart. We're going to lose radio contact soon.
Can't happen too soon for me. I won't have to hear any of your stupid voices, none of you. We'll all just spin off into space, each of us in a different direction, thrown by a centrifugal force. One of us will hit the sun, one of us will hit the moon, some of us will just spin off into the universe and travel forever.
That's enough of that!
Captain, why don't you shut up?
What?
You hear me? Don't try and pull rank on me, Captain. Like Stimson said, it is a long way down.
I'm ordering you to stop.
Shove your orders! This is mutiny, Captain! Your ship was a bad ship, and you are a bad captain. And I hope you break in half when you hit the moon.
Won't somebody help me? It's so far down. It's a long, long way down.
Stimson.
I'm falling.
Stimson, this is Hollis. You've got to stop this.
I'm falling.
I can't hear you, Stimson. Stop it. We can't hear each other.
Hollis, this is Applegate. You won't believe this, but...
Applegate, what is it?
Hollis, he's here.
What?
Stimson, he's floating toward me. I can see him.
He's down.
We're getting closer. Hey, Stimson! Stimson, can you hear me?
A long way down. Falling a long way down. Help me!
I'll help you, Stimson.
I don't like being here. Don't like being here.
You won't be, Stimson. Not much longer.
Applegate, for heaven's sakes, what's happening?
I want to be somewhere else.
You will, I promise you.
Applegate!
Help me, please. Help me.
Getting closer, Hollis. He's floating near me. I can almost...
I'm afraid.
I'll help you, Stimson.
Someone, please.
Applegate, what?
I'm about done. Just about. Help me. I don't want to be here. Do something. Help me.
I've got it.
Please. Help me.
He's gone.
What do you mean, gone?
Smashed his helmet. He wanted to be saved. I saved him.
Yeah. Approved.
Captain?
Approved. Applegate.
Well. Now we can talk more clearly, Captain. If you want, we can get organized.
Applegate.
Sir.
May you burn forever.
Why, sir, I'm on my way there now. The way I'm falling, I figure I'll hit the sun in about half a year. Stone! Barkley, how about you guys? Where are you heading?
I'm touched by your interest, Applegate. I'm headed for the moon, I think.
Save a place for the captain, will you? How about you, Barclay?
Looks like Mars, maybe. If I stay on this course.
Hey, this is Lesper.
Yeah? Where are you headed, Lesper?
I'm going past all those planets. Past Mars and Jupiter. Past the moon. Maybe I'll visit Pluto or just keep going into deep space forever. They always said, work hard and you'll go far.
Captain, how about you? Think you'll hit the moon with stone? Maybe you can start a colony. Captain?
He's gone, Applegate.
Gone. How about you, Hollis?
Well, I seem to be heading back to Earth. When I hit the atmosphere...
Burn up. Long before us. But before you...
Applegate, what is it?
Hey! You guys will never believe this. I have no left hand. I just lost my left hand.
You what?
No kidding. Strange. I feel it's happening to someone else. Someone else's left hand just cut off by a meteor. That's better. My uniform sleeve has just sealed itself up automatically. Locked itself with that self-sealant. Lost some air. But the end of my wrist is frozen solid. Scabbed itself with frost.
Applegate?
Come help me, Hollis.
Oh, if I could.
Are you angry, Hollis?
Angry? No, Applegate, I'm not angry.
Good. Because I want to tell you something. A long time ago, I threw a herring into your life. You always wanted to get to the top, Hollis. You always wondered what happened. Why you didn't make captain a long time ago. Well, Hollis, back at the academy, I put the black mark on you. Just before I got tossed off myself. And your fiancée, remember her?
No, I don't remember. I was never there.
Yes, you were.
No! Listen to me, there's no Earth anymore.
It's there.
No! It's like it never happened. It never was. The green fields, the towns, the rivers are all gone. It's so far away. It's just stars and blackness now.
No, there was a girl.
No. There was no girl.
Yes, there was a girl. And life, and an earth, and she left you. Want to know why she left you? I'll tell you, I took her away.
No, she never lived.
Then I took her.
You took nothing.
Stop it, will you? No more of this talk.
What?
Stop it, you hear me? Can't you leave us alone?
All right, Stone, all right. No more.
I'm astounded.
Astounded?
Yes, I'm amazed. We're all going to be dead in a few hours, and you go on like this. Can't you leave us to remember?
Remember what?
Good things. The good things. Yes. Just the best.
What best? What good?
My life. Maybe not yours, but mine.
How was it better, Lesper?
Let me make a list. A wife on Earth. Good friends on the moon. My children on Mars.
That's a list.
You're right. They're better than a list. They are a life.
I'm going to kill all of you in 10 minutes.
Kill us?
Just by opening my helmet. I'll freeze solid in a billionth of a second, and you will all disappear forever. The quickest death in the history of mankind. I'll be frozen forever. In a billion years, I could be circling a planet somewhere, and I won't have changed. I'll still be young. Think of it.
I'm thinking just kill yourself now and quit bending my ear.
I'm thinking we should all say what we want to say in these last few minutes. Run our own little films. Play our memories.
Lesper, it's all over now. It's just like it never happened.
I've got my thoughts. I can remember.
So what good does it do you now? When a thing's over, it's over. You're no better off than I am.
I've had my turn, Hollis. I've circled the sun. I've landed on Mars. I had what I wanted. And I'm not getting mean at the end like you.
Mean? Mean?
Yeah, mean. Hollis? Hollis, do you hear me? This is Applegate. Hollis, I've been thinking. This isn't good. It's a bad way to die. It makes us mean. You listening, Hollis?
Yeah, I'm listening.
I lied. A minute ago, I lied. I didn't blackball you. I didn't take your girl away. I don't know why I said that. I guess I wanted to hurt you. You know, Hollis, we've always fought, you and me. I guess I'm getting old fast, and repenting fast. Hollis? Hollis, whatever the reason, I want you to know I'm sorry. I was an idiot. The hell with this.
Thanks, Applegate.
Don't mention it.
Applegate, what?
Huh? What?
My leg's gone! I have no right leg! A meteor just took it away!
Applegate!
Hollis! Hollis, I need you!
Applegate, if only I could!
No, I'm being funny. Oh, imagine me needing you. No, burn me to ashes. And burn the ashes to dust.
Applegate, just take it easy.
Listen. Here?
What is it?
I'm in a meteor swarm. The very thing that's cutting me to pieces is taking me for a ride.
I'm being drawn away. I think it's the Myrmidon cluster. It goes out past Mars every 2 years. And I'm right in the middle of it. It's like being in a great big kaleidoscope.
Look, it's beautiful. And it's taking me with it.
I don't deserve a trip like this.
Jews and Gentiles, Protestants and Catholics will be able to join hands.
Voices? Yes. Listen. Wait a minute, that's right. No sound is ever lost. What? Look, remember years ago when we were kids? Didn't we used to wonder what happened to sounds when we made them? Did they travel out into space forever and live their own lives? Well, here's your answer. That's it, Hollis. It's an electronic cloud. Applegate's in a mass of rocks and dust and magnetism that traps old radio waves.
Oh, too much. Too much. Me, the monster of all time. And I grow up like this. You stay behind and die your plain vanilla deaths. And me, I go out in style. A swarm of meteors with Hitler and Churchill and Charlie McCarthy. What company. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
It's me, a whole grand bunch circling the world for the next 10 billion years. It finally happened, Holland. Something finally happened to me. Thing I was waiting for. So long. So long, burn. All of you. Burn, burn.
Same to you, Applegate.
Hollis, why don't we sign off? The rest of us?
It's a good idea. Hey, Lesper, can you see the meteor swarm that took Applegate?
Yes. It's beautiful.
Can you see any of us?
Afraid not, Hollis.
But I see. Or I think I see. There you go, home in the dark, Lesper. And there you go off in the night, Stone, Barkley. Remember those nights when you were a kid and stayed out in the middle of the street playing ball until you couldn't see, it was so dark. Not wanting to go home, and at last, all the mothers would be calling from all the houses from blocks around. And finally, even though you hated it, you'd drag your bats and your scuffed shoes home, as if summer would never come again. Like there was no tomorrow.
I remember.
Well, keep on remembering. Don't let anybody say otherwise. Well, so long, Lesper. Wood, Stone.
Hey, Hollis.
Yeah?
Last one in's a rotten egg. Sleep well, Hollis. Here goes nothing.
Alone. There goes Wood towards the sun. Stone to the moon. And there flies Barkley out past Mars. Forever. And Applegate. Him and his meteors, fine company. Pieces of a kaleidoscope. But flying apart. And me. What did my life mean? Did I do one bright, beautiful thing that might be remembered by someone, somewhere? What did I do? What? In a few hours, I'll hit Earth's atmosphere. And when I do, I'll catch fire and burn up like a meteor. I'll flash across the sky in flames. All the world will look up and see me for 3 seconds. 3 seconds. I wonder if anyone will look, if anyone will really see me. I wonder.
Mommy, look, it's a falling star!
Oh,
Kaleidoscope was adapted from the story by Ray Bradbury. Featured in the cast were Scott Wilkinson, Ivan Crossland, Mike Flynn, James Arrington, Mike McDonough, Rick Macy, Logan Field, and Tim Eisenhart. Original music by Roger Hoffman and Greg Hansen. Production assistant was Patrick Mead. Associate producer was Jeff Rader. Bradbury 13 was created, produced, and directed by Mike McDonough. Executive producer was Dean Van Eitert. This program was produced with the funds provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting through National Public Radio Satellite Program Development Fund. The program was produced by Brigham Young University Media Services, which is solely responsible for its content. This is Paul Frees speaking.
This is Ray Bradbury. Join me for the next 30 minutes on a tour through time and space. Come along to the far future. Follow me into a strange past with stories that almost could be or might have been. Real or unreal, this is Bradbury 13.
As long as the rockets had spun a silver web across space, Harry Bittering had been able to accept Mars. But now, the web gone, the rockets lying in jigsaw heaps of molten girder and unsnaked wire on Earth. People from Earth left to the strangeness of Mars, the cinnamon dusts and wine airs. This was the moment that Mars had waited for. Now, it would eat them. Ray Bradbury's Dark They Were and Golden-Eyed.
What was that?
Just a bump. It means we've landed.
Landed? We're here?
Yes. Get your things together, kids.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Mars. On behalf of the crew, we wish you all a long and prosperous stay here. Good luck.
We'll need it.
Everyone set?
All set. All set.
We're ready, Harry.
Well, ready or not, here we come.
Wow. Look at the wind blow.
Let's get back on the rocket and go back tonight.
Why, Harry?
Listen.
Well, it's just wind. We had wind in Boston.
It's eaten away the hills and the cities. Look.
Chin up, Harry. We've come at least 65 million miles to get here. Let's make the best of it.
You're right. We'll make the best of it. Right, kids?
Right.
Come on, we've got a house to build.
Harry, are you awake?
Yeah, I'm awake.
I think I'm finally getting used to the wind. It took me a few months, but now I think I'd miss it if it wasn't there.
I'm glad you like it.
Don't you?
Cora, sometimes I feel like a salt crystal in a stream being washed away. We don't belong here. No, for heaven's sakes, Cora, let's buy tickets for home.
We can't go back.
Well, of course we can.
One of these days, the bomb will fix it so there is no more Earth. Then we'll be safe here.
Safe and insane.
Come on. I'll fix you a nice Earth breakfast. Here you are. Bacon and eggs. Runny yolks, just the way you like them.
Thanks. Hey, have you seen the paper?
What's it say?
Another 700 from Earth. Colonial days all over again.
I'll say.
Why, in another year, they'll have 500,000 Earthmen on Mars. Big cities, everything.
Good. Maybe you'll like it better.
Maybe. The point is that they said we'd fail. Said the Martians would resent our invasion. But did we find any Martians? Not a living soul. Oh, we found their empty cities, but not one living Martian.
Oh, there it goes, shaking the house again.
Daddy, I don't like it when it blows that hard. I don't know. Maybe there are Martians around here.
What?
Well, sometimes at night, I think I can hear them. I hear the wind blowing sand against my window. Like that, here?
It's only the wind.
When it blows, I get up and see those towns, way up in the mountains where the Martians lived. And I think I can see them moving around up there. I wonder if those Martians mind us living here. I wonder if they won't do something to us for coming here.
That's nonsense. We're good, decent people. Remember that. You know, all dead cities have some kind of ghosts in them. Memories, I mean.
What kind of memories?
Well, you see a staircase and you wonder what Martians looked like climbing it. You see Martian paintings and you wonder what the painter was like. You make a little ghost in your mind, a memory. You haven't been prowling around those ruins, have you?
No, sir.
Well, you see that you stay away from them. Pass the jam, Laura.
Just the same, I bet something happens.
Father! Mara, what is it?
On the radio just now. It's the war. Earth.
What?
On my radio.
Here, let me set things.
New York is the scene of terrible devastation. The result of a nuclear detonation near the heart of the city. The primary target of the bombs was the New York launching site of the Mars rockets. Reports are sketchy.
All the space rockets are blown up. There's no more rockets to Mars ever.
Oh, Harry.
It's all right, Cora.
We're stranded on Mars forever?
Not forever. The rockets will get through someday. We'll go about our business as if nothing were wrong. We'll keep things going until the war ends. The rockets come back again.
Will they really come back?
I promise they will. Okay? Now go inside and lay down for a bit. Go on. Cora, why don't you go inside and keep them occupied for a while?
What are you going to do?
I don't know. Work, I suppose. Work and forget. I'll weed the garden. You know, I always told myself, tomorrow, if I want, I can buy a ticket back to Earth. And somehow, knowing that always helped me accept living here.
This is our home now. Forever.
Yes, our hills, our mountains. Those mountains had old, proud Martian names once. But we changed them. Now there's the Ford Hills, Vanderbilt Plateau, Roosevelt Seas, Rockefeller Rivers. Somehow it doesn't seem right to change those names.
But that's their names now.
Oh, on our maps, maybe. The old settlers on Earth knew how to name things, though. They used the old Indian prairie names. Wisconsin, Minnesota, Ohio, Utah, Waukegan. The old names, the old meanings.
Yes, they were good names.
I wonder if they're up there now. All the dead ones, the Martians. Well, here we are. All alone. Cut off. Come down. Move us out. Take your cities back. We're helpless.
I'm going in.
Cora, wait. Look at this.
What is it?
These blossoms from the peach tree. Do you see?
Well, what about them?
Well, don't you see? They're different. They've changed.
What?
They're not peach blossoms anymore.
They look all right to me.
They're not. They're wrong.
How can you tell?
Well, I don't know. An extra petal, a leaf, something. The color's wrong. The smell. And look over here in the carton. Look, right here. Do these look like carrots?
Yes. No. I don't know.
They've changed.
Maybe.
Well, you know they have. They're almost onions, and they're almost carrots and radishes. They smell almost the same. They feel almost the same. But they're different. Coral, what's happening? What is it?
Dad! Mom! Come look!
Timmy?
Over here! The cow! I was looking at her and I saw it. Look at her head. Here.
What is it? A bump?
Not a bump. A horn, Cora. It's growing a third horn. We've got to get away. We'll eat this food and then we'll change.
Harry.
I can't let it happen. There's only one thing to do. We've got to burn the food.
But it's good. It's not poisoned.
But it is. Subtly, very subtly. We can't touch it. And look at the house. Even that, the wind's done something to it.
It just needs a little paint.
No, don't you see? The air's burned it. And look at the boards. The fog at night's warped them all out of shape. It's not an Earthman's house anymore.
Oh, your imagination.
No, Cora, not this time.
Where are you going?
Into town. We've got to do something. I'll be back.
Isn't that Harry Bittering coming this way?
Sure is. Looks like something ain't sitting right with him.
I'll say. Hello, Harry. What brings you to town?
What are you going to do?
Beg your pardon?
You did hear the news this morning, didn't you?
Well, sure, we heard it, Harry.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Do? What can we do, Harry?
Build a rocket, that's what.
A rocket? And go back to all that trouble? Not me.
You must want to go back.
But why, Harry?
Well, look, you've got gardens. Have you noticed the peach blossoms? The onions, the grass?
Well, yeah. Seems I did.
Doesn't it scare you?
Can't recall that it did, Harry.
Well, you idiots!
Oh, Harry.
You've got to help me. Help yourselves. If we stay here, we'll all change. It's the air. Don't you smell it? It's something in the air. A Martian virus or pollen.
Smells like rain to me.
Listen to me, Sam!
Yes, Harry?
Will you help me build a rocket?
Harry, I got a whole load of metal and some blueprints. Now, you want to work in my metal shop on a rocket? You're welcome. I'll sell you the whole kit and caboodle for $500. You ought to be able to build a pretty fair rocket by yourself in about 30 years.
Don't laugh. I'll do it.
Sure, Harry.
Sam, your eyes.
What about them?
Didn't they used to be gray?
Well, no, I don't remember.
They were, weren't they?
Why do you ask, Harry?
Because now they're kind of yellow-colored.
Is that so? Harry, what color are your eyes?
My eyes? They're blue.
Here, take a look in this mirror. See for yourself.
Yellow. They're turning yellow.
Welcome to the club, Harry.
Down that hammer for a minute.
What?
You haven't stopped all day. It's supper time.
I can't. I'm too busy.
But you have to eat. Here, I brought it out for you.
I won't touch it.
Why not?
I'll only eat food from our deep freeze. Food that we got from Earth. I won't touch a thing from the garden.
Harry, face it, you can't build a rocket.
I worked in a shop once when I was in college. I know what I'm doing. Besides, once I get going, the others will help me.
Will they?
We've got to get away, Cora. We've got to.
ruined plans all over.
Harry, it's been weeks now since you've rested. Take the day off.
Look, Cora. Frame's done. Some of the men helped me move it. I told you they would.
You're not eating. You're getting weaker. Here, I made you a sandwich.
I can't eat that. Some of it came from our garden.
Harry, I've used up all the food in the deep freeze. There's nothing left. I have to use the food grown on Mars. Now you must eat. How can you finish the rocket if you have no strength?
All right. I'll eat.
Good. There's some soup in the thermos.
Cora, do I look thinner to you? And taller?
Well, you've lost some weight, but that's probably from not eating.
Some of the boys said I was getting taller, thinner. I told them that they were crazy.
Please, Harry, take the rest of the day off. The wind's dying down. It's going to be hot. The children want to swim in the canals and hike. Wouldn't you enjoy some time with them?
But this is a crisis. I can't waste time.
Just for an hour. A swim will do you good. Come on.
Oh, all right. Just for an hour.
Good. The car's all packed. Come on, before it gets too late. Tim loves the canal. Look at him swim.
His skin sure is brown. So's Laura's.
They're always out playing in the sun.
Laura, how long have your eyes been yellow?
Always, I guess.
They didn't change from brown in the last 3 months?
No, don't think so. Why?
Never mind. The children's eyes are yellow, too.
Sometimes growing children's eyes change color.
Maybe we're children, too. At least to Mars. That's a thought. I think I'll swim. Come on! Oh, it does feel good.
I wonder what's down at the bottom of these canals. I bet there's pieces of pottery and old statues.
Could be. I'll take a look.
Be careful.
Oh, I will. Be right back. I'm sinking down, down, like an old Martian statue in green silence. It's quiet down here and peaceful. If I lie here on the bottom long enough, the water will eat away my flesh till the bones show like coral. Just my skeleton left. Then the water can build on my bones. Green things, deep water things, red things, yellow things. Change. Slow, deep, silent change. After all, isn't that what's up there? There's the Martian sky up there above the water. It's like a big river, a Martian river. And all of us lying deep in it, in our sunken houses, like hidden crayfish. And the water washing away our bodies, lengthening the bones. And it's time for some air. Up, up. Oh, hi, Tim. I've been on the bottom.
Utha.
What?
Utha. You know, Utha's the Martian word for father.
Where did you learn that?
I don't know. Around.
Oh.
Utha?
Yes? Go ahead.
I want to change my name.
Change it?
Yes.
What's wrong with Tim for a name?
The other day when you called Tim, I didn't even hear it. I said to myself, that's not my name. I've got a new name I want to use.
What is the new name?
Linnell. Isn't that a good name? Can I use it?
Well...
Why not?
Yes, you can use it, Tim.
Yay! I'm Linnell!
Why did we do that?
I don't know. It just seemed like a good idea. Come on, let's get out of the water and take a walk. There's some old Martian villas I'd like to see.
All right.
Isn't this lovely up here?
Yes, it's fine.
And look, the old fountains are still running, pumping water. Oh, and look at the villa.
Has a good view of the valley, doesn't it?
Fantastic. Let's go in. The floor is all made of marble, and so are the walls. Look, there's a swimming pool.
Yes.
It's all so cool and refreshing. Oh, especially when it's so hot outside.
It is nice.
Harry, if we could move up here to this villa for the summer, just until it starts to cool off.
Yes. Yeah. Come on. We're going back to town. There's work to do on the rocket.
Can I help you, Uther?
Yeah, hand me the blowtorch, will you?
Sure. Here.
Thanks. I wonder who that could be.
Looks like some of the men from town.
Yeah.
Morning, Harry.
You boys headed somewhere?
Everyone's going, you heard?
Going where?
Up to the villa in the hills.
Yeah, Harry, I'm going too. We all are.
That's right, Harry. What about you?
Oh, I've got some work to do here.
Work? You can finish that rocket in the autumn when it's cooler.
Yeah, it's too hot to work on a thing like that now. It's nice and cool up at the villa.
You know, they got fountains that are still running up there, and the paths are covered with water. It's like wading in a cold stream.
Keeps your feet cool all summer long.
How about it, Harry?
I got the frame all set up.
Autumn, Harry. Autumn would be the best.
Autumn would be better.
It would be cooler, wouldn't it?
Oh, it'd be a lot better.
I'd have plenty of time then.
That's right.
All right, in the autumn. I'll start work then.
Come on then, Harry. We got plenty of room on the truck for your stuff.
Good.
Hey, Harry, I got a villa near the Terra Canal.
Oh, you mean the Roosevelt Canal, don't you?
No, Terra, the old Martian name.
Yeah, but on the map it...
Forget the map, it's Terra now. Anyway, it's in great shape, and what of you? You should see it.
Maybe I will. Maybe I will.
Come on, Harry, let's get your stuff on board.
Teal, you got everything out of your rooms?
Everything we're going to take. I've got everything.
Good, I'll come check it in a minute. Carl, what about the front room?
I don't know. The furniture looked fine in Boston, and it looked good here in the cottage, but up in the villa?
Well, maybe we can get it when we come back in the autumn.
Yes, in the autumn. We'll get it then.
In the meantime, I've got some ideas on furniture for the villa. Big, lazy furniture.
Here, your encyclopedia. You're taking it along, aren't you?
I'll come and get it next week. Well, that's it then. I've shut off the water and the gas.
What about the door?
There. Locked tight.
All set, Harry?
Yeah, we need to get going.
Yeah, everything's loaded, Sam. Gosh, we're not taking much, considering all that we brought to Mars. This is only a handful.
It's all we need.
Harry, you drive this truck. I'll go with Wendell.
Okay, everybody. Hop in. Goodbye, house. Goodbye, town. Clara, it's beautiful here. I can see the whole valley.
Yes. And there's our cottage down there. It's time to go back, isn't it?
Yes, but we're not going, Cora. There's nothing there for us.
Your books, your good clothes.
The town's empty. No one's going back. There's no reason to. None at all.
I guess you're right.
Look down there. Such odd, such ridiculous houses the Earth people built.
They didn't know any better. Such ugly people. I'm glad they're gone.
Gone? Where did they go?
I don't know.
We'll go back to town maybe next year. Or the year after that.
Or maybe the year after that.
Maybe. Come on. Let's take a swim.
Captain to Hollings. Come in, Hollings.
Hollings here.
Find anything?
Nothing. Just more deserted houses and overgrown gardens. No one's lived here in years.
Right. Keep looking. We've got to find someone.
Right. Hollings out.
Captain! The town's empty, but we found native life in the hills, sir.
Native life? There aren't supposed to be any natives left.
Dark people, yellow eyes, brown skin.
Sound like Martians, all right.
Well, they're very friendly. We talked a bit. They really pick up English fast. I'm amazed. I'm sure our relations will be very friendly with them, sir.
How many are there?
600 to 800, I'd say. They're living in those marble ruins in the hills. Tall, healthy men, beautiful women.
Did they tell you what happened to the colony from Earth who built this place?
They didn't have the slightest idea what happened to this town or the people.
Strange. Do you suppose the Martians killed them?
No, they look peaceful. Chances are a plague did this town in, sir.
Maybe. Well, there's lots to be done now, Lieutenant. We'll have a job of remapping to do, renaming the mountains and rivers and such. Calls for a little imagination.
I think we can handle that, sir.
What do you think of naming those mountains the Lincoln Mountains? And this canal here, the Washington Canal?
Fine, sir.
And those hills? We can name those hills for you, Lieutenant. Would you like that?
Yes, sir.
Diplomacy, Lieutenant. And you, as a favor, might name a town for me. Polishing the old apple, eh? And that valley over there, the Einstein Valley. And those peaks. Are you listening, Lieutenant?
Of course, sir.
Well, as I was saying, those peaks over there would be good, called the Rockefeller Peaks. And that town.
Dark They Were and Golden-Eyed was adapted from the story by Ray Bradbury. Featured in the cast were Bryce Chamberlain, Beverly Rowland, Steve Densley, Jennifer Kuhlman, Coleman Creel, Max Robinson, Jay Bernard, and Nathan Hale. Original music by Roger Hoffman and Greg Hansen. Production assistant was Patrick Meade. Associate producer was Jeff Rader. Bradbury 13 was created, produced, and directed by Mike McDonough. Executive producer was Dean Van Eitert. This program was produced with the funds provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting through National Public Radio Satellite Program Development Fund. The program was produced by Brigham Young University Media Services, which is solely responsible for its content. This is Paul Frees speaking.
This is Ray Bradbury. Join me for the next 30 minutes on a tour through time and space. Come along to the far future. Follow me into a strange past with stories that almost could be or might have been. Real or unreal, this is Bradbury 13.
Margaret Leary is 10 years old and likes to play in the vacant lot on long summer days. She and her friends like to play pirates and bank robbers and cowboys. One summer afternoon, Margaret was playing in the lot and discovered there was something buried deep in the ground. And it was still alive. Ray Bradbury's The Screaming Woman.
My name is Margaret Leary, and I'm in the 5th grade at Central School. I haven't any brothers or sisters, but I've got a nice father and mother, except they don't pay much attention to me. Anyway, we never thought we'd have much to do with a murdered woman. Or almost. When you're living on a street like we live on, you don't think awful things are going to happen, like shooting or stabbing or burying people under the ground, practically in your own backyard. You just go on buttering your toast or baking a cake. But I gotta tell you how it happened. It was noon on a steamy hot Saturday in the middle of July, and Mama came out the back door.
Margaret, here's $1. Go to the store and get us some peppermint ice cream.
Really?
Yes, Daddy's home for lunch, so we'll have a treat. And bring back the change.
I took the shortcut through the empty lot behind our house. It was a big lot with weeds and holes and broken glass and stuff. And on my way back from the store, I was hurrying along so the ice cream wouldn't melt. When all of a sudden, it happened. My gosh, what's that? It's coming from the ground. Oh my gosh, there's a woman buried down there. A woman under the ground. Oh my gosh. Lady, I'll be right back. I'll get you out.
Don't stand there with the ice cream dripping.
But, Mama!
Put it in the icebox.
Listen, Mama, there's a screaming woman in the empty lot.
And wash your hands. They're filthy.
She was screaming and screaming.
Of course she was. Wash your hands and hurry to the table.
Listen to me. We gotta dig her out. She's buried under tons and tons of dirt, and if we don't dig her out, she'll choke up and die.
I'm certain she can wait until after lunch.
Mama, don't you believe me?
Of course, dear. When you've finished your hands, take this plate of meat to your father in the dining room.
Yes, ma'am. But I don't even know who she is. And we gotta help her before it's too late.
Good heavens, look at this ice cream. What did you do? Just stand out there in the sun and let it melt?
I told you there's this woman in the...
Oh, go on. Scoot in there with the plate.
I'm going. Hi, Dad. There's a screaming woman in the empty lot.
I never knew a woman who didn't.
I mean for real.
Looks serious.
We've got to get picks and shovels and dig, like for an Egyptian mummy.
I don't feel like an archaeologist, Margaret. Maybe when it gets a little cooler outside, like in October, we'll go and dig that mummy up.
But we can't wait that long.
Pass the mustard, please.
Dad, you just gotta come out after lunch and help me.
Mm-hmm.
Dad.
Margaret, turn the radio on.
Dad, I'll give you all the money in my piggy bank.
Oh, so it's a business proposition, is it? How much do you pay an hour for digging?
I got it $5 whole. It took me a year to save. You can have it all if you come out and help me.
Margaret, you're serious about that money, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, you know, you really make your old dad feel like a piker.
A piker?
You want me to play with you, and you're willing to pay me for my time. Oh, I don't give you enough time, do I? Tell you what, after lunch I'll come out and listen to your screaming woman, free of charge. How's that?
Will you really?
Yes, ma'am, that's what I said. But you have to promise me something.
What?
You eat your lunch first, and then I'll come out.
I promise.
Okay.
Temperature here at WJAM is a warm 97 degrees.
Young lady, slow down. You're gulping your food.
But...
You heard your mother.
But the screaming woman. We gotta hurry.
I intend to sit here quietly and judiciously, giving my attention first to my steak, then to my potatoes and my salad, and of course then to my ice cream. And after that to a long drink of iced coffee, if you don't mind. And maybe a good hour at it.
And another thing, young lady, if you mention this screaming, what is it, one more time at this table during lunch, I won't go out with you to hear her recital. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
Now eat slowly.
Speaking of screaming, Charlie and Helen Nesbitt had another fight last night.
Well, that's nothing new. They're always fighting.
If you ask me, Charlie's no good. Or her either.
I don't know. I think she's all right.
You're just prejudiced.
Prejudice?
Well, you did almost marry her.
Not again. I was only engaged to her for 6 weeks.
Well, at least you had sense enough to break it off.
Oh, you know, Helen, always stage-struck. Wanting to be a movie star, longing for Hollywood. I just couldn't see a marriage like that working. It was kind of sweet, though. Sweet and very kind.
And what did it get her? A big brute like Charlie.
He's got a temper, all right. Remember when Helen had the lead in her high school play? Pretty as a picture. She wrote the songs for it herself. That was the summer she wrote that song for me.
Huh.
Don't laugh. It was a catchy song.
You never told me about that.
It was between Helen and me. Besides, I forgot all about it until now. What did that song go?
Dad!
All right, I'm eating. Finish your potato.
Finally, after the slowest meal in the history of eating, I took Dad out to the empty lot, where it was still hot and covered with old bottles and newspapers.
Now, where's this screaming woman?
We forgot the shovels.
We'll get them later, after I hear her.
She's over here, under these rocks. Listen.
I don't hear anything.
Shh, wait.
Margaret.
Hey there! Screaming woman!
Honey, I suggest you get in out of the sun and lie down for a while.
But she was here! I heard her screaming and screaming. See, here's where the ground's been dug up. Hey, you down there! Can you hear me?
Margaret, this is the place Mr. Kelly dug up yesterday to bury that big sack of trash. We watched him, remember?
But during the night, someone else used Mr. Kelly's hole to bury a woman in, and then covered it all up.
Well, I'm going in out of the sun and take a nice, cool shower.
You won't help me dig?
Mr. Kelly might not like us digging up his trash. Oh, it's too hot to stay here anyway. And don't get dirty.
Darn, he's gone. There! She's screaming again. Maybe she was just tired and now she's all rested. Dad! She's screaming again. Come here, she's
Margaret!
Screaming. Dad, she's screaming just like before.
I know. Now, come on. You're going inside.
But, Dad!
I think you'd better get upstairs and lie down for a while. You'll feel better in an hour or so.
But...
Move! All right, now, hop in bed.
But, Daddy, we can't let her die. She's all buried like that man in the story by Edgar Allan Poe. And think how awful it is to be down there screaming, and no one's paying any attention to you.
You're going to lie there the rest of the afternoon and take it easy, and you're not to leave the house, understand? Now, close your eyes.
Oh, Daddy, I wish you'd believe me. Maybe I could yell out the window about the screaming woman and someone would hear me. No, they'd just be like Mom and Dad and not pay any attention. There's just one thing to do. I've got to climb out the window, get some shovels from the garage, and dig her out myself. But I've got to hurry. I can't dig any faster. It's too hot. I've got to rest. I didn't know digging was such hard work.
Hiya, Margaret.
Hi, Dippy.
What are you doing?
Digging.
For what?
There's a screaming lady in the ground, and I'm digging for her.
I don't hear no screaming.
Just sit down and wait a while, and you'll hear her scream. You could even help me dig while you're listening.
I don't dig unless I hear her scream.
There! Did you hear it?
Hey, that's good, Margaret. Do it again.
Do what again?
The scream.
The scream?
Yeah, go on, do it. Here, look it. Do it again and I'll give you my favorite marble. My brown Aggie. Hot dog! Can you teach me to do it? I don't. Did you get the Throw Your Voice book from that magic company in Texas? You got one of those tin ventriloquist things in your mouth?
That's right, Dippy. And if you help me dig, I'll show it to you later.
It's a deal. Give me a shovel. Boy, you think she's right under your feet. What do you call her?
Who?
The Screaming Woman. You must have a name for her.
Oh, sure. Her name's Wilma Schreiger, and she's rich, and she's 96 years old, and was buried by a man named Spike, who was a counterfeiter.
Wow.
And there's a box of treasure buried with her. And I'm a grave robber come to dig her up.
Can I be a grave robber, too?
Sure.
Hey, let's pretend she's the Princess Almond Ramen, and she's a mummy covered with diamonds and rubies.
Okay, just keep digging.
Hey, I just got an idea.
Dippy, where are you going?
I'm going to get a piece of cardboard and make a sign that says Slumberland Cemetery and stick it in the ground and bury some birds and beetles and stuff here.
No, Dippy.
It's more fun that way. I know where I can get a dead cat, too.
Dippy, keep digging, please.
Oh, I'm tired. I think I'll go home and cool off.
You can't.
Says who?
Dippy, there's something I need to tell you.
What?
There really is a woman buried down here.
Sure there is, Maggie.
You don't believe me either.
Tell me how you throw your voice and I'll keep digging.
I can't tell you because I'm not doing it.
Okay, see you around.
Look, I'll stand way over here, see? And you stay there and listen. See?
Hey, there really is a woman buried down there.
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Let's dig.
Now you're talking.
I wonder who she is.
I don't know.
I wonder if it's Mrs. Nelson or Mrs. Turner or Mrs. Bradley. I wonder how she got down there.
Keep digging.
I bet she rewards us for digging her up.
Sure. At least $0.25 apiece.
More than that, I bet it's $1. I read a book on magic once, and there was this Hindu guy with no clothes on who got down in a grave and slept there 60 days a night and didn't eat anything. Say, what if it's just a radio buried down there and we did all this for nothing?
Well, a radio's nice. We could keep it.
Hey, you kids, what do you think you're doing?
Mr. Kelly, you scared the daylights out of me.
Now, I'll tell you what I want you to do. I want you to take those shovels and put that dirt right back where you got it. You understand?
But, Mr. Kelly, there's a screaming woman down there.
A screaming woman? Well, I don't hear anything.
Well, just listen.
Don't hear a thing. Now, go on, fill it up. Get on home before I give you my boot.
Yes, sir.
Well, go on now. Hurry up. I'll be watching you from my window.
He's the one.
Huh?
He murdered Mrs. Kelly and buried her here in a box. But she woke up after he buried her.
Yeah, he stood right here while she screamed and said he didn't hear her. He lied to us.
There's only one thing to do.
What?
We gotta call the police and have them come arrest Mr. Kelly. Come on. Keep down, Dippy.
I don't like hiding in these bushes. What if Mr. Kelly catches us?
He won't. Look, here comes the police.
Get down! I can't see!
Shh.
Yes? Mr. Kelly? Yes.
What can I do for you?
Is Mrs. Kelly at home?
Yes, she is.
May we see her, sir?
Of course.
Hey, Anna! Yes, what is it?
I beg your pardon, folks. We had a report that you were buried out in an empty lot, Mrs. Kelly.
What?
It sounded like a child made the call, but we had to be certain. Sorry for the inconvenience.
It's those blasted kids. If I ever catch them, I'll...
Maggie, let's get out of here! Run!
What do we do now?
I gotta go home. Boy, we're really in trouble now. We'll get a licking for this.
But what about the screaming woman?
To heck with her. We don't dare go back to that empty lot again. Mr. Kelly will be waiting for us for sure. He'll lambaste the heck out of us. Hey, I just remembered something.
What?
Isn't old man Kelly sort of deaf? Don't he wear a hearing aid sometimes?
Oh my gosh! No wonder he didn't hear a thing.
Boy, we sure got into a lot of trouble over your dumb ventriloquist voice. I gotta go. Bye.
Dippy! Dippy! Darn. Now what do I do? The police are after me now for lying to them. And my dad's probably looking for me by now, too. There's only one last thing to do. I've got to go from house to house and knock on every door and ring every bell and see if there are any ladies missing. It might take me all day, but I gotta do it. Boy, I'm pooped. 15 doors so far, and no luck. I wonder if Helen Nesbitt's home. The one Dad almost married.
Yes?
Mr. Nesbitt.
Oh, it's you, Margaret.
Yes, good afternoon.
What can I do for you?
Well, I came to see Mrs. Nesbitt.
Oh?
May I?
Well, she's not here right now. She's gone to the store.
I'll wait. Can I come in?
Hey, wait a minute.
Boy, it sure is nice and cool in here. Can I sit down? Oh, nice chair.
Listen, kid, I don't think you better wait.
How come?
Well, my wife won't be back.
Oh?
Not today, that is.
I thought you said she went to the store.
Well, she did, but she's going on from there to visit her mother. She won't be back for a couple of days, maybe a week or two.
That's a shame.
Why's that?
I wanted to tell her something.
What?
I wanted to tell her there's a woman buried over in the empty lot, screaming under tons and tons of dirt. Are you all right, Mr. Nesbitt?
Well, yes, of course. Well, I'll be sure and tell Helen when she comes home. She'll be glad to hear it.
Thanks. It's a real woman, you know.
How do you know that?
I heard her.
You heard her?
That's right, screaming.
How do you know it isn't a mandrake root?
What's that?
Well, it's kind of a plant, kid. They scream.
They do?
Yeah, I read it once. How do you know it isn't a mandrake?
I never thought of that.
Well, you better start thinking. Did you say anything about this to anyone?
Sure. I told lots of people.
Anybody doing anything about it?
No. Nobody believes me.
Of course they don't. You're just a kid, aren't you?
I'm going back now and dig her out.
Wait.
I gotta go.
Oh, stick around.
Thanks, but I gotta get back.
Hey, you know how to play cards, kid?
I can play blackjack.
Hey, good. We'll have a game.
I gotta go dig.
Plenty of time for that. Anyway, maybe my wife will be home before long. You can wait for her while we play cards.
You think she'll be home, huh?
Well, sure, kid. Say, that voice in the ground, is it very strong?
No, it gets weaker all the time.
Sit down, Margaret. Let's play that game of blackjack. It's more fun than playing Screaming Woman.
I gotta go.
Well, stick around. My wife will be home in 10 minutes. Let's play. You deal first. Well, your luck's holding. You win again.
It's late. I gotta go now.
A few more minutes, kid. My wife will come home any time now. Your deal. Well, it's getting dark. I guess you can go now. Guess you'll have to see my wife some other time, huh?
Sure, Mr. Nesbit.
So long, kid.
Lady, can you hear me? I'm sorry I took so long, but Mr. Nesbit insisted I stay and play cards. I kept thinking maybe you'd really come back like you said, but I guess he was just wasting time until you quit screaming. Are you still there? Maybe if I get down and put my ear on the ground, I could hear you better. Lady! Mrs. Nesbit, can you hear me? I'll hold my breath so I can hear better.
I loved you, sir. I loved you well.
Singing? She's singing. All those hours down under the ground in that box must have made her sort of crazy. Mrs. Nesbit, you'll be okay. All you need is some food and some air, and you'll be fine. Hang on, I'll get some help. Dad will help. I know we will. He used to love her once. He said he did.
So, there you are.
Dad, you got it!
You're going to get a licking. I told you not to leave your room.
She's not screaming anymore.
I told you not to talk about her.
She's singing now.
Singing? Why are you telling me these lies?
Dad, she's out there and she'll be dead soon if you don't listen to me. She's out there singing. It's a little song like, I loved you fair, I loved you well.
What did you say?
I said, I loved you fair, I loved you well.
Where did you hear that song?
I told you, out in the empty lot just now.
That's Helen's song, the one she wrote years ago for me. You can't know it. Nobody knew it except Helen and me. I never sang it to anyone, not you or anyone.
I know!
Margaret, we have to hurry. Show me exactly where it was.
I was so happy I wanted to cry. My dad ran out into the empty lot and started digging, and lots of other people came and helped him.
No, dig over here. Get some more shovels. We need more people digging here.
Everything turned out fine, except for Mr. Nesbit.
Dig.
But most important, the screaming woman isn't screaming anymore.
Yeah?
We found the screaming woman.
No kidding.
Yeah, everything's fine. Hey, want to go dig for treasure?
Sure.
I'll meet you in the empty lot in 5 minutes.
Last one there's a monkey's uncle.
See you there.
The Screaming Woman was adapted from the story by Ray Bradbury. Featured in the cast were Rachel Jacobs, Beverly Rowland, Neil Barth, Mark Alston, Bryce Chamberlain, Coleman Creel, and Oscar Rowland. Original music by Roger Hoffman and Greg Hansen. Production assistant was Patrick Mead. Associate producer was Jeff Rader. Bradbury 13 was created, produced, and directed by Mike McDonough. Executive producer was Dean Van Eitert. This program was produced with the funds provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting through National Public Radio Satellite Program Development Fund. The program was produced by Brigham Young University Media Services, which is solely responsible for its content. This is Paul Frees speaking.
This is Ray Bradbury. Join me for the next 30 minutes on a tour through time and space. Come along to the far future. Follow me into a strange past with stories that almost could be or might have been. Real or unreal, this is Bradbury 13.
They wiped the blood from their helmets. The monster lay, a hill of solid flesh. Within it, you could hear the sighs and murmurs as the furthest chambers died. The organs malfunctioning. Liquids running a final instant from pocket to sac to spleen. Everything shutting off. Closing up forever. Ray Bradbury's A Sound of Thunder.
Say, how much longer is this going to take?
Be patient, Mr. Eccles. These things take time.
Yeah, well, how long does it take to make a phone call?
I'm sure Mr. Spallner is doing all he can.
Well, I wish he'd do it a little quicker. I've still got to pack and tidy things up at the office. I've got a pretty full schedule, too, you know.
I'm well aware of that, Mr. Eccles. And we're doing everything we can to speed things up. But there's quite a bit of paperwork involved here.
Yeah, things are rough all over. That's why I need a break. I need to get away from everything for a while. And this trip ought to be just the ticket.
Oh, here's Mr. Spallner now.
It's about time.
Well, good news, Mr. Eccles. I just got off the phone and everything checks out fine.
I told you it would. Could have saved you the trouble.
Well, you can't blame us for being careful, can you?
I suppose not.
Now all we need from you is $25,000 and we're all set.
Will you take a personal check?
Of course. Well, naturally, we've checked your credit and everything is fine.
Naturally.
Like I said, we can't be too careful. Just make it out to Time Safari Incorporated.
Time Safari Inc. There you go. $25,000.
Thank you, Mr. Eccles. I promise you the time of your life.
For that much dough, it better be. You know, I can't believe I'm really going on the safari.
A time safari?
Yeah. Say, does this safari guarantee I come back alive?
Mr. Eccles, the only thing we guarantee is what's stated in our brochure. You name any year in the past and any animal, we'll take you there and you shoot it. It's also on the sign above your head. That's all we guarantee.
Fair enough.
And as far as coming back alive, well, I believe that's all part of the lure of the hunt, huh? The element of surprise, man against beast and all that, huh? But I'm sure you'll do just fine.
Look, don't you worry about me. I've been on safaris before.
Yes, I'm sure you have. And now if you'll follow me, there's someone I'd like you to meet. Step right in, Mr. Eccles.
What's this?
Now, this is our departure area.
Impressive, isn't it?
Oh, Travis! Now, come over here a minute. Mr. Eccles, I'd like you to meet Bill Travis, your safari guide in the past.
How do you do?
Hello.
Travis will tell you what to shoot and where to shoot. If he says no shooting, then no shooting. If you disobey instructions, there's a penalty of another $10,000 plus possible government action on your return. Do you understand?
I understand. Is that the machine?
That's it.
A real-time machine. I never thought I'd see this in my lifetime.
Well, take a good look at it. It's a real thing. There are only two other like it in the world. One in Paris and one in Tokyo.
It's smaller than I thought.
It'll hold 6 people, plus supplies, food, and our rifles, of course.
It makes you think, doesn't it? If the election had gone badly yesterday, I might be here now trying to run away from the results. I mean, if Keith hadn't won, if Deutscher had become president of the United States...
We're lucky, all right. If Deutscher had gotten in, we'd have the worst kind of dictatorship. That man's anti-everything. Anti-intellectual, anti-human, anti-religion.
You know, some people called up half joking. Said that if Deutscher became president, they wanted to go live in 1492. Some of them weren't joking. Of course, it's not our business to conduct escapes. We form safaris.
Anyway, Keith's in now, so all you have to worry about is shooting your dinosaur.
A Tyrannosaurus Rex. You promised me that.
A Tyrannosaurus Rex, the thunder lizard. The biggest, most dangerous monster in history. A meat-eater and not afraid of another living thing.
Maybe, but that was 50 million years ago.
And that's exactly where you're headed. Tomorrow morning. But first you'll have to sign this. We'll have it notarized for you.
What is it?
It's a release. If anything happens to you, we're not responsible.
What?
Those dinosaurs are hungry. They can crush you like a moth or swallow you in one bite.
Are you trying to scare me?
Mr. Eccles, you must understand our position. If you were to act out of fear and something unforeseen...
What Spallner is trying to tell you is that we don't want you on the safari if you're going to panic and get yourself killed, or maybe one of us.
I can take care of myself.
Let me tell you something, Eccles. We had 4 safari leaders and 6 hunters killed last year, all because of panic. We're here to give you the biggest thrill a real hunter could ever ask for. We'll take you back 50 million years to bag the biggest, most ferocious game of all time. But you'll do it our way or you won't do it. Your check's on the table. You could tear it up.
Where do I sign?
Here. Mr. Travis, he's all yours.
Gentlemen, please step in and have a seat. My assistant will take your weapons and store them for you.
Be careful with that rifle, boy. That's a handmade stock on there.
Yes, sir. Wade's a good man, Eccles. He may be young, but he's been on a dozen safaris with me. You listen to him, and you may get back alive.
All set, sir.
Good. Secure the hatch.
Securing the hatch.
Control, this is TS-1.
Go ahead, Travis.
We're locked down and preparing for automatic departure sequence.
Affirmative. Good hunting.
Thanks, Control. Gentlemen, welcome aboard Time Safari 1. Mr. Eccles, have you met your fellow hunters, Mr. Billings and Mr. Kramer?
How do you do?
Nice to meet you. This something?
Gentlemen, there'll be some physical sensation, so please fasten your seatbelts. The entire trip should take about 18 minutes. Switch on.
Switching on.
Hey, Travis. Can these guns really stop a dinosaur cold?
If you hit him right. Some dinosaurs have 2 brains, one in the head, another near the tail. Go for the eyes. If you blind him, then go for the brain. We're on our way.
Every hunter that ever lived would envy us today.
I'll say. This'll make Africa look like Illinois.
And look out the window. The building's gone.
Hey, it's night. No, it's day. It's night again!
Everything's a blur! It's spinning!
Hang on, everyone! Adam has not been born. Moses has not gone to the mountain to talk with God. The pyramids are still in the earth, waiting to be cut out and put in. Remember that. Alexander, Caesar, Napoleon, Hitler, none of them exist. That out there is the jungle of 50,002,055 years before President Keith.
Hey, there's a path out there.
That's a metal anti-gravity path laid by Time Safari for your use. It floats 6 inches off the ground, doesn't touch so much as one grass blade, one flower, one tree. Stay on it. Don't go off the path, not for any reason. If you fall off, there's a $10,000 fine and legal action on your return. And don't shoot anything we don't okay.
Why?
We don't want to change the future. You've got to understand something. We don't belong here in the past. We're intruders. Besides, the government doesn't like us here.
Well, I should think it would encourage scientific research.
The government's not interested in digging around in the past. Not knowing it, we might kill an important animal, a small bird, a roach, even a flower. We could destroy an important link in the growing chain.
Are you kidding? There's millions of birds and insects. So what if I squash a bug?
All right, say we accidentally kill one mouse here.
Yeah?
Well, that means all the future families of this one mouse are destroyed, right?
Well, so they're dead. Who needs mice anyway?
What about the foxes that'll need those mice to survive? For one of 10 mice, a fox dies. For one of 10 foxes, a lion starves. For one of a lion, all manner of insects, vultures, infinite billions of life forms are thrown into chaos. Eventually, 49 million years later, a caveman goes hunting a wild boar or a saber-toothed tiger for food. But you, my friend, have stepped on all the tigers in that region. By stepping on one single mouse, a caveman starves, a man who is an entire future nation. From his loins could spring an entire civilization, an entire race. You stomped on one single mouse and changed history.
Hey, you're joking, of course.
No, I think he's got a point.
Look, step on a mouse and you crush the pyramids. You leave a footprint like the Grand Canyon across history. Queen Elizabeth might never be born. Washington might never cross the Delaware. There might never even be a United States at all. So be careful, all of you. Stay on the path. Don't ever step off.
So what you're saying is for us not even to touch the grass?
That's right. A little error here could multiply everything out of proportion in 50 million years.
I see.
Of course, maybe our theory is wrong.
Oh, then you're guessing.
Well, of course we're guessing. Anyone who claims to know is a fool. But until we do know if messing around with time can change history, we're being careful. Very careful. Wade, explain the hunting procedure.
All right. As you know, this machine, the path, your clothing and bodies were sterilized before we left home base. We'll also wear these oxygen helmets to avoid contamination of the ancient atmosphere. We wouldn't want you to breathe any bacteria or germs into the air.
I brushed my teeth this morning.
Yes, but how would you like to breathe in an ancient spore for which you have no immunity? You could start an epidemic back home.
Hey, say, how do we know which animal to shoot?
Good question. They're marked with red paint.
Paint?
Yes. This morning before our journey, I sent Wade here back in the machine. He came to this era and followed certain dinosaurs.
Well, you studied them?
Right. I tracked them through their entire existence with the help of the time machine and find out how long they live, how often they mate, and so on. When I find one that's going to die when a tree falls on him, or one that drowns in a tar pit, I note the exact hour, minute, and second. Then I shoot a paint bomb. It leaves a red patch on his hide. We can't miss it. Then I compute our arrival in the past, so we meet the monster not more than 4 to 6 minutes before he would have died anyway. That way, we kill only animals with no future. Those that'll never mate again.
You see how careful we are, Eccles?
But if Wade came back this morning in time, he must have bumped into us. Our safari. Hey, how did it turn out? Was it a success? Huh?
Well, that would be a paradox. Time just doesn't permit that sort of mess, man meeting himself. When that sort of thing is about to occur, time just steps aside.
I don't understand.
Well, it's like a plane hitting a bump of air. You felt the machine jump just before we stopped?
Yeah.
Well, that was us passing ourselves on the way back to the future. It just sort of skipped over that part. So there's no way of telling what happened, if we got our dinosaur or if we even got out alive. All right, it's time. Everyone on his feet.
All right.
Put on your helmets. One last thing.
Yeah?
If anything goes wrong, anything at all, walk quickly back to the machine and wait inside. No one's ever died on one of my safaris, and I won't let any weekend hunter spoil that record. Understand?
Yeah.
Check your rifles. Wade, open the forward hatch.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go.
Look at the trees and plants. There's nothing like this back home.
This is home, Eccles. Just a bit before your time.
Hey, look at that! Giant bats!
Not bats, pterodactyls.
I could pick those off without even aiming, just like duck hunting back home.
Stop that. Don't point your gun, not even for fun. That thing should go off.
The safety's on. I know what I'm doing. You'd love to see me shoot a lizard and wind up in jail, wouldn't you? Or step off the path and pay another $10,000. Wouldn't you, Travis?
You're wasting oxygen, Eccles.
Hey, say, where's our Tyrannosaurus?
Up ahead. We'll intersect his path in 90 seconds. Right on the money.
Look for the red paint. Don't shoot till we give the word. And stay on the path.
Strange. Up ahead, 50 million years from now, election day finally over. Keith made president. Everybody's celebrating now.
I'll say, millions of people crowding into bars, letting their hair down, getting drunk. Everybody looking ahead to the next 4 years before the next election.
And here we are, a million years lost, and they don't even exist. The things we worried about for months, years, haven't even been thought about. And no one's cooked the first meal yet. We stood on a hill and watched the sunset.
Makes you feel kind of lonely.
Safety catches off, everyone.
I've hunted tiger, wild boar, even elephants. But this is it, the ultimate big game. I mean, look at me. I'm shaking like a kid.
10 seconds.
Eccles, you shoot first. Second, Billings. Third, Kramer. Got it?
Got it.
Eccles?
Yeah, I got it.
Hold it.
Ahead. Through the mist.
There he is. There's his royal majesty.
It can't be. That thing could touch the moon.
It hasn't seen us yet.
It can't be killed. Oh, I was wrong. We were fools to count.
Shut up.
It's a nightmare.
Walk quietly and calmly back to the machine. You'll remit half your fee, no questions asked. Just do it.
I miscalculated. I didn't realize it would be this big. It's too big. Get me out of here, Travis. No.
It's Jesus! There's the red key on his chest.
Get me out of here. It was never like this before. I've met my match. I admit it. I'm getting out of here.
Echoes, don't run. Not that way, Echoes. Echoes, stay on the path. The master! Shoot him! Shoot him in the head! I got him! He's not going down!
He will.
Get out of the way! He's falling!
Watch out!
It's really dead.
No, it's dead, all right. That was a little too close. Here's a rag. Wipe the blood off. Wade, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Here, better wipe yourself off, too. Wade Eccles is in the machine. Get him back here.
Travis, watch out! The tree!
Right on time. That's the tree that was scheduled to fall and kill this animal. We just saved it the trouble.
Look at that beast. I've never seen anything so massive in my life. 10 tons of cold flesh, at least.
You want the trophy picture, Billings?
Huh?
Well, we can't take this thing back to the future with us. The body has to stay right here where it originally fell, so the insects and birds can get to it as they were intended to. Everything in balance. But we can take a picture of you and Kramer standing next to it.
I don't think so, Travis.
Hey, here comes Eccles.
Travis. I'm sorry, but believe me.
Eccles, you almost killed us all.
Travis,
save it. You're not coming back. We're leaving you.
You can't do that.
Stay out of this, Kramer. Eccles panicked, like I knew he would. And look at his shoes. Look at them. He ran off the path. He's ruined us. We'll lose our license to travel, and who knows what this imbecile's done to time, to history.
Take it easy. All he did was kick up some dirt.
How do we know that? We don't know anything. It's all a mystery.
I'll pay anything. 10,000. 100,000. No one has to know.
Walk over there, Eccles, next to the monster. Stick your arms up to your elbows in his mouth. Then you can come back with us.
Now, wait a minute.
The monster's dead, you yellow coward. We need the bullets back. They can't be left behind. They don't belong in the past. Here's my knife. Go over there and dig them out. All of them.
Give me that. You didn't have to make him do that.
Didn't I? He'll live. Next time he'll know better. He can stick to hunting jackrabbits. Come on, we'll wait for him in the machine. Everyone strap in. Wade, secure the hatch.
Yes, sir.
Travis. 9 shots. 9 bullets. Take them.
Strap in, Eccles.
Everything's secure.
Is it? Switch on. Let's go home.
1999, 2000, 2055. We're home.
Hey, don't look at me like that. I haven't done anything. So I stepped on some dirt. So what? I got a little mud on my shoes. Big deal. I mean, what do you want me to do?
Shut up, Eccles. Open that thing.
Travis, I'll pay anything. I mean it.
You know something, Eccles? I might just kill you yet. Get out! Everything all right here?
Fine. Welcome home.
You're sure?
Well, of course I'm sure. You know something we don't?
Okay, Eccles. You're one lucky guy. Now get out of here. Don't ever come back, ever. Eccles, did you hear me? What are you staring at?
Travis. The sign.
What sign?
On the wall. Read it. Time Safari Inc. Safaris to any year in the past. You name the animal. Take you there. You shoot it.
Spelling. It's all wrong. The letters.
Different alphabet.
No, it can't be. Not a little thing like that.
Spallner, who won the presidential election yesterday?
What? Are you kidding?
Who won?
Well, you know who won. Deutscher, of course. Who else? Not that weakling Keith.
Deutscher?
Yeah, we got an iron man now. A man with guts. What's wrong with you anyway?
Eccles, at the bottom of your shoe. There. In the mud. What is it? A butterfly. A dead butterfly.
What's wrong with you people?
It can't be. Not a little thing like a butterfly. Not a little thing like that.
A butterfly.
Well, can we go back? I mean, can we make it live again? Okay, can we start over? Come on!
It was just a small thing. A small thing that could upset balances and knock down a line of small dominoes, and then big dominoes, and then gigantic dominoes, all down the years, across time. The Sound of Thunder was adapted from the story by Ray Bradbury. Featured in the cast were Max Robinson, Bryce Chamberlain, Jay Bernard, Jeff Rader, Dwayne Hyatt, and Jennifer Olausen. Original music by Roger Hoffman and Greg Hansen. Production assistant was Patrick Mead. Associate producer was Jeff Rader. Bradbury 13 was created, produced, and directed by Mike McDonough. Executive producer was Dean Van Eitert. This program was produced with the funds provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting through National Public Radio Satellite Program Development Fund. The program was produced by Brigham Young University Media Services, which is solely responsible for its content. This is Paul Frees speaking.
This is Ray Bradbury. Join me for the next 30 minutes on a tour through time and space. Come along to the far future. Follow me into a strange past with stories that almost could be or might have been. Real or unreal, this is Bradbury 13.
They were the first Earthmen to reach the planet. They had traveled millions of miles through black space and landed in a fury of smoke and flames. But no one in the city noticed. The chances were 1 in a billion that they'd arrived at this planet among millions of planets at this precise moment. But they had. Ray Bradbury's The Man.
Captain Hart, you've got to see this. Look at it.
Look at what?
The trees, the fields. It looks like an autumn day in Wisconsin. We left in fall, remember?
Yes, we did, didn't we?
Oh, boy, in the air. It smells like country air right after a summer rainstorm. I may retire here permanently.
Yes, it's very nice, Martin. They should be here by now. Who? The people from the town. The welcoming committee. Somebody.
A welcoming committee?
At the very least. They ought to be halfway here by now. Do you see anything?
No. No welcoming committee, if that's what you mean.
Oh, they'll be here. You'll see. It's always the same. We fly in low over their city, make a lot of noise and show, and before you know it, they come running. This isn't your first assignment, Martin. You should know all that. You served with Burton, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. 7 years.
Well, he's a good man, Burton. But he's sly, like a fox. Always seems to be in the right place at the right time. You gotta watch him, Martin. Never give him an inch.
Yes, sir.
Well, now, let's get inside and suit up. I expect we won't have long to wait for a delegation from the city. Come on. Still nobody, and it's been hours.
Well, maybe the town's deserted.
No, I saw them look up as we flew over. They're there, all right. I don't believe this. Give me a light, Moon.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Captain, the grass!
Leave it. What? Let it burn. Maybe now they'll come and see what's happening.
But, sir...
They should at least notice their fields burning.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir is right, Martin. Now, look, you may not understand now, but you will someday.
Understand what? We didn't come here to burn their city down.
Martin, we landed here 2 hours ago, and does the welcoming committee rush out with a brass band to shake our hands? We ride millions of miles through space, and the fine citizens of some forgotten town on a forgotten planet ignore us. Well, I'll give them just 5 more minutes, and then...
And then you'll what?
And then we'll fly over their precious city and burn their rooftops. Now, that ought to get their attention.
Oh, yes, sir.
I don't understand it. Why aren't they running across the field? Are they hiding? Are they afraid?
No, sir. Here, take the binoculars. See for yourself.
Oh, give me those.
Everybody's just walking around. They're not frightened. They just don't seem to care.
Maybe they don't think we're important enough. We're within shouting distance, and they don't even notice us. I don't know why we bother. We build spaceships, we go to all the trouble to cross space searching for them, and this is what we get. Look at them. Don't they realize how big this is? The first space flight to reach their planet ever. We've been communicating with them for years, and finally we mount a trade expedition and risk our lives to get here. And they ignore us. Why, Martin?
I don't know, sir.
Here, take the binoculars. I can't bear to look anymore. Let's go in. It's getting chilly. Close the hatch. Why? Always on the go, always searching, always moving. Our guts always tight, never any rest.
Maybe we're looking for peace and quiet. Certainly not much of that on Earth right now.
No, there isn't, is there? Not since Darwin. Not since everything went by the board, everything we used to believe in. Ever since the last election, ban this, ban that, we can't even refer to divine power in the schools anymore. You think that's why we're going to the stars, eh, Martin?
Could be. Could be we're looking for our lost souls. Maybe if we look long enough, we'll find them on some other planet. Maybe we'll even find them on this planet.
Well, right now we need to find the mayor of that city out there.
Yes, sir.
Take a couple of men and go tell them who we are. Tell them we're the first Earth expedition to Planet 43 in Star System 6. Captain Hart sends his salutations and desires to meet the mayor. You got that?
Yes, sir.
On the double, Martin.
Captain.
Come in. What is it, Wells?
Lieutenant Martin's on the radio, sir.
Oh, good. I'll take it here.
Right.
Martin, is that you?
Yes, sir.
Well, what's happening, Martin? Did you find the mayor? Are you on your way with a delegation?
No, sir, I'm not.
Martin, explain yourself.
Well, sir, they're not coming.
Why? Martin, why aren't they coming?
Sir, no one wanted to come.
What?
Well, they're just not interested in our little spaceship.
Little spaceship?
Yes, sir. It seems that we've showed up at an inopportune time.
What are you talking about?
Well, sir, listen. Something big happened yesterday in the city. It was so big and so important that we're just second-rate at best.
How could we be second-rate at best?
Well, sir, yesterday in the city, a remarkable man appeared. He was good, intelligent, compassionate.
What's that got to do with us?
Well, it's very difficult to explain, sir.
Try, Martin.
Well, the man who appeared was someone that they've been waiting for a long time. Thousands of years, or longer.
Go on.
Well, yesterday he just walked into the city. And that's why today, sir, our landing means nothing.
Who was it? Not Ashley. So he arrived before us and stole the show, did he?
No, sir, it wasn't Ashley.
Then it was Burton. I knew it. Burton stole in ahead of me and ruined my landing. I told you he was a sly one.
Sir, it wasn't Burton either.
There were only 3 ships and we were in the lead. I don't understand. Who did land before us? What was his name?
He didn't have a name, sir. Doesn't need one. It'd be different on every planet anyway, sir.
Well, what did he do that was so wonderful that nobody even looks at our ship?
Well, for one thing, he healed the sick, comforted the poor. In only one day, sir, he fought hypocrisy and dirty politics and sat among the people, talking.
Talking? Is that all?
Yes, Captain.
Well, I don't get it. You're not making any sense. Martin, have you been drinking?
Captain, if you don't understand, there's no way for me to tell you.
Martin, you don't mean... you can't mean... this man you're talking about, he couldn't be...
That's what I mean, sir.
I don't believe it. Listen, don't you move an inch. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Do you understand?
I'll be here.
God, you've got to be Burton. Wells, get my gear.
Sir?
And my pistol. On the double man.
Yes, sir.
This is weird, Captain. The way everyone's walking around, just ignoring us. Like they see people from Earth every day.
Either they're all morons or they've all been hypnotized. Martin.
Yes, sir?
Let's get to the bottom of this. Who's in charge here?
Well, sir?
I am the mayor, Captain Hart.
Oh, you know who I am?
Of course. You were the captain of the ship that landed outside of town this afternoon. You were the first expedition from Earth, I believe. We welcome you.
Well, that's better. Thank you, Mayor. Now then, Mayor, about this occurrence yesterday.
Captain Hart, it's growing late and you must be very tired from your long journey. Couldn't this wait?
Now, you listen to me. I mean to get to the bottom of this right now, not later.
As you wish.
This occurrence, you have witnesses.
We have.
May we talk to them?
Talk to any of us. We are all witnesses.
You see, Martin, mass hallucination. And what did this man, this stranger, look like?
That would be hard to say.
Why is that?
Opinions might differ slightly.
Well, I'd like your opinion anyway, Mayor. Record this, Martin.
Recording, sir.
Captain, all I can say is that he was very kind and gentle. He was a great and knowing intelligence.
Yes, yes.
He radiated complete and total love for every person in this town.
Yes, I know all that. I want something specific.
Specific?
Yes. What did he look like?
I don't believe that is of consequence.
It is of great consequence. I want a description of this man. I want to know exactly what he looked like, and if I can't get it from you, then I'll get it from someone else.
Captain, take it easy, sir.
Look, Martin, I'm sure it must have been Burton, pulling one of his practical jokes. Now then, there was something else. A healing.
Many healings.
May I see one?
Of course. My son, right here.
I see. Young man, what was wrong with you?
It was my arm, sir.
Ah, and what was wrong with it?
It was...
Go ahead, son. Tell him.
It was crippled.
Ah, I see. And what did this man do for you?
He healed it.
Look at it, Captain. See for yourself.
My dear man, this isn't even circumstantial evidence. I didn't see the boy's crippled arm, and I see now only a normal well arm. This is no proof. Can you prove that his arm was crippled?
My word is my proof.
But you can't really expect me to go on hearsay, can you?
I'm sorry.
Do you have any pictures of the boy before today?
Pictures?
Yes. You know, photographs.
We have a painting. I'll send my boy to get it.
Don't bother with that. Anybody can paint a picture. Paintings can lie. I want a photograph of the boy.
I'm afraid we know nothing of photographs.
Well, we're getting absolutely nowhere. You see, Martin, absolutely nothing. Some imposter wanders through town whispering sweet nothings in their ears.
Stop it, Captain. What? Stop this. Stop what you're doing to these people.
What are you saying?
Listen, I like them. They're good, decent people, and I believe what they're saying.
Martin, how can you?
You're entitled to your opinion, okay? But just keep it to yourself.
You can't talk to me this way, mister.
Listen, I've had it with you. I'm up to here with your high hand.
Martin!
Can't you just leave these people alone? They've got something good and decent here, and you come along and foul it up for them.
Now you listen to me, mister.
No. I'm through listening to you. And people like you. Listen, I've gone through this city. I've seen their faces, and they've got something that you'll never have. Simple faith. And they'll move mountains with it. I think you're just burned up because someone got here ahead of you and stole your act.
Are you quite through?
Almost. I'm going to stay here with these people.
Martin, you can't do that.
Oh, can I? You try and stop me.
Martin.
This is what I came looking for. I didn't know it, but this is it. You can take your doubt and suspicion somewhere else and leave me here.
Martin, listen to me.
You listen to me. These people have had an experience, and you can't seem to get it through your head that this has really happened. And we
We almost arrived in time to be a part of it. You know, people on Earth have been waiting thousands of years for this. And we missed out just by a few hours. A few hours.
Martin, get a hold of yourself. You're crying like a baby. Now stop it.
I don't care.
Well, I do. Now we've got to keep a strong image in front of these people. You're overworked and you're tired. You've been under a strain, Martin. I understand. Months of space, travel, nostalgia, loneliness. I can understand that.
I don't want your understanding.
Well, can't you see this is one of Burton's tricks? To fool these people, to bilk them? He's going to set up his oil and mineral concerns under a religious guise. Now, don't be a fool, Martin. You know him by now. He'll do anything to get ahead, even blaspheme. Now, you know that.
No!
Come on, admit it. This is just the sort of thing that Burton would pull off. Polish up these citizens and pluck them when they're ripe. That's his way, Martin.
No. No, I won't believe it.
Wake up, Martin. This is a dirty world, and we're dirty people, and Burton's the dirtiest of us all. Oh, yes, but I have to admire the old dragon, flaming in here with blades and a halo. A soft word here, a medicated salve there. Oh, Burton's a clever one, all right.
No, I can't believe he'd do this.
Now, look, there, Martin, there, I understand. That's quite a shock for you, I know that. It's a rotten shame about Burton, but don't you worry. I forgive you. Yeah, now, let's get back to the ship. I'll talk to these people later. Leave it to me. Everything's going to be all right. You're right, Martin. The air is good here. More chow?
No, thanks.
Look at this report. Can you believe it? 36 people completely fooled. Now, it's Burton's work, all right, I'm positive. He'll probably be dropping back in a day or two to beat us out on our mining contract. I think I'll stick around and spoil it for him.
I'll kill him. I swear it.
Now, Martin.
I'll kill him, so help me I will.
Martin, you have to promise not to do anything violent. He's clever, you have to admit. Unethical, but clever.
He's dirty.
Look at this report. 30 cases of healings. A blind man restored to vision. A case of...
What is it?
Wells?
2 rockets approaching. It's Burton's ship. And Ashley's.
Yes, so Ashley's a part of this scam, too.
I can't believe it.
Like I said, Martin, the jackal's returning to the harvest. They can't wait to feed. There they are. Now watch this, Martin. When they find out I'm here, I'll get a cut right off the top. That'll show them.
What?
Oh, don't look at me so self-righteously. This is business.
Look, they're coming in too steep.
Are they crazy?
They're not crazy. They're in trouble.
Guys, my head! Get down!
Watch it!
Captain, watch it! Here comes the other ship! It's gonna hit!
Well, get all the medical kits you can and get back here. On the double.
Right.
See if you can get the hatch open. That's it.
There, I think I got it.
Help? Somebody help me.
Martin, help me with this man.
Help me?
It's all right, we've got you. Here, lie down.
Now, what happened? Tell us how this happened.
48 hours. 48 hours ago. Back in space.
Go ahead.
Sector 79. Our ship. At Ashley's.
Ashley?
Hit by a cosmic storm.
A storm?
Yes. Terrible storm.
Well, what happened?
Wiped out. Wiped out all crew killed.
What about Burton?
Burton's dead.
Burton?
Ashley died an hour ago.
Ashley and Burton both dead? Are you sure?
Dead. All dead.
You mean you've never been to this planet before this very second? Answer me! Answer me!
Captain, the man's dead. Leave him alone.
Help me up. We're the first ones. The only ones that have ever landed here.
And that man in the city yesterday?
Oh, that man.
Yes, what about that man, Captain?
We can't waste any time now. We've got to get to the city. Hurry! But you must know where he went.
He didn't say where he was going.
To one of the other nearby worlds.
I don't know.
But you must know.
You've interviewed hundreds of our citizens and heard hundreds of testimonies. What more can we do
Just
for you?
tell me where he is.
Captain Hard, look into the crowd. Look into their faces. Into their eyes. Look carefully. Do you see him?
No, I don't.
Then I'm sorry for you.
Look, Mayor, I've made a horrible mistake, and I want to see him now. Don't you understand? This is the most unusual thing in history. To be in on something like this. Chances are 1 in billions of this occurring again, ever. You must know where he's gone.
I'm sorry.
You're hiding him.
No.
I'd advise you to start talking.
Captain, put that away.
Shut up. I swear I'll shoot you. Now tell me.
There's no way to tell you anything.
Liar.
You poor man.
Tell me.
I can't.
Tell me or I'll kill you.
How can I?
Have it your own way then.
Oh, Mayor. It's all right. Put down your gun, Captain. You're only hurting yourself.
I don't need you. If I missed him by one day here, I'll go on to another world. And another. And another. Maybe I'll miss him by half a day on the next planet, and a quarter of a day on the third planet, and 2 hours on the next, and a minute on the next. But after that one day, I'll catch up to him. Do you hear that? I'll find him. Now come along, Martin. Help me.
No, sir, I'm staying here.
What? You're a fool. Well, stay if you like, but I'm going on, and so are the others as far as we can.
I'll be all right. Help him to the ship. I'll be along shortly.
All right. Just to the ship. That's as far as I go.
That's up to you. Come on.
The ship's ready, sir.
Stand by, Mr. Wells. I'll be right there.
Yes, sir.
Martin, you sure you won't come?
No, sir. I'm staying.
It'll be a great adventure. I know I'll find him.
Captain, when you find him, if you find him, what will you ask him?
Ask him? Why, I'll ask him for a little peace and quiet. It's been a long time since I relaxed.
Did you ever just try?
I don't understand.
Well, never mind. Goodbye, Captain.
Goodbye, Mr. Martin. Oh, Martin.
Yes?
Will you shake my hand?
Good luck.
Yes. Thank you.
man. He'll go on, planet after planet, seeking and seeking. And always he will be an hour late, or a half hour, or a minute, or a second. And he will go on and on, thinking to find that very thing which he left behind him here on this planet, in this city.
Yes. If only he'd searched our faces with his heart.
If only. Well, come along now, Mr. Martin. We'll be late. And we mustn't keep him waiting.
The Man was adapted from the story by Ray Bradbury. Featured in the cast were Max Golightly, Scott Wilkinson, Lynn McKinley, Mike McDonough, and Mike Flynn. Original music by Roger Hoffman and Greg Hansen. Production assistant was Patrick Mead. Associate producer was Jeff Rader. Bradbury 13 was created, produced, and directed by Mike McDonough. Executive producer was Dean Van Eitert. This program was produced with the funds provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting through National Public Radio Satellite Program Development Fund. The program was produced by Brigham Young University Media Services, which is solely responsible for its content. This is Paul Frees speaking.
This is Ray Bradbury. Join me for the next 30 minutes on a tour through time and space. Come along to the far future. Follow me into a strange past with stories that almost could be or might have been. Real or unreal, this is Bradbury 13.
It was a huge cloud of vapors. A big sniffing hound trying to smell him out. It pushed its wet, cold nose up to the house, taking air, trying to get in the windows and doors, following him from room to room, watching him from all the windows, waiting. Ray Bradbury's The Wind.
Herb, the phone. Herb, get that. I'm busy with the food.
Coming. Hello.
Hello, Herb?
Oh, it's you, Alan.
Yes. Herb, I have to ask you something.
Go ahead, Alan. I'm listening.
Well, I just wondered if your wife was home.
Sure. Why?
Darn.
What's up?
Nothing.
You sound funny, Alan.
No, really, I'm fine.
Good.
Herb, I wondered if you could come over tonight.
Can't. We're having company. Stoddard and his wife, you know. Haven't seen them in months.
I really wanted you to come over tonight.
Sorry.
When's your wife going away?
That's next week, Alan.
For how long?
She'll be in Ohio for about 9 days. Her mother's sick. I'll come over then.
I wish you could come over tonight.
I would if I could, but with company and all, my wife would kill me.
Well, I know, but I wish you'd come over.
What is it? Alan?
Oh, nothing.
Is it the wind? Is it?
Oh, no.
It is the wind again, isn't it?
It's the wind.
Alan, it's a clear night. There's not much wind.
Well, there's enough. It comes in the window and blows the curtains a little bit. Just enough to tell me...
Who is it, honey?
It's Alan. Look, Alan, why don't you come and spend the night here? We got plenty of room.
Oh, no. No, it's too late for that.
It's only 6:30. You could be here by 7.
No, it might catch me on the way over.
It's not that far.
Well, 30 miles. I wouldn't dare. But thanks. Besides, it's already getting dark.
Well, take a sleeping pill anyway.
Sure.
Herb, dinner's on.
Be right there. Alan, dinner's waiting.
Right. Herb, I've been standing at the door for the past hour. I can see it building up from the west. There's some clouds there, and I saw one of them kind of rip apart at the top. There's a wind coming, all right.
Well, you just take a sleeping pill and call me anytime.
You mean it?
Of course I do. Later this evening if you want. We'll be home all night.
All night?
Yes. Call me later.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, Alan?
Yeah, but I wish you'd come out. I wouldn't want you hurt or anything. You're my best friend, Herb, and I wouldn't want anything to happen to you on my account.
No.
After all, there's no telling what could happen if you tried to come out here. Maybe it's best I face this thing alone. I'm sorry to bother you.
What are friends for, Alan? Tell you what you do. Sit down and get some writing done this evening. How does that sound?
Sure.
You'll forget all about the Himalayas and the Valley of the Winds and this preoccupation with storms and hurricanes. Get another chapter done on your next travel book.
Yeah, I might do that. Maybe I will. I don't know. Maybe I will. Thanks a lot for letting me bother you.
No problem, Alan. Gotta go. My wife's calling me to dinner. Okay, pal?
Sure. Thanks, Herb.
Bye-bye.
Well, what did he want tonight?
Same thing, you know.
Him and his winds. He's got winds that blow up and winds that blow down and blow hot and blow cold.
Well, he did have quite a time in the Himalayas during the war.
You don't believe what he said about that valley, do you?
No. I don't know.
Herb.
Well, it makes a good story.
And that's all it is, a story.
Maybe.
Climbing around. Climbing things. Why do men climb mountains and scare themselves? Eat your dinner.
It was snowing.
Was it?
And raining. And hailing and blowing all at once in that valley. Alan's told me a dozen times. He tells it well.
He should.
Well, he was up pretty high. Clouds and all. The valley made a noise.
I bet it did.
Like a lot of winds instead of just one. Winds from all over the world. At least that's what he says.
He shouldn't have gone there in the first place. You go poking around, and first thing you know, you get funny ideas. Like winds getting angry at you for intruding and following you home.
Don't make fun of him. He's my best friend.
It's all so silly.
Not to Alan.
Well...
He's been through a lot, you know. That big storm in Bombay, and then that typhoon off New Guinea 2 months later, and that time in Cornwall.
I have no sympathy for a man who continually runs into windstorms and hurricanes and then gets a persecution complex because of it.
I'll get it.
Don't answer it.
Well, maybe it's important.
It's only Alan again. Let it ring.
But I...
There. That wasn't so hard.
I hope it wasn't anything important. Like the office or the kids.
Your mate's getting cold. I don't believe it.
I can't let it ring.
Herb!
Hello.
Herb, it's Alan.
Oh, hello.
Herb, it's here. It got here.
You're too near the receiver. Back up a little.
Is it Alan again?
Herb, I stood in the open door and waited for it. I saw it coming down the highway, shaking all the trees one by one until it shook the trees just outside the house. And it dived down toward the door, and I slammed the door in its face.
How interesting.
Herb, what is it?
It's nothing. I'll be off the phone in a minute.
It's all around the house, Herb. In the back, in the front, all alongside by the bushes. I can't get out now. I can't do anything.
I see.
But I fooled it. I let it think it had me, and just as it came down to get me, I slammed the door and locked it. I've got a good, sturdy front door now. Put it up last Saturday. I was ready for it. I've been getting ready for weeks.
Have you now? Well, tell me about it.
It started about 6 weeks ago.
Oh, yes?
I thought I had it licked.
Did you?
I thought it had given up following and trying to get me, But it was just waiting.
Was it?
Yes, and then 6 weeks ago I heard the wind laughing and whispering around the corners of my house out here just for an hour or so. Not very long, and not very loud. Then it went away.
Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it.
But it came back the next night. It slammed the shutters and kicked sparks out of the chimney.
I see.
It came back 5 nights in a row, a little stronger each time. When I opened the front door, it came in and tried to pull me out of the house, but it wasn't strong enough. Tonight, it is.
Glad to hear you're feeling better.
I'm not better. What's wrong with you? Is your wife listening to us?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, I see. I know I sound like a fool.
Not at all. Go on.
Well, there's this...
Herb, I'm going back to the kitchen.
Fine, I'll be right there. Go ahead, Alan. You can talk now. My wife's out of the room. Get it out of your system. You'll sleep better.
Herb, it's all around the house now. Like a great big vacuum cleaner nuzzling at all the gables.
What was that?
It's knocking the trees around in the yard.
That's funny. I don't hear any wind outside.
Oh, of course not. It doesn't care about you, only about me.
I guess that's one way to explain it.
It's a killer, Herb. The biggest, meanest, prehistoric killer that ever hunted prey. It's trying to smell me out, find me. When it finds me in the parlor, it drives its pressure there. And when I'm in the kitchen, it goes there. It's trying to get in the windows now. But I had them reinforced. I put new hinges on all the doors and new bolts. It's a strong house, all right. They built them strong in the old days.
Yes, they did.
I've got all the lights on now. All over the house. The house is lit bright as day. The wind followed me from room to room, looking through all the windows. When I switched on the lights...
Alan, what's going on?
It just snatched off the front screen door.
I wish you'd come over here and spend the night.
I can't leave the house. Not now. I can't do anything like that. I know this wind. Oh, it's big and it's clever, all right. I tried to light a match a moment ago, and a little draft sucked the flame out. It likes to play games. It likes to taunt me. It's taking its time with me. It's gone all night. Look at that.
What is it, Alan?
One of my old travel books on the library table. You won't believe this, Herb. A little breeze from some little hole in the house is blowing open the pages one by one. I wish you were here to see this. There's my introduction going by. Do you remember the introduction to my book on Tibet, Herb?
Yes.
Remember, it says, this book is dedicated to those who lost the game of elements, written by one who has seen, but who has always escaped.
Yes, I remember.
Herb, the lights just went out.
Alan?
The power lines just went down. Are you there, Herb?
I'm here. I hear you.
Figures, doesn't it? The wind doesn't like all that light in my house, so it tore the power lines down. The telephone will probably go next. Oh, it's a real party, me and the wind. Just a second. Hang on.
Alan?
What is it?
I don't know.
I'm back. There was a draft from the door, so I shoved some wadding under it to keep it from blowing on my feet. I'm glad you didn't come out after all, Herb. I wouldn't want you in this mess. There. It just broke one of the living room windows. And there's a regular gale in this house, knocking pictures off the wall. Do you hear it?
I hear it.
It wants me alive, Herb. It doesn't dare knock the house down in one fell blow. That'd kill me, and it wants me alive. So it can pull me apart finger by finger. It wants what's inside me. My mind, my brain. It wants intellect.
Herb, your supper's getting ruined.
My wife's calling me, Alan. I have to finish dinner.
It's a big cloud of vapors. Winds from all over the world. The same wind that ripped the Celebes a year ago. The same Pampero that killed in Argentina. The typhoon that fed on Hawaii. The same one that battered the coast of Africa early this year. It's part of all those storms I escaped from. Followed me from the Himalayas because it didn't want me to know what I know about the Valley of the Winds, where it gathers and plans its destruction. I know its feeding grounds. I know where it is born and where parts of it expire, and it hates me for that. The books I write tell how to defeat it, and it doesn't want me preaching anymore. It wants to incorporate me into its huge body to give it knowledge. It
wants me on its side.
I have to hang up now, Alan. My wife...
What? What did you say?
Call me back in about an hour, Alan.
But I can't...
In an hour. Goodbye, Alan. What's it like out tonight?
Nice. Not very chilly. Lots of stars. Why?
Nothing.
Herb?
Pass the bread, will you?
Full house. I just can't believe it.
You can believe it. Look for yourself.
Maybe you better quit while you're ahead, dear.
Absolutely not. Deal the cards, Liz.
Well, all right, but don't say you weren't warned.
Just deal them.
Anyone like some more sandwiches?
Not me. I'm stuffed.
How about you, dear? Herb? Want a sandwich?
I don't think Herb's with us tonight.
Sorry, Stoddard. Just been thinking. Here we all are, and life sure is funny.
That's profound. How do you figure that?
Oh, I don't know, except here we are living our lives, and someplace else on Earth, 1 billion other people live their lives.
That's a rather obvious statement.
Stoddard, life can be a lonely thing, even with married people. Sometimes when you're in a person's arms, you feel 1 million miles away from them.
Well, I like that.
Well, I didn't mean it that way. I mean, we all believe what we believe and live our own little lives while other people live entirely different ones. I mean, we sit here in this room while 1,000 people are dying all over the world. Some have cancer, some have pneumonia, some having heart attacks. I bet someone's dying right this second of a car accident.
This isn't very stimulating conversation.
I mean, we all live and don't think about how other people think or live their lives or die. We wait until death comes to us. What I mean is, here we sit on our self-assured rear ends while 30 miles away in a big old house completely surrounded by night and who knows what, one of the finest guys who ever lived is... Sorry. Is it my turn?
You dealt. It's my lead.
Right.
Oh, no.
I'll get it. Hello?
Herb, I've been calling and calling. What's it like at your house?
What do you mean, what's it like?
Has your company come?
Of course they've come.
Are you talking, laughing, and playing cards?
Yes, but what's that got to do?
Are you all cozy with the windows up and a fire crackling?
Alan, what's...
Sounds great, Herb. Sounds great. I wish I could be there. I wish I didn't know the things that I know. I wish a lot of things.
Alan, are you all right?
So far, so good. I'm locked in the kitchen now.
Why?
Well, simple, Herb. Part of the front wall of the house blew in about 10 minutes ago.
What?
Well, don't worry. I planned my retreat. The kitchen door gives, I'm heading for the cellar. If I'm lucky, I may hold out there until morning. It'll have to tear the whole damn house down to get me, and the cellar door is pretty solid. I have a shovel down there. I may dig deeper.
What's that?
That? Well, that's the voices of thousands killed in a typhoon, a hurricane, a cyclone. That's what the wind is. It's a lot of people, dead people. The wind killed them, took their minds to give itself intelligence, and took all their voices and made them into one voice. All those millions of people killed in the past 10,000 years, tortured and run from continent to continent on the backs and bellies of monsoons and whirlwinds. Oh, Herb, what a poem you could write about it. Hear it? Listen.
Come on back, Herb. It's your turn.
Alan,
That's how the wind gets more intelligent each year.
It adds to itself, body by body, life by life.
We're waiting for you, Herb.
Look, I'm on the phone. Can't you see? I'm on the phone. Alan, if you want me to come out there now, I will. I should have come earlier.
No thanks, Herb. Not now. This is a grudge fight. Wouldn't do to have you in it. I'd better hang up now. The kitchen door looks bad. I'll have to get in the cellar.
Call me back later?
Maybe, if I can. If I'm lucky. Frankly, I'm amazed it left the phone lines up so long. I've escaped so many times before, but I think it has me now. I think it does. I hope I haven't bothered you too much, Herb.
You haven't bothered anyone, Alan. Call me back in a few minutes. Okay?
I'll try.
It's about time.
Sorry.
How is he? Is he sober?
He's never taken a drink in his life. I should have gone out there hours ago.
He's called every night for 6 weeks, and you've gone out there at least 10 nights to stay with him. And nothing was wrong.
He needs help. He might hurt himself.
You were just out there 2 nights ago. You can't always be running after him.
I know.
Herb, what's the problem? Alan needs professional help. The kind of help we can't give him.
I know that. Don't you think I know that? First thing in the morning, I'll have someone look at him.
Who?
I don't know.
Hey, my brother-in-law is a psychologist with the school district. I bet he could recommend somebody.
Sure, Jerry knows lots of people. He could help Alan.
I've fought against this for months.
I know, but it's for his own good, Herb.
I know. You're right. If only he'd had an easier time of it. He was the only one to survive a blizzard in the Himalayas during the war. He almost froze to death hanging onto a rope. When they found him, they could hardly pry his fingers loose. He was in the hospital 6 months recovering from that.
Poor man. No wonder he needs help.
He wanted an old house surrounded by trees where the wind couldn't get at him.
There's nothing more you can do for him, Herb.
First thing in the morning, I'll take care of it.
We'd better be going.
Oh, so soon?
I think so.
Yeah. Oh, thanks for everything. Hope things work out for everyone.
I'll call you later, Liz.
Sure thing. Good night.
Night.
Night, Herb.
Drive careful.
Sorry. I know that's not the first evening Alan spoiled.
I'll clean up.
I think I'll see how he's doing.
What aggravate thing?
I just need to know. What?
Well, what is it?
Oh, the call didn't go through.
Try the operator.
Operator, could you please try 555-0512?
All the lines are down in that district.
They're what?
When the lines are repaired, your call will go through.
She hung up.
What's wrong?
The telephone lines are down.
They are?
I knew it.
Where are you going?
I'm getting my coat and going out there. I should have been there hours ago. I just knew it. The poor guy's probably scared out of his wits by now. And to think he asked my help and I refused him. Some friend I am.
Don't.
I've got to get out there. Don't you understand?
What was that?
I don't know. It's coming from the door. There's someone out there.
This hour.
Listen. I'd know that laugh anywhere. It's Alan.
Alan?
Yes. Here, take my coat. He must have come over in his car after all. He couldn't wait until morning to tell me his confounded stories about the wind. Listen to that. He probably brought some friends with him. Sounds like a lot of other people. Alan, you old... Alan? Hey, none of your tricks now. Come on. Where are you, Alan?
Alan? Alan? Alan, where are you?
The wind died down, sad, mourning in the high trees, passing away, going back out to the sea, to the Celebes, to the Ivory Coast, to Sumatra and Cape Cod, to Cornwall and the Philippines, fading, fading, fading. The Wind was adapted from the story by Ray Bradbury. Featured in the cast were Bob Nelson, Charlotte Nelson, Jesse Bennett, Mike Flynn, and Janet Swenson. Original music by Roger Hoffman and Greg Hansen. Production assistant was Patrick Mead. Associate producer was Jeff Rader. Bradbury 13 was created, produced, and directed by Mike McDonough. Executive producer was Dean Van Eitert. This program was produced with the funds provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting through National Public Radio Satellite Program Development Fund. The program was produced by Brigham Young University Media Services, which is solely responsible for its content. This is Paul Frees speaking.
This is Ray Bradbury. Join me for the next 30 minutes on a tour through time and space. Come along to the far future. Follow me into a strange past with stories that almost could be or might have been. Real or unreal, this is Bradbury 13.
There were fireworks the very first night. Things that you should be afraid of, perhaps, for they might remind you of other more horrible things, but these were beautiful rockets that ascended into the ancient soft air of Mexico and shook the stars apart in blue and white fragments. Everything was good and sweet. The air was that blend of the dead and the living, of the rains and the dusts. And in the shadows, with bottles of assorted liquor at his elbow, the man in the Panama hat lit a Turkish cigarette and stared into the crowd, searching. Ray Bradbury's The Fox in the Forest.
¡Pablo! ¡Mira los cohetes!
Llama a tu mamá y a tu hermana y diles que salgan y que vengan a ver.
Oh, Bill, isn't it wonderful?
Well, they sure know how to celebrate down
Whoever
here.
thought they did this back in 1938?
Yes, 1938. It's a good year for fireworks and tequila. Have some more.
No, I've had too much already.
Here come the papier-mâché bulls. Look.
I've never enjoyed myself so much in my life.
It's amazing.
It will go on, won't it?
Sure, all night probably.
No, I mean our trip.
Of course it will. I've got enough travelers checked for a lifetime in Mexico. Enjoy yourself. Don't worry about it.
They could find us.
Forget it, Susan. They won't find us here.
Never?
Never. Look, they killed a bull. Let's take a look at him.
Bill, that man in the cafe.
What about him?
I saw him in the plaza this morning.
Take it easy. He's nobody.
But he was in the hall last night when we went to our room.
Don't look back. Keep walking. Examine the papier-mâché bull here. That's it.
Do you think he's from the searchers?
They couldn't follow us. We were too careful.
What if they did? What if he followed us back through 200 years?
Watch yourself. Keep looking at the bull. We'll be all right.
I need to sit down.
Not out here. Let's go in the cafe and drink right in front of him, so if he is what we think he is, he won't suspect a thing.
No, I can't.
We've got to. Come on now, inside. And so I said to David, without ridiculous.
We're here. Who are we? Where are we going? My name is Anne Kristen. My husband's is Roger. We lived in the year 2155 AD in a world that was evil. A world that was like a great black ship pulling away from the shore of sanity and civilization, roaring its black horn in the night, taking 2 billion people with it, whether they wanted to go or not, to death, to fall over the edge of the earth and the sea in radioactive flame and madness. And then one blue April morning, the phone call. Hello?
Hi, Anne. This is Renee. Hey, have you heard?
Heard?
I mean about Travel in Time Incorporated. Trips to Rome in 21 BC, to Napoleon's Waterloo, anytime, any place.
Renee, you're joking.
No, I'm not. Clinton Smith left this morning for Philadelphia in 1776. Time travel arranges everything. Oh, it costs a lot, but just think. To actually see the burning of Rome, Kubla Khan, Moses in the Red Sea.
But how did you hear about it?
It came over the screen this morning.
Let me check. Renee, it's on right now. Listen.
The Wright brothers at Kitty Hawk. Travel in Time Incorporated can costume you, put you in a crowd during the assassination of Lincoln or Caesar. We guarantee to teach you any language you need to move freely in any civilization, in any year, any era without detection. Latin, Greek, ancient American colloquial. Take your vacation in time as well as place. For information on this exciting new concept.
Oh, Renee, it sounds wonderful.
Tom and I leave for 1492 tomorrow. They're arranging for us to sail with Columbus. Oh, isn't it amazing?
It's unbelievable. What does the government say about this time machine company?
Oh, the police have an eye on it. Afraid some people might evade the draft and run off and hide in the past. Everyone has to leave a security bond behind. You know, his house, his belongings, to guarantee return. After all, the war's on.
Yes. They won't let anyone forget the war.
Anyway, when I heard about this travel in time, I called Tom up at the office and told him all about it, and he was as amazed as I was.
Here was the chance that Roger and I had talked and prayed about for so many years. To run away from his work at the bomb factory and from mine at the disease culture unit. To run for centuries into a wild country of years where they will never find us and bring us back to burn our books, scald our minds with fear. So we ran, my husband and I. Roger, Kristen, Roger, Kristen.
Anne?
Roger Kristen. Mr. Roger Kristen, isn't it?
I'm afraid you're mistaken.
Mr. Kristen, you did not pull your pant legs up before you sat down.
You've got the wrong person. My name's not Christler.
Kristen.
I'm William Travis, and I don't see what my pant legs have to do with you, Mr.
Sims. May I sit down?
Well...
Let me apologize. I thought I knew you because you did not pull your trousers up. Everyone does. If you don't, the trousers bag quickly.
Very interesting, Mr. Sims.
I'm a long way from home, Mr. Travis, and in need of company.
Mr. Sims, we appreciate your predicament, but, well, we're tired and about ready to head for our room. We're leaving for Acapulco in the morning.
Oh, charming spot. I was just there, looking for some friends of mine.
Oh? And did you find them?
No, I'm afraid not. But I will. Oh, is your wife feeling ill?
Oh, it's nothing. Well, good night, Mr. Sims. Come on, Susan.
Good night. Oh, just one other thing.
Yes, Mr. Sims?
2155 AD.
What nerve! Him sitting there looking us up and down like animals. Smoking his cigarettes, drinking his drinks. I should have killed him then.
Bill.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just upset. Look, why don't you lie down? I'll get you something to drink. I even had the nerve to use his real name on us. Sims, the chief of the searchers. They must really want us bad if they sent him here. Here, drink this.
Thank you.
And that thing about my pant legs. I knew I should have pulled them up when I sat down. It's an automatic gesture in this day and age. When I didn't do it, it made him think, now here's a man who never wore pants. A man used to breech uniforms and future styles. Oh, I could kill myself for giving us away.
No, it was my walk. These high heels that did it. And our haircut, so new, so fresh. Everything about us is odd, different. And the way we drink liquor. Anyone could tell we're not used to that.
Liquor and cigarettes. Everything we can't get in the future. It gave him away, too. Did you see all the bottles on the table he was sitting at? He's still testing us. He's not positive of us, not completely. We can't run out now. We'll have to go to Acapulco leisurely.
Maybe he is sure of us, but he's just playing.
No, I wouldn't put it past him. He's got all the time in the world. Well, he could dally here for weeks and bring us back to the future 60 seconds after we left it. He might keep us wondering for days, laughing at us.
They won't make a scene, will they?
No, they wouldn't dare. Their only chance is to get us alone in front of that travel machine.
We'll stay in crowds then. We'll never be alone. We'll make 1 million friends, visit markets. We could pay the chief of police to protect us until we find a way to get rid of Sims and escape. We could change our clothes and disguise ourselves as Mexicans, even...
Shh! Listen. There's someone in the hall.
Shut off the lights. Sims. It had to be him.
He's gone now.
They're still celebrating down there.
Probably all night.
Bill, that building in the plaza.
What building?
That one, that big one. What is it?
That's a church.
I thought so. I've often wondered what a church looked like. It's been a long time since anyone saw one.
Would you like to visit it tomorrow?
Could we? I'd really like that.
Sure. First thing after breakfast. Well, come on. Let's get some sleep. Susan, leave it. Susan?
Hello?
The rabbits may hide in the forest, but a fox can always find them.
Susan, what is it?
It was Sims.
Never mind. Go to sleep. Susan, wake up, wake up.
Oh, Bill, I was dreaming.
I know. But we're here now, not there. Just go to sleep.
Senor, your breakfast.
Thank you. Well, I hope these eggs are as good as they smell.
It still amazes me. Fresh ham and eggs anytime you want them.
Sounds like a traffic jam out there. Wonder what it is.
Oh, senor, you have not heard? An American motion picture company is here making a movie on location.
A movie, huh? Sounds interesting. Let's watch them. What do you say?
Well...
Come on, let's watch some film. Get our minds off everything. They say primitive filmmaking was really something. We can go to Acapulco later, okay?
Sure, why not?
Sue, here comes Sims down the stairs. Smile at him. That's right. Oh, he can't do anything with all these people around.
That's right. He can't, can he?
Of course not. Look, here come the actors. Maybe I could hire two of them, dress them up in our clothes, have them drive off in our car, and let Sims follow them. While he's chasing them, we could make it to Mexico City. It'd take him years to find us there.
Do you think we could?
Watch it.
Hey, American tourist. I'm so sick of seeing Mexicans I could kiss you. Come and eat with us.
Well,
come on. Misery loves company. I'm Misery, and this is Miss Gloom.
Hi.
And Mr. and Mrs. Boy, do we hate Mexico. We all hate it. But we're here doing some preliminary shots for a film.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, the rest of the crew gets here tomorrow. My name's Joe Melton, the director of this epic.
How do you do? I'm Bill Travis. This is my wife, Sue.
Glad to meet you. Boy, ain't this a country? Funerals in the streets and people dying. Come on, move over. Cheer us up.
Sure, we've got room.
Bill, here comes Sims.
Who's Sims?
Mr. and Mrs. Travis. I thought we were breakfasting together, alone.
Sorry.
Sit down, pal. Any friend of theirs is a pal of mine.
Thank you, Mr.
Melton, Joe Melton. Hey, waiter, how about some service?
Muy bien.
I hope you slept well, Mr. Travis.
Did you?
I'm not used to spring mattresses, but there are compensations. I stayed up half the night trying new cigarettes and foods.
Oh?
Yes, fascinating. A whole new spectrum of sensations, these ancient vices.
Ancient vices? What do you mean?
Always play acting. It's no use. Nor is the stratagem of crowds. I'll get you alone soon enough. I'm immensely patient.
Say, is this guy giving you any trouble?
It's all right.
Say the word and I'll give him the bum's rush. Hey, waiter, I'm starving.
Sí, ya lo tengo.
Let's come to the point, Mr. Travis. It took me a month of tracing you through towns and cities once you left New York, and all of yesterday to be sure of you. If you come with me quietly, I might be able to get you off with no punishment, if you agree to go back and work on the bomb.
This guy's a real talker, ain't he?
Think it over, Mr. Travis. You can't escape.
We don't know what you're talking about.
Stop it. Use your intelligence. You know we can't let you get away. Other people might get the same idea. We need people.
To fight your wars?
Bill!
It's all right, Susan. We'll talk on his terms now.
Excellent. Really, you've both been incredibly romantic running away from your responsibilities.
Running away from horror.
Nonsense. Only a war.
Wait a minute. What are you guys talking about?
Only a war. Half the world dead of disease bombs.
Nevertheless, the inhabitants of the future resent you two hiding out here. Dying people love to know that others die with them. Death loves death, not life.
Well, not us, Sims.
The longer you keep me waiting, the harder it will go for you. We need you on the bomb project. Return now, no unpleasantness. If you wait, we'll force you to work. Then we'll try a few disease cultures on you, Mr. Travis.
I have a proposition. I'll come back with you if my wife stays here.
Bill!
That's my offer.
All right. Meet me in the plaza in 10 minutes. I'll be sitting on the bench by the tree. Pick me up in your car and we'll drive to a deserted spot and have the travel machine pick us up there.
Bill!
It's all right, Susan. It's settled. One last thing, Sims. Last night you could have gotten in our room and kidnapped us, but you didn't.
Shall we say I was enjoying myself? I hate the thought of giving up this wonderful atmosphere, this vacation. I shall regret leaving it all behind. The plaza, then. In 10 minutes. Your wife will be safe here and may stay as long as she wishes. Say your goodbyes.
There goes Mr. Big Talk. Goodbye, Mr. Big Talk.
Susan, wait for me on the balcony.
But
I can't explain. Just wait for me. It'll be all right. Trust me.
Hey, where are you two going? Hey!
I think so.
Hmm. 10:30. Come on, Mr. Kristen. I mean, Mr. Travis. You've got a date with a bomb. Good. Right on time. This was easier than I thought. What? He's crazy. No, 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 no!
Adios, senor.
Will they want to see you again?
No, we went over it and over it. It was an accident. I lost control of the car. Oh, I wept for him. I hated to kill him. I've never wanted to do anything like that in my life.
They won't prosecute you?
Well, they talked about it, but no, I talked faster. It was an accident. It's over.
Where will we go? Mexico City?
Car's in the repair shop. We'll be ready at 4 this afternoon, then we'll get in it and go.
Will we be followed? Maybe Sims wasn't alone.
Well, at least we'll have a little head start on them anyway.
Hey, Bill, Susan.
Oh, hi, Joe.
I heard what happened today. That's a rotten shame. You okay?
No, I'll be fine.
Well, you ought to get your minds off it. We're doing some shooting up the street here. Come on up and watch. It'll do you good.
I don't know.
Oh, you ought to see me work, Bill. It's really something.
Honey?
Sure, we'll be glad to.
Great. I'll see you in a minute. All right, back to work, everyone.
Hey, Jack, kill that light up there, will you?
Do you see anyone suspicious?
No. I don't know. What time is it?
3 o'clock. Car should be ready soon. Well, let's watch Melton filming for a while, and we'll get back to the hotel and pack. Come on.
Okay, let's set up this other shot. Come on. Get a move on.
Boy, what a day, huh? Hey, Bill, Sue, what do you think of that scene we shot?
It was fine.
Fine? It was a Rembrandt. What do you mean, fine? You folks going upstairs?
Oh, we've got to pack. Our car's almost ready.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm parched. Come on up to my room for a drink. What do you say?
Well, maybe one.
Great! Come on, everyone. The drinks are on me.
Watch the time. Let me know when it's 4.
Come on in, you two. What do you have? Martini? Beer? How about some champagne?
Sounds wonderful.
You got it, pretty gal. Here we go, Bill, Susan. Bottoms up.
Cheers.
Hey, no long faces. Drink up. Here's to a very beautiful lady, lovely enough for film. I'm might even give you a test. I mean it. I can make you a star.
And take us to Hollywood?
Well, of course. Get out of Mexico for good. Hey, wouldn't she be a knockout?
Could be just what we're looking for. A little change in our lives.
Sure. Have some more champagne.
Sounds too good to be true.
Let me refill it, Bill.
What kind of film would my wife be good for?
Well, I'd like to do a story of suspense.
Really?
Absolutely. A story of a man and wife, like yourselves.
Go on.
Sort of a war story, maybe. A story of a couple who live in a little house on a little street in the year 2155, maybe. This is ad lib, you understand, but this man and wife are faced with a terrible war. Superplus neutron bombs, censorship, death. And here's the gimmick. They escape into the past, followed by a man they think is evil, but who's only trying to show them what their duty is. You dropped your glass, Bill. But you must hear the rest of the plot. This couple take refuge with a group of film people whom they learn to trust. Safety in numbers, they say to themselves. Ah, that's a fine wine, don't you think? Well, this man and woman, it seems, don't realize how important they are to the future. The man especially is the keystone to a new bomb metal. So the searchers, let's call them, spare no trouble or expense to find them and take them home. Once they get them totally alone in a hotel room where no one can see. Strategy, Bill. Strategy. The searchers work alone or in groups of 8. One trick or another will do it. Don't you think it will make a wonderful film, Susan? Don't you, Bill?
You... A gun!
Stay back! Get him! That was a stupid move, Mr. Christian. You only made matters worse.
Someone's coming.
Let me in! Open the door!
The manager, give up, Melton. It's too late. Nonsense. We've got all the time in the world. Switch on the camera.
The camera! Bill, the machine's in the camera!
Clever, don't you think? Say goodbye to Mexico, Mr. and Mrs. Kristen.
No! Let me in! Open the door! Let me in! Open the door!
But they were just here. We heard them. I saw them come in. Now it's empty.
Es imposible.
Quickly. Oh, Santa Maria, we must summon the priest and have him sprinkle the room with holy water and give it his blessing.
What should we do with this?
What is it?
Bottles and bottles. Cognac, vermouth, tequila, Turkish cigarettes, and hundreds of cigars.
Throw them out. Throw them out.
The Fox in the Forest was adapted from the story by Ray Bradbury. Featured in the cast were Neil Barth, Barta Heiner, Linwood Thompson, Jay Bernard, and Janet Swenson. Original music by Roger Hoffman and Greg Hansen. Production assistant was Patrick Mead. Associate producer was Jeff Rader. Bradbury 13 was created, produced, and directed by Mike McDonough. Executive producer was Dean Van Eitert. This program was produced with the funds provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting through National Public Radio Satellite Program Development Fund. The program was produced by Brigham Young University Media Services, which is solely responsible for its content. This is Paul Frees speaking.
This is Ray Bradbury. Join me for the next 30 minutes on a tour through time and space. Come along to the far future. Follow me into a strange past with stories that almost could be or might have been. Real or unreal, this is Bradbury 13.
The rocket ship sank down towards Planet 7 of Star System 84. They had traveled millions upon millions of miles. Earth was far away, her system and her sun forgotten. And now the rockets of these tiny men could travel anywhere, for the speed of their rockets was the speed of a god. And now they were feathering down towards an alien world. Ray Bradbury's Here There Be Tigers.
Driscoll? Sir? Time to touch down? We'll be landing in 5 minutes. Good. Initiate final landing procedures. Aye, sir. Chatterton, we'll be landing in a few minutes.
I heard. Help me unlatch this, will you?
What are you doing?
My job.
Can't you wait 5 minutes to get that drill out?
Listen, Forrester, you have to beat a planet at its own game. Get in, rip it up, mine it, nail it down, hack away at it, and then get out when you have what you want. Otherwise, a planet will fix you good.
Well, you're sure about that?
You can't trust planets, Forrester. They're bound to be different, bound to be bad, bound to be out to get you. Especially this far off. 1 billion miles from nowhere.
So, you beat them at their own game, is that it?
You have to. You've got to tear their skin off, drag out the minerals, and run away before the whole thing explodes in your face. That's the way to treat them.
You do your ripping, Chatterton. I've got too much respect to treat planets the way you do.
You're weak.
It's not my business to rape and ruin a planet.
What is your business, Forrester?
I'm just a rocket man. You're the mineralogist, so you go ahead and do your mining and ripping and scraping. I'll just watch.
Just the same. Take your gun along.
Sure. In my holster. We're coming in, sir. What do you see out there, Driscoll?
See for yourself, sir.
Chatterton, come here and look at this.
What?
The planet.
Yeah. Swell.
I wonder what it thinks of us.
It won't like me. I'll see to it that it won't like me.
You really are a hard-nosed mercenary, aren't you?
This planet is strictly money for me. That's all. Land us over there, will you, Captain? That looks like Iron Country if ever I saw it.
I haven't seen grass that green since I was a kid. Yeah. It looks like a sea of putting greens. It actually looks soft. If ever a planet was a woman, this is it.
Woman on the outside, man on the inside. Don't let cosmetics fool you.
How do you know what's underneath it?
It's my job, Driscoll. Underneath, it's all iron, copper, uranium, sod. It's mail, all right.
You and your earth drill.
That's right. This drill can pull out dirt 70 feet deep without even sweating. We'll fix your woman planet, Forrester.
Yes, I know you will. Here we go. Strap in. 3, 2, 1. We're down. That's good. Shut it down, Driscoll.
This place is too green. Too peaceful. I don't like it. We'll go out with our rifles.
I give the orders, if you don't mind.
Fine, give the orders. But don't forget who pays your salary. Not to mention my company's investment of millions of dollars worth of equipment on this ship.
I won't forget. Kessler?
Sir?
What's it like out there?
Well, let's see. Temperature is 72 degrees. Wind is calm. And the air is... the air is perfect. Good fishing weather.
Good. Open the forward hatch.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go. Smell it, Captain.
Yes, it just rained.
It's like a giant greenhouse. Look at the grass. There's not a weed in sight. You could play croquet on it. Chatterton! Come on out and take a look.
I'm coming. With this.
There's nothing to shoot out here, Chatterton. Unless we're hunting butterflies.
It may look peaceful to you, but
Hey. What is it? An earthquake. It doesn't like you, Chatterton.
Don't be stupid.
Well, it didn't quake for us. So it must be it doesn't like your philosophy.
Coincidence, Forrester. That's all. Come on now. I want that drill out of here and samples dug in a half hour.
Now wait. We've got to clear the area first. Besides, it isn't every day you hit a planet like this. Can you blame us if we want to have a look at it?
All right. Let's get it over with.
Williams?
Sir?
You stay here and watch things. We're going to look around.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go. It's beautiful. Hey, I brought a baseball and a bat. We'll have a game later. What a diamond. I suppose you want to be team captain? Well, how'd you like the job of mowing all this?
I knew there was something wrong. The grass is freshly cut.
Now hold it, Chatterton. It's probably some sort of dichondra that's always short.
Well, I don't like it. If anything happens to us, no one on Earth would ever know.
What's he talking about?
I'm talking about the search policy. If a rocket doesn't return, don't expect them to send a search team to find out why.
Well, that's natural enough. We can't waste precious time searching on 1,000 hostile worlds fighting off natives. Every expedition represents years of travel and millions of dollars, not to mention lives. If a ship is lost on a hostile planet, we go on to a peaceful one, like this. I often wonder what happened to all those lost expeditions on worlds we'll never go to again.
They were shot or stabbed or broiled for dinner.
Chatterton!
It's time we got back to work, Captain.
All right. The area looks clear to me. Let's get back to the ship. Captain, come here. What is it, Driscoll? Put your hands out. Feel it? Remember how you used to run when you were a kid and how the wind felt? Like feathers on your arms. You thought any minute you could lift up your arms and fly, but you never quite did? Oh, sure, Driscoll, I remember. Feel it? You too, Chatterton.
What are you talking about?
The wind. The wind. You know, we never have really flown by ourselves. We have to sit inside tons of metal, away from flying, really. We've never flown like birds fly, by themselves.
You're crazy.
Come on, Chatterton. Weren't you ever a kid?
Sure. but I grew up.
Well, didn't you ever want to put out your arms like this and run and fly? Hey! Hey!
I don't believe it.
He's flying! He's flying! Look at me! I'm flying!
Tell him to come down. He'll kill himself.
You tell him to come down. I'm soaring like a bird. It's fantastic!
Get down, Driscoll, before you hurt yourself.
Here I come! Light as a feather! Are you all right? Oh, did you see me? I flew! Yeah, you sure did. Let me sit down. I'm a sparrow. I'm a hawk, so help me. Go on. All of you, try it. I don't know, Driscoll. It's the wind. It picked me up and flew me. Go on, try it.
Let's get out of here.
What for?
It's a trap. It wants us all to fly, and it'll drop us all at once and kill us. I'm going back to the ship.
You wait for my order on that. I asked the wind to fly me, and it did. I'm going to try it.
What?
I'll chance it. If I'm killed, all of you get back to the ship.
I can't allow this.
You what?
As captain, you can't risk it. I have some authority here. I say this game's gone on too long. I'm ordering us back to the ship.
Holster your gun, Sheridan.
Stand still. All of you. Haven't you felt it? This world's alive. It's playing with us, biding its time.
You're going back to the ship under arrest if you don't put that gun away.
If you fools won't come with me, you can die out here. I'm going back, drill for my samples, and get out.
Sheridan!
Don't try and stop me!
Now don't run! Wait! Sheridan! There he goes! The wind got him. Yes, he's flying. And is he mad?
What he got? Come on, Chatterton. Admit it. It was perfect, wasn't it? And it was fun flying through the air like an eagle.
It's impossible.
Oh, we all flew, Chatterton, all of us.
There's only one way for it to do it. It's alive. The air's alive. It picked me up like a big fist, and any minute it could smash down and kill us all. It's alive.
All right, Chatterton, say it's alive. Every living thing has its purpose, right? Well, suppose the purpose of this world is to make us happy. Now, what do you think of that?
Impossible.
Hey, look! Here comes Driscoll!
Hello down there!
Hey, come on in for a landing, Driscoll!
Here I come! I love it! I love it! I'll never walk anywhere again. What have you got there, Driscoll? Canteens. I found a creek and tested for pure water. Wait till you taste it. Chatterton, you like the first drink?
No way, Forrester. That's the blood of the planet.
No.
Drink that, and you put this world inside you to spy through your eyes and ears. No thanks.
Well, suit yourself. Here goes nothing. Well, wine.
What?
It's wine.
I can't be.
No, it is. Smell it. Taste it.
Here, give me that.
Some sort of rare white wine. French domestic, I'd say.
It's poison.
Hey, don't worry, Captain. There's plenty more where that came from. And that's not all I found. Take a look at this. A fish? Yes. Take it. Notice anything odd about it? Well, it's cooked to perfection.
It can't be.
Where did you find this, Driscoll? In a stream. I was getting wine from the stream and thinking how hungry I was when I noticed fish falling into a boiling spring. After a few minutes, they floated to the surface, cooked. They're delicious. You're right. It's delicious. I brought a whole sack full, enough for everyone. Air Express.
Hey, let me see those, Driscoll.
Leave it. Leave it. It'll poison us all.
What are you talking about?
Don't you see? There's always a trick to things like this. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm sleeping in the rocket tonight. Oh. You can stay out here if you like.
You afraid, Chatterton?
I saw an ancient map once, Kessler. You know what it said on it? In the uncharted regions, it said, "Here there be tigers." Sometime tonight, when you're sleeping out here, the tigers and the cannibals will show up.
Oh, well, anything would beat the inside of that rocket for another night.
I'll go along with you on one thing. This planet is alive. It's a whole race unto itself. There's one thing it lacks. Someone to show off to. And that's why it needs us. I mean, what's the use of a stage full of miracles if there's no audience?
I think you're right, Captain. This place needs someone to appreciate its beauty.
Hey, Chatterton, what is it?
Oh, my stomach! I'm poisoned!
Driscoll, Kessler, how do the rest of you feel?
Fine, me too.
Okay.
We all ate the same things.
This planet's got something against you, Chatterton.
We'd all better eat the ship's food from now on. I think it'd be safer. Let's get Chatterton into the ship.
I can do it. And the first thing in the morning, I'm drilling. Understand? We've wasted enough time. I'll show this planet. I'll show it.
Morning, Captain. Driscoll. Looks like it rained last night.
Yes, it did. But none of our equipment got wet. It seemed to rain all around it.
That doesn't surprise me.
Captain, about Chatterton.
Yeah?
Isn't there any way to stop him? He's going to rip this place up with that drill of his.
Look, there's nothing I can do. He practically owns the expedition. But we don't have to help him. There's a clause in our contract that says we don't have to work under dangerous conditions, like earthquakes. Huh? Oh. So, do unto this planet as you would have it do unto you.
Sounds good to me. Here he comes now with that robot drill of his.
Morning, Captain. Driscoll. Fine morning to drill, don't you think?
You'll get no help from us, Chatterton.
Fine. I'll do it myself. Right here looks like a good spot to start. Now we'll see who's in charge here.
That fool?
There, I'll show this planet. Look at that sun come up. I bet there's enough ore under here to pay for 10 expeditions.
Captain, look. Something's wrong with the drill.
What's happening?
Look at that, Driscoll. You know what that is? It's tar.
Tar?
Yes, that idiot machine hit a tar pit. It's sinking.
Someone do something. Oh, help me to move it.
It's too late, Chatterton.
No, it's sinking. Do something.
It's gone.
I'll show it. I'll show this planet.
Take it easy, Chatterton.
I'll fix it.
Look, sit down and have a drink.
I'll fix it good. I'll show that it can't do this to me.
Where are you going?
Back to the ship.
Now, wait a minute.
I know what to do. Something I should have done yesterday.
Captain, you've got to stop him.
What can I do?
Captain, there's nuclear warheads on the ship.
He wouldn't.
He would. Kessler!
Sir.
Send a couple of men after Chatterton. Get him before he gets to the ship.
Yes, sir.
Kessler, he's in the forest and he's armed.
We'll bring him back, sir. He ran, but we'll fly.
Hurry, Kessler. The rain's back.
Yeah. But notice it's not raining on us. It's raining behind and ahead, but not on us.
We'd never have to build a house here. The planet protects us.
There's only one more thing this world needs.
Yes, I've thought about that.
We'll have to go looking. Well, it's logical, you know. The wind flies us, the trees and streams feed us. Everything is alive. Why shouldn't it provide companionship?
You know, I've been thinking about that, too. We're all bachelors, been traveling for years, and getting tired of it. It might be nice to settle down somewhere. Maybe here. With this weather and food, you don't even have to work for anything.
That'd be boring. We'd go crazy.
No! If life got too soft, all we'd have to do is repeat a few times what Chatterton said. Here there be tigers. Listen.
Wasn't that a tiger? I tell you, this world is a woman who'll do anything to please her guests. As long as we're kind to her. Yes, and Chatterton wasn't kind.
Here come the men. Well, where is he?
We found tracks, sir. In the forest over there.
Did you follow him?
They weren't his tracks, sir. They looked like a big cat. Maybe a lion or tiger. And next to him, we found a few drops of blood.
Chatterton?
I don't think we'll ever see him again, Captain. It's so peaceful right now. Yeah. It reminds me of when I was a kid. My brother and I waited for the hottest night in July, and then we slept on the courthouse lawn, counting the stars. That was the best night of the year, of my life. I'm not counting tonight, of course.
I keep thinking about Chatterton.
Don't. Come on. We've rested long enough. We've got to take off. Why? We can't take the chance of staying here another day. I don't mean the danger that got to Chatterton. I mean, if we stay here another day or two, we'd get to like this world too much. We'd never want to leave. I don't want to leave now. And it doesn't want us to leave. Of course, if we go back to Earth and tell everyone what it's like here, they'd come ruin it all. No, this planet wouldn't allow that to happen. Somehow. But we'll go back to Earth and lie. Tell them it's a hostile place. Tell them what happened to Chatterton.
Funny thing, though, I'm not afraid. Chatterton died, but this world trusts us. And we trust it.
Last night, I had a dream. There was a group of hills and a stream.
And there were beautiful women standing by the stream.
Yes, yes. And these beautiful women were alone with no men. They had produced the race, but the men had vanished thousands of years ago.
And these women would make fine wives and raise beautiful children and families.
We all had the same dream, Captain. Captain, let's stay. Let's never go back to Earth. They'll never come and investigate what happened. They'll think we were destroyed here. What do you say? It'd be nice. But we've got our job to do. People invested in our ship. We owe it to them to get back.
It's such a nice night.
Now come on, let's get aboard the ship. Captain, Driscoll, get aboard. Yes, sir. Be sure you get all the equipment.
What is it?
An earthquake. It doesn't want us to leave. Get to the ship. Watch out! The ground's opening up! Get the hatch open. It's done, sir. Keep trying.
I've got the hatch, sir. Everybody inside. Hurry! Move it, Driscoll.
And I'm coming.
Hurry! Everybody in. Just grip it or get here. Just get inside. Quickly, shut the hatch. Yes, sir. Shut it.
get us out of here.
Gravity, sir. Good. Never should have said we were going to leave. None of this would have happened.
I know.
We could turn back, sir.
I'm afraid not. Look down there. Cyclones, volcanoes, hurricanes. She was a woman, all right. Waiting for visitors for millions of years. Preparing herself, making herself beautiful. She put on her best face for us.
She sure did.
When Chatterton treated her badly, she warned him a few times, and then, when he tried to ruin her beauty, she eliminated him. She wanted to be loved, like every woman, for herself, not for her wealth.
And we turned our backs on her.
Yes. Now she's the woman's scorn. She let us go grudgingly, but we can never come back.
Captain.
Yes, Captain?
It's a little late to tell you this, but just before we took off, I was in charge of the airlock. I let Driscoll slip away from the ship. He wanted to go. I couldn't refuse him. He's back there now on that planet.
I'm glad. I'm glad one of us had the sense to stay.
But he's dead by now.
No, I don't think so. I mean, that display down there is for our benefit. Maybe it's just a grand illusion. Underneath all that chaos, Driscoll is quite safe and quiet because he's her only audience now. Oh, she'll spoil him rotten. He'll lead a wonderful life while we're slugging it out up and down the system looking for but never finding a planet quite like this again. No, we won't try and go back and rescue Driscoll. I don't think she'd let us anyway. Not now. Full speed ahead, Kessler. Make it full speed.
Here There Be Tigers was adapted from the story by Ray Bradbury. Featured in the cast were Max Robinson, Bruce Newbold, Michael Drury Beck, Tim Eisenhart, and Jeff Rader. Original music by Roger Hoffman and Greg Hansen. Production assistant was Patrick Mead. Associate producer was Jeff Rader. Bradbury 13 was created, produced, and directed by Mike McDonough. Executive producer was Dean Van Eitert. This program was produced with the funds provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting through National Public Radio Satellite Program Development Fund. The program was produced by Brigham Young University Media Services, which is solely responsible for its content. This is Paul Frees speaking.
This is Ray Bradbury. Join me for the next 30 minutes on a tour through time and space. Come along to the far future. Follow me into a strange past with stories that almost could be or might have been. Real or unreal, this is Bradbury 13.
It was the sort of sound that might be heard coming from a giant's kitchen on a summer day. There were all sorts of hummings, low and high, steady and then changing. It was the sound of Leo Aufman and his happiness machine. Ray Bradbury's The Happiness Machine.
Project Notes. Leo Aufman, Sunday, October 12th. What should it look like? What color should it be and how big? Should a happiness machine be something you can carry in your pocket? Or should it be something that carries you in its pocket? One thing I absolutely know, it should be bright. This morning I found a can of orange paint in the garage. I'll start with that. And with a dictionary. Lena, stop chopping vegetables and listen to this.
You want me to stop making dinner and listen to you read from the dictionary?
Lena, are you pleased, contented, joyful, delighted? Do you feel lucky, fortunate? Are things clever and fitting, successful and suitable for you?
Maybe. Read me the list again.
Lena, what have I done? You got to stop and think an hour before you can tell me. All I ask is a simple yes or no.
What is this yes or no?
You're not contented, delightful, joyful?
Cows are contented. Babies and all people in second childhood are delighted. Heaven help them. As for joyful, Leo, look at me. See how I laughed, scrubbing out the sink.
Lena, it's true. I don't appreciate you enough. Next month, maybe we'll get away.
I'm not complaining. I'm not the one who comes in with a list saying, stick out your tongue. Leo, do you ask what makes your heart beat all night? No. Next, will you ask, what's marriage? Who knows, Leo? Don't ask. Eat, sleep, breathe, Leo. And stop staring at me like I'm something new in the circus.
Lena, I didn't mean...
What's that smell?
It's smoke.
Oh, the oven. Now look what you've done. It's ruined. Oh, you and your happiness. Oh, Leo, open the door and let the smoke out. Leo. 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 In the garage again. All the good it does me.
Project Notes, Leo Aufman, Thursday, October 16th. Tonight I walked through the streets, listening to the sound of children's laughter, watching what made them smile. Late, I sat on the neighbor's porch, listening to the old folks weigh and balance life. At length, I knew. And then the hours of work as I banged and crashed the parts of the machine together, as if they really did make sense. At last, it began to shape itself, to form and come to life. A little more paint. Yes, it's getting there. Another week, maybe.
Joseph, quit hitting your sister or I'll send you to bed. Did you hear me? I mean it.
I got water. Get out now.
Papa! Leo.
happiness machine is ready.
Leo Altman has lost 15 pounds. He hasn't talked to his children in 2 weeks. They are nervous. They fight. They're like animals. His wife is nervous. She's gained 10 pounds. She'll need new clothes. Look.
The machine is ready.
Oh, sure, the machine is ready, but happy? Who can say? Leo, leave off with that clock you're building. You'll never find a cuckoo big enough to go in it. Another week of this and we'll bury him in his machine.
It's done. It's done.
Papa! Leo! Speak to me, Leo.
Done.
Oh, that happiness machine. Some happiness. Is Leo Altman happy lying on the floor? Passed out like a drunk? Oh, Leo, speak to me. Children, help me get your father upstairs.
Birds. Birds? At night?
It's morning, Leo, not night. It was night when you staggered into the kitchen, looking like you were struck by lightning, dead with hunger and fatigue. Here, I made you breakfast. Eat.
Rena, there's people in the backyard. My machine.
Stay in bed, Leo. You're a sick man.
But the machine.
They won't hurt it.
Help me to the window.
Leo.
Lena, do what I say.
You're a crazy man, Leo Altman. Come on.
Good. Good. Look, Lena. People standing by the garage.
They've been there all morning. Oh, there's Mr. Steiner and his wife. Oh, Mr. Steiner.
Hello, Mrs. Altman.
Grandpa Spaulding even stopped by this morning from across the street. He just shook his head and left.
Listen. It's running. The machine's running. That's why they've come.
Of course. You think people come to look at our laundry?
Wait, Lena. I didn't turn the machine on this morning.
Your son did, Leo.
Saul did? Saul? Saul!
Hello, Papa!
Saul, did you turn the machine on?
You told me to warm it up a half hour ago!
I did?
You did.
I did. All right, Saul, I forgot. I'm not awake. Help me back to bed, Lena.
Finally, you come to your senses. Now eat your breakfast.
I'm not hungry.
Leo, tell me, if that machine is like you say, can that machine make 70-year-old people 20? Explain to me, Leo, how does death look when you hide in there with all that happiness?
Hide?
If you died from overwork, what should I do today? Climb in that box down there and be happy?
I'm not going to die.
Also, tell me, Leo, how is our life? You know how our house is. 7 a.m. breakfast. The kids, all of you gone by 8:30. And it's just me and washing. And me and cooking and socks to be darned, weeds to be dug. Or I run to the store or polish silver.
Lena!
Who's complaining? I'm just reminding you how the house is put together, Leo. What's in it? So now answer. How do you get all those things I said in one machine?
That's not how it's built.
I'm sorry. I got no time to look at it then. I got wash to do.
Lena, tomorrow we'll try the machine. All of us together.
Finish your breakfast, Leo.
Lena, are you awake?
I am now.
Go back to sleep. It's midnight.
Lena, something woke me up. A sound.
Your machine?
No. It's Saul. He's crying.
Nightmare?
I'll check. Saul?
No. Over.
Saul, you had a nightmare. Tell me about it, son.
I can't.
All right. We'll talk about it in the morning. Go back to sleep. It's all right.
Papa?
Yes, Saul?
It was a machine.
The machine?
Papa, wait!
Go to sleep. Lena, where's my robe?
Where are you going?
The garage.
It's midnight. Leo, wait. Leo, you'll catch cold.
Leo, what is it?
The machine's on. It's hot. It's been on a long time.
So?
Yes. He was down here tonight. Why, Lena? He's so unhappy. Is that why he needs the machine?
You're asking me. He almost forgot he had a father. He could use some happy.
No, he's happy. But he wants to hold on to it always.
Leo, you stand out here all night and stare at your happiness machine that gives little boys nightmares. I've had enough. Good night.
Saul, I'm sorry, son.
The books. A Tale of Two Cities. Mine. The Old Curiosity Shop? Ha! That's Leo's, all right. Great Expectations. That used to be mine. But let Great Expectations be his now.
What's all this? Cleaning day?
This is sorting out the community property.
What community property?
When a father scares his son at night, it's time to chop everything in half.
Oh, Lena.
Out of the way, Mr. Bleakhouse, Old Curiosity Shop.
Lena, you're not thinking straight.
I'm not thinking straight. In all these books, no mad scientist lives like Leo Aufman. None.
You're leaving and you haven't even tried the machine.
Who needs it?
Try it once. You'll unpack. You'll stay.
Here, Tom Swift and his electric annihilator. Must I guess whose that is? Take it. It's yours. It always has been. Now I've got dishes to pack.
Lena, wait.
I've waited long already. Here, help me with these dishes. I'll keep the china, and you can have the silver. See how you like polishing it.
Lena, be reasonable.
You want me to be reasonable?
Yes.
All right. I can be reasonable.
Good.
Before I go, Leo, prove to me you don't give nightmares to innocent sons.
All right, it's a deal. Come with me. This way. I'll show you happiness.
The garage? That's happiness?
The machine, Lena. The machine.
Oh. And which button do I press to be overjoyed? Which button gives me grateful, contented, and much obliged?
Mama, don't!
I've got to know what I'm yelling about, Saul. How do you get into this thing?
Here's the door. Now, sit down and relax.
It's not me who needs this. It's you, a nervous wreck.
Please, you'll see.
Don't do it, Mama.
Saul, it'll be all right. Really. I'm going to shut the door now, Lena.
What? Listen to my voice. What happens now?
Are you ready?
Yes.
Press the button, Lena. The big one in the middle.
Here goes.
Papa, what's happening?
Listen.
Is Mama all right?
All right. She's fine. More than fine. Listen.
Oh,
look at that. There is... Oh, the ice... Perfume.
Do you smell it, sir?
Yes. It smells like roses. Oh, no. London. Big Ben. Listen. There's the clock bell. Oh, it's wonderful. Music. Oh, it's dancing. I hear it. That's the Blue Danube.
She only thinks she's dancing.
It's fantastic.
What an understanding wife.
It's getting windy. I'm in Egypt now, and there are the pyramids. And the Nile. Oh, it's like I always thought it would be, but even better. Where's she now?
Sounds like Honduras in Italy.
I'm in Italy. Oh, it's so wonderful. I can't believe it. It's not possible. What's happening, Papa?
I don't know.
She's crying.
Crying? She can't be.
She is.
She simply can't be crying. Not in the happiness machine.
Listen.
Yes. She is crying. Like a baby.
Open the door, Papa.
Lena, what is it? What's wrong?
Wait. Let me finish.
Well?
Oh, it's the saddest thing in the world.
What?
I feel awful. Terrible. Help me out of this thing.
Calm.
Leo, how could you?
What do you mean?
First there was Paris.
What's wrong with Paris?
I never even thought of being in Paris in my whole life. Not really. But now you got me thinking. Paris. So suddenly I want to be in Paris, and I know I'm really not.
It's almost as good in this machine.
No, it's not. Sitting there, I knew. I thought, it is almost as good. But somehow I knew it wasn't real. It's all right, Mama. Don't cry. You had me dancing. We haven't danced in 20 years.
I'll take you dancing tomorrow night.
No, it's not important. It shouldn't be important. But your machine says it's important, so I believe.
Lena, I don't
It'll
think...
be all right, Leo. After I cry some more.
Oh. So, tell me what else.
What else? The machine says you're young. I'm not. It lies, that sadness machine.
Why sad, Lena?
Leo, let's sit down here, under the tree.
All right. Now, tell me.
Leo, the mistake you made is you forgot. Somehow or someday we all got to climb out of that thing and go back to dirty dishes and beds not made. While you're in that thing, sure, the sunset lasts forever almost. The air smells good. Temperature is fine. All the good things you want to last. But outside, the children wait on lunch. The clothes need buttons. And let's be frank, Leo. How long can you look at a sunset?
Forever?
Leo, who wants a sunset forever? Who wants perfect temperature?
Who wants air smelling good all the time? So after a while, who would notice? Better for a minute or two, Sunset. After that, let's have something else. People are like that too, Leo. How could you forget?
Did I?
Sunsets we always liked because they only happen once and go away.
But, Lena, isn't that sad? That it only happens once.
No. If the sunset stayed and we got bored, that would be our real sadness. So 2 things you did you should never have done, Leo. You made quick things go slow and stay around. And you brought things far away to our backyard where they don't belong. Where they just tell you, no, you'll never travel, Lena Hoffman. Paris you'll never see. Rome you'll never visit. But I always knew that. So why tell me? Better to forget than make do, Leo. Make do,
I don't understand. How could I have been so wrong? I need to see for myself. I need to know that what you say about this machine is true.
Now?
Now. You won't go away.
Go ahead and see. We'll be here when you're done.
All right. Here goes.
What do you see, Leo?
Nothing. I see nothing.
It stopped! Push the button again, Papa.
All right. Here goes.
What do you see?
I don't know. Colors, shapes, music.
Papa! Something's wrong! It doesn't sound right!
Leo, what's going on?
I don't know. It's all going so fast.
Papa!
Leo, push the button. Stop the machine. Leo!
Fire, Papa! The machine's on fire!
Leo, get out!
I got the door!
Leo! Saul, help your papa!
I got him!
Saul, call the fire department, hurry!
Saul, wait.
But the fire!
Wait, just a moment.
Mama, the machine! It's ruined!
All right, Saul. Now call the fire department.
Wow, Grandpa Spalding, look at that!
Some fire, isn't it?
Sure is, Grandpa. You can see it a mile away. Gee, there goes the garage.
Leo, was that it, your happiness machine?
Some year, Grandpa. I'll figure it and tell you.
Leo, it won't take a year to figure. Look around. Think. Keep quiet a little bit. Then come tell me. I'll be in the house, putting books back on the shelves and clothes back in closets, fixing supper. It's late. Look how dark it's gotten. Children, come inside now. Help Mama with supper. Good night, Grandpa Spalding.
Mama, can I sit at the table?
Well, Leo, it's over. Nothing but wet ashes and a few embers left. Most of the neighbors gone home now to eat dinner and talk about the big fire. Too bad. Too bad.
Grandpa, you know something.
What's that, Leo?
The first thing you learn in life is you're a fool. The last thing you learn in life is you're the same fool you were when you were young. In 1 hour, I've done a lot of thinking.
Oh?
I thought Leo Aufman is blind.
Blind?
Yes. You want to see the real happiness machine? The one they patented a couple 1,000 years ago? It still runs. Not good all the time, no. But it runs. It's been here all along.
But the fire.
Sure, the fire, the garage. But like Lena said, it doesn't take a year to figure. What burned in the garage doesn't count.
But you worked so hard, Leo.
You want to see what counts? Here, the front window. Take a look inside and you'll see it. Look, Grandpa. There in the lamplight. There's Saul and Marshall playing chess at the coffee table. Rebecca laying out the silver. Naomi cutting out paper doll dresses. Over there, see? Ruth is painting watercolors, and Joseph is running his electric train. And Lena, lovely Lena, is taking the pot roast out of the oven. And smell. There's warm bread baking that'll soon be covered with melting butter. Everything is working just fine. There it is, Grandpa. The happiness machine. The happiness machine. Come on. Let's go inside.
The Happiness Machine was adapted from the story by Ray Bradbury. Featured in the cast were Jesse Bennett, Gene Jenkins, Mark Alston, and Lynn McKinley. Original music by Roger Hoffman and Greg Hansen. Production assistant was Patrick Mead. Associate producer was Jeff Rader. Bradbury 13 was created, produced, and directed by Mike McDonough. Executive producer was Dean Van Eitert. This program was produced with the funds provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting through National Public Radio Satellite Program Development Fund. The program was produced by Brigham Young University Media Services, which is solely responsible for its content. This is Paul Frees speaking.
Of the Bazaar this week is Night Call Collect.
This is Ray Bradbury, and I'd like to do a little explaining about how I work and how I write my stories, and how in particular I wrote the next drama that you'll be hearing, Night Call Collect. There are two parts to my psyche, you might say, the part that writes and the part that looks over the shoulder of the writer. My subconscious does the writing, and I take the credit for it. So over the years, I've experimented with word association, and many of the stories you will hear in this series and see in my books were done by word association. In other words, I went to my typewriter, I put down a few words and looked at them and said, why have I put down this metaphor? What does this mean to me? And then I proceed to bring in characters who explain to one another what's going on. Next thing you know, we got a fight going, and 2 hours later, you have a short story. So in the case of Night Call Collect, I was intrigued with the thought of the telephone, not only in the United States, in our hometowns, but on Mars. What if you had a person, I said to myself, alone on Mars, and he begins to get a series of very peculiar calls, and he doesn't realize at first that it's himself calling himself, huh? And once I got that idea, I thought, well, good, let's play this off and see how it ends. So I went to my typewriter, I began to type like crazy, and by gosh, 2 or 3 hours later, I had the story. And it's been reprinted a number of times, and I had one heck of a wonderful time writing it. So I hope you will enjoy listening to Night Call Collect.
Suppose and then suppose and then suppose. after 50 years. No. No. After all, 50 years, you're sitting in this empty room, empty house, town, planet. Mars. Empty. No! No. What do I do? Yeah, answer it. Yes, answer it. No. Who? How? No. No one to ring, no one here, no one alive, only me. Alive, alone. Empty town, empty planet. Answer it. No, wrong. Go on. No. Stop it. Stop the ringing.
Barton.
Who? Barton? That's me.
Barton.
I haven't heard anyone say my name for years, 50 years. Stop. You hear? Shut up. Shut up. No. Barton here.
Well, do you know who this is?
The first call I've had in half a lifetime, and we played games?
Well,
who?
Sorry, stupid of me. Of course you wouldn't recognize your own voice on the telephone. No one ever does. We are accustomed, all of us, to hearing our voice conducted through the bones of our head. Barton, this is Barton.
What?
Who did you think it was? A rocket captain? Did you think someone had come to rescue you?
No.
You have heard this voice before, many times, though not for many years now, I admit. You've probably forgotten. What's the date?
July 20th, 2097. But...
Good Lord, 50 years. Have you been sitting there that long, waiting for a rocket to come from Earth? Well, have you?
No.
Now, old man, do you know who I am?
Yes.
Well, go on.
Yes. We are one. I am Emil Barton. You are Emil Barton.
With one difference. Yes. You're 80. I'm only 20. All of life before me.
You there. Listen. Oh, God, if I could warn you. But how can I? You're only a voice. If I could only show you how lonely the years are. End it. Kill yourself. Don't wait. If you knew what it is to change from the thing you are to the thing that is me. Today. Here. Now. At this end.
Impossible. I've no way to tell if you ever get this call. This is all mechanical. You're talking to a transcription, no more. This is 2037, 60 years in your past.
I remember. That night, way out of town, up in the hills, miles from anywhere, working, laying new telephone cables to the other side of Mars. Late at night, listening to the radio, the crackling voice threading its way along unraveling airwaves.
Worsening international crisis. President stressed the extreme seriousness of the situation. If his 11th hour attempt at diplomacy failed, world war imminent and unavoidable. Come home, men of Mars. Come home.
When I got there, the rocket field was empty. They left me behind. I looked up into the velvet blackness and saw somewhere up there, among all those stars, the blue-green star that was Earth seemed to catch fire, burn. I remember. How could I forget? Arriving in the little white silent town on the edge of the dead Martian sea. The town was dead. No sound. Only the power hum of electric lines, dynamos still alive. Beds were cold and empty. Lonely lights burned in the stores all day. Shop doors stood wide, as if people had run off without using their keys, which they had.
Money. Money! Might as well take this with me. No one here to use it. But what for? It's no use to me.
Yeah, I remember feeling somehow shameful, silly. Yeah, I put the money back, left the store, dropping a coin in the jukebox, selecting a tune to break the silence. A dime in every jukebox in town, every tape recorder going, every record player playing. Sounds for an empty world.
A whole week has passed. Sleeping in a good house on Mars Avenue. Not the sort of place I could afford, but now, well, who cares? I can do what I like now. Yeah, get up at 9, bathe, idle into town for ham and eggs, go to the shops, frozen food, yeah, meat, vegetables, lemon cream pies, enough to last for years, enough to last until the rockets come back from Earth. How long can it be before the rockets come back? A month? A year? Who cares, huh? Who cares? Meanwhile, I've food, wine, beer, clothes, books, everything. No one else here, so it's all mine. It might as well be as good as, you might say. Anything, everything, mine. How many people are there in this galaxy, I should like to know, who have everything. Except...
In my spare time. Spare time? There was only spare time. I used my skills, made transcription libraries of 10,000 words, tapes sensitive to all questions, electronic responses, my voice connected to phone relays.
Later, I'll call. Yeah, I'll have someone to talk with. Someone to call me.
And I did. I called. Rather, you called.
Yes, I called. Do you remember?
I remember. What insanity. How silly, how inspired. Those first secluded years. Fixing the telephonic brains, the tapes, the circuits, scheduling calls on time delays.
Hello.
Morning, Barton. This is Barton.
Yes! What's the time, Barton?
The time, Barton, is 7 o'clock. Time to rise and shine.
Utter insanity.
Yes?
Barton calling. You're to go to Marstown at noon. Install a telephonic brain. Thought I'd remind you.
Thanks.
How absurd.
Hi.
Barton, have lunch with me. The Rocket Inn.
Right.
See you. So long.
Madness.
Barton, look.
That you be? Thought I'd cheer you up. Firm chin, stiff upper lip, and all that. The rescue rocket might come tomorrow.
That's right.
Tomorrow. 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 Tomorrow.
Click.
What did you say, old man?
Nothing, just remembering. The ringing of the phone, the click of the disconnecting line. Remembering those nights 6 decades ago, rushing over blue hills into iron valleys with a truck full of machinery, whistling happily. Another telephone, another relay, making calls 3 years on.
Yes, Barton.
Hi, Barton. How's the memory?
Pretty good.
Yes. Well, I thought we'd test it. Give the old gray matter a chance to stretch its muscles. When you hear this, it will be 3 years since I recorded it. Got a quote for you. See if you can finish it off.
Quote? What quote? I've forgotten
How
that.
can you possibly have forgotten? You are the me that recorded this message 3 years ago. Think, Barton. Think. I've chosen something very appropriate for a telephone conversation. You used to know this by heart. Recited it in a school show once. But do you know it now? That's the question. Ready?
Ready.
Suppose, and then suppose, and then suppose...
Oh, that wires on the far-slung telephone black poles sopped up the billion-flooded words they heard each night all night and saved the sense and meaning of it all. What next? Then a jigsaw in the night, put all together and in philosophic phase tried words. How does it end?
Shall I tell you?
No, wait. Thus, mindless beast, all treasuring of vowels and consonants, saves up a miracle of bad advice and lets it filter, whisper, heartbeat out, one lisping murmur at a time. So one night soon, someone sits up, hears sharp bell ring, lifts phone.
That's us, Barton, isn't it?
Lifts phone and hears a voice like Holy Ghost, gone far in nebulae, that beast upon the wire, which with sibilance and savoring down continental madnesses of time says hell and oh, and then hell oh.
Hell oh, Barton.
There was always another telephone, another relay, something to do, something clever and wonderful and sad. Something to make a phone ring 4, 5, 6 years on. Telephones, recording machines, tapes triggered by pulses, interactive messages, and trivial jests linked up and transmitted by subtle machineries. Time to make a call 9 years on. Hidden voices. Hidden. What was I doing in those young days, when death was not death, time was not time, old age, a faint echo from the long cavern of years ahead? My 21st birthday, sitting alone in an empty movie theater, playing an old Laurel and Hardy. God, how I laughed and laughed and laughed. I got an idea. Recorded my voice 1,000 times on one tape. It sounded like 1,000 people. And I fixed it so doors would slam in town, and children sing, music boxes play. That was my first sign.
What?
The first time I admitted I was lonely.
The first indication of just how ingenious I could be. Next were my experiments with smells. As I walked the empty streets, the smell of bacon, eggs, ham, and fillets coming from the houses, and all of it done by hidden machines.
Madness.
Self-protection.
I'm tired.
Bart?
Gotta get out of here.
No more phones. Got to breathe air. Walk the streets like I used to when I was 20, 40, 60. No mechanical life out on the streets now. No neon lights, no music, no sound of footsteps, no lingering cooking smells, no aroma of strawberry pie. All done away with, all stopped dead in their mechanical tracks. Only the phones, suddenly ringing again after all these years, 50 years. Ignore them. It must be me. So long ago, I don't even remember dialing, storing the numbers. And yet, what if it isn't me? What if it's... All right, yeah, I'm coming. I'm coming. Yes.
You might try and sound pleased to hear from me, Barton.
What do you want?
I'm lonely. I only live when I speak, so I must speak. You can't shut me up forever.
What are you talking about?
Do you think I don't remember? Or should I say, do you think I don't know what will happen?
Riddles.
Not at all. Do you think I don't know what will eventually happen? How one day I will shut down the phones, switch off the machineries, mute the bells, disconnect the speakers, put an end to my clever repartee. Isn't that what will happen? What did happen?
Yes. I finally switched everything off. Except that I decided the machines were only to call me after I was 80.
50-something years from now, my own tapes ringing me up. I doubt if I'll be here on Mars that long. It's just a beautiful, ironic idea of mine. Something to pass the time.
Now, today, I'm 80, and the phone starts ringing. Oh, the past. Breathing in my ear. Whispering. Remembering. Hello.
Is that really you, Barton? Is that really me?
Yeah.
I must have made 1,000 Bartons in 1,000 Martian towns. An army of Bartons all over Mars while I wait for the rockets to return.
Fool! You waited 60 years. You grew old waiting. Always alone. And now you've become me. And you're still alone in the empty cities.
Don't expect my sympathy. You're like a stranger, off in another country. I can't be sad. I'm alive when I make these tapes.
And I'm alive when I hear them.
That's right. Both of us and the other, incomprehensible. Neither can warn the other, even though both respond, one to the other. One automatically, the other warmly and humanly.
Human?
Why, yes. I'm human now.
Yes, of course. And I'm human later.
It's insane. I can't cry, because not knowing the future, I can only be optimistic. These hidden tapes can only react to a certain number of stimuli from you. Can you ask a dead man to weep?
Stop it!
Can't hear you, Barton.
Oh, God! But you were heartless.
And now it's you who've got trouble with your heart.
Go away! Go away!
Where, old man? I am. As long as tapes glide on, as long as spindles turn, and hidden electronic eyes read and select and convert words to send you, I'll be young and cruel. In fact, I'll go on being young and cruel long after you're dead. Goodbye.
Wait! You leave me alone! Did you hear? Stop calling me! Or I'll kill you! I'll find you.
You've forgotten where you hid me. I'm everywhere. In boxes, houses, cables, towers, slung from pylons overhead, carried in conduits underground. Go ahead, try.
No.
What'll you call it? Suicide? Telecide?
Stop it!
What is it? Jealous, are you? Jealous of me here, only 24, bright-eyed, strong, young. All right, old man. It's war.
Between us?
Between me, a whole regiment of us, all ages, 20 to 30, against you, the real one. Well, go ahead. Declare war.
I'll kill you. I'll find them! Destroy all of them! God, how can he do this to me? Yeah, I'm going to destroy you. All of you. I've got a gun. I've all the guns on Mars. And ammunition. Plenty of it. I'll find every junction box and blow the cables and wires to smithereens. What's the matter? Don't you believe me? You think I won't shoot my own circuits? Well, you're wrong. That one over there. If there are any electronic pulses in there sending out signals, ringing telephones... Shut them up! The public phones? Did I rig those as well? I can't have done. No one rings a phone in this street unless...
Hello? Who's that? Is somebody there?
Please, don't bother me.
Who's this? Who's there? Who is it? Where are you?
Wait a minute. This is Emil Barton. Who's that?
This is Captain Rockwell. Just arrived on the Pegasus 48 from Earth. Are you there, Mr. Barton? You did say your name was Barton.
No, it can't be.
Where are you?
You're lying. It's you, Barton, isn't it?
I'm sorry, I thought you said your name was Barton.
It is. But how do I know you're not lying to me, making fun of me?
Look, Mr. Barton, this is Captain Rockwell. Just landed in New Chicago. Where are you?
In Green Villa. That's 600 miles from you.
Can you come here?
What?
We've got repairs on our rocket. Can you come help?
Yes.
We're at the field outside town. Can you get here by tomorrow?
Yes, but,
Well?
Are you sure you're Captain Rockwell?
Damn it, man!
I'm sorry. I'm on my way. Empty. Rocket field empty. No rocket. No one. Don't understand what's happening. Where are they? Phone. The shed. The office. Looks deserted. Must be. No one. Who? Oh, no. No. Yes.
I was wondering if you'd get there alive.
Captain Rockwell reporting for duty. Your orders, sir?
You.
To be precise, Barton, you.
No, I couldn't have done that. Made a recording like that all those years ago.
Guess you must have done. I certainly did. Just put it down to a fit of drunken cynicism. No harm meant, no harm done. How's your heart, old man?
What are you doing to me, Barton?
Had to eliminate you some way, so I could live. If you call a transcription living.
I'm going out now. I don't care. I'll blow up everything until you're all dead.
You haven't the strength. do you think I had you travel so far, so fast? This is your last trip. Barton?
Oh, no.
Barton, is that you?
Help me.
Yes, Barton, it's me. Something wrong, Barton?
Help me, please.
Hello. Hello. I'm aged 24. I'm 26. We're both young. What's happened? I don't know.
Suppose.
What did he say? I think he said, suppose.
And then, suppose.
Suppose what? Who knows? I can't hear anything. Can you? Nothing. Silence. Silence. Congratulate me, Barton. This is my 26th birthday. Congratulations, Barton. And congratulations to you too, Barton. Thank you, Barton. Not at all, Barton. Everything's all right now, Barton. Certainly that's how it seems, Barton. And a good job too, Barton. A very good job, I'd say, Barton.
Night Call Collect is the name of the piece, and all the Bartons, all the young ones and the old one, were played by Carrie Shale. My story was dramatized by Brian Sibley, and the resulting play was directed in Edinburgh by Hamish Wilson. The next story in this series of Tales of the Bizarre is called Have I Got a Chocolate Bar for You?, a story in which the two principal characters never get to see each other. This is Ray Bradbury wishing you a good evening and hoping that you will join me next week for another Tale of the Bizarre.
Oh, Carrie Shale, what a superb and versatile...
People often say to me, where do you get your ideas? Well, they're everywhere. You listen to people talking, you see a little item in the newspaper. Sometimes you open the dictionary and you see a word that you didn't know about. Or I get telephone calls from Chuck Jones, the animator of Bugs Bunny, and he's been reading the encyclopedia again. And I say, okay, Chuck, what have you been reading? And he tells me, and I write a short story. In the case of the next tale, Have I Got a Chocolate Bar for You?, I was swimming in a pool out in the desert in California about 25 years ago, and a friend of mine started talking about chocolate, Hershey's chocolates, Cadbury's flakes, all these wonderful things that we love. And then he got to talking about a Catholic priest that he knew. And all of a sudden the two came together, and I said, oh, that's fascinating. Let me run in the house and make a note. Well, I didn't run in the house and make a note. I ran in the house and got on my typewriter and wrote a short story about a fat young man coming to confession with a priest having to do with chocolate bars and all the other good things. So here it is, the next story, the next tale, the next drama, Have I Got a Chocolate Bar for You?
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Father? Yes, my son? That scent. What is it?
Only just the faintest scent, Father.
It's chocolate, isn't it? Can it be? Is it really you? After all this time.
I just wanted to say thank you, Father.
But you already said you...
That was a long time ago. Do you remember?
Oh, so many years ago.
The scent of chocolate?
I always wondered if I was any help.
Oh, you helped all right.
Did I?
You know you did. I've been away a long time. I'm only in town for today.
I see.
Do you? Do you know just what you did for me? I saw the church. I had to come in.
Besides, I had something. Your gift. It's in the poor box. You see, I remembered my promise. Wait! No, I have to go. But thanks. Thanks again.
No! Wait! I want to... Oh, damn! Nothing. Nobody. God damn it! Oh, dear God, I wanted to see him. I really wanted to know. Was he short or tall, fat or thin? There's no telling now. Well. Oh, dear. Was it really all those years ago? Where has the time gone? And what have I done with it? June. It was June then. And raining. A steaming late afternoon of June rain. And there I was. Not young, but younger. Still drowsy. Still dropping off to sleep in the confessional. Waiting for penitence. So many venial sins, so many white lies, so much taking of the Lord's name in vain, so many impure little thoughts. Where in all the world are they? Immense traffics of sin must be lurking out there. So why in God's name aren't there immense traffics of confession in here? What am I but an irrelevance? An ancient watercolor priest, tints fading fast, trapped in here, trapped in the past. Well, I'll give it another 5 minutes and then I'll stop. I could be doing with a cup of tea. The scent of chocolate. It's so strong, it's almost overpowering. Oh, God, as a lad with a small basket of sins soon laid to rest and him gone. Well, what have you to tell me, son? Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. Do you not know the words, child? Eaten in the confessional. Well, I heard of such a thing. I've touched nothing myself since breakfast. It's out my own stomach I hear protesting. Will you stop that? Will you stop that nibbling there? I can smell chocolate clean through the grill here.
That's exactly why I've come, Father.
What's exactly why you've come?
The chocolate.
What has the chocolate got to do with anything?
Oh, please, don't get angry with me, Father.
Angry? Hell, who's angry?
You are. I'm damned and burnt in hell before I start by the sound of your voice.
You
can't see me, can you, Father?
Of course I can't see you. Were you never in a confessional before now?
I'm sorry, Father, I just wondered.
Yes. The day's hot. I'm out of temper, but then I never had much to speak of.
It will cool off later in the day, Father. You'll be fine then.
Hold on now. Who's taken and who's given confession here?
Why, you are, Father.
Then get on with it. Why don't you?
You must have smelled chocolate.
Did you not hear my stomach rumbling at the scent of it? I've been fasting since breakfast.
I'm sorry.
Stop telling me you're sorry. And tell me for what?
Well, Father, to hit it on the head, I was, and still am, a chocolate junkie.
A chocolate junkie? And that's why you've come to confession this hot day?
That's it, sir. I mean, Father.
Are you sure you haven't come about sweating over your sister? Or blueprints for fornication?
No.
Or battles for the grand war of masturbation?
I have not, Father.
It's all right, you'll get round to it. For now you're a grand relief to me. I'm full up with wandering males and lonely females and all the junk they read in books and try in waterbeds and sink from sight with suffocating cries as the damn thing spring leaks and all is lost.
No, it's nothing like that.
Get on, then. I'm interested.
Well, Father, every day of my life now, for 10 or 12 years, I have eaten 1 or 2 pounds of chocolate. I can't leave it alone, Father. It's the be-all and end-all of my life.
It sounds like a fearful affliction. Have you acne with it?
I have.
And it won't exactly give you a lean figure.
If I were to lean, Father, the confessional would surely fall over.
Oh, no. Sit still. Oh, lad. You're rare.
And sad, Father. 22 years old and put upon. I hate myself for eating, and I need to do something about it.
Have you tried chewing more and swallowing less?
Oh, I'm beyond that, Father. I'm an addict. Each night I go to bed saying, Lord, put off the Crunch bars and the Hershey bars. Each morning I leap out of bed and run to the liquor store. Not for liquor, you understand, but for 8 chocolate bars. I need them. I'm in sugar shock by noon.
That's not so much a confession as a medical condition.
Oh, my doctor only yells at me.
So he should.
But I don't listen.
And what about your mother? What does she say to all this?
My mother's no help. She's hog fat and candy wild.
Now, you're not very kind about her. I hope you're not one of those souls who live at home still.
I loiter about, Father.
God, there should be laws against boys loitering in the round shade of their mas. Is your father surviving the two of you?
Somehow.
And his weight?
Irving Gross, he calls himself, which is a joke about size and weight and not his true name.
So, with the three of you, the sidewalk's full.
No bike can pass, Father.
Christ in the wilderness. Starving for 40 days.
It sounds like a terrible diet, Father.
If I knew of a proper wilderness, I'd boot you out there this minute.
Boot away, Father. I'm out of pocket from eating, and I'm out of mind from the same. I never dreamed I'd wind up with you. Beg pardon, Father, but it took a lot to drive me here. If my friends knew, if my mom, my dad, my crazy doctor knew I was here with you at this minute. Oh, what the hell? What can you do for me after all?
No, wait! Let's talk about it. It's gone. He can move quickly for a fat man, I'll say that for him. Left the scent of chocolate behind him, too. Oh, God damn it all. Come back! But he won't, will he? Not ever. I pressed the poor soul too hard, and now he's gone. And it's all my fault. He needed help, and I drove him away. A day, 2 days, a week passed. I snoozed in the confessional, or shuffled papers in the library, and thought about cutting the grass. Oddly enough, I had chocolate on my mind. I kept seeing boys on the street eating the stuff. Hershey bars, Powerhouse, Baby Ruth, Love Nest, and Crunch. Names that rolled sweetly off the tongue or onto it. I found myself dreaming about them and woke in the night and couldn't get back to sleep. At last, I got up and went into the dark church and asked a favor of the Almighty. It wasn't something I did very often, but the next afternoon, the young man who loved chocolate came back. Thank you, Lord. Thank you.
What was that, Father?
I wasn't addressing you, my son. Chocolate.
I know.
You shouldn't be coming here, you know.
Why not, Father?
I can't help you. You need special work.
But, Father, I just need to talk to
There's
someone.
no help for you here, I tell you. Your presence disturbs me. Why don't you go somewhere else, for the love of God?
For the love of God? Go to the shrinks, you mean?
Yes. Lord, save us to those people, these psychiatrists.
Oh, God. What do they know? What do they know of life or misery?
They claim to know everything.
Just like the church used to claim, Father?
There's a difference between claiming and knowing for sure.
And the church knows for sure, is that it?
If it doesn't, I do.
Don't get mad again, Father. I didn't come to dance angels on the head of a pin with you. Shall I start confession, Father?
It's about time. Well, tell me all about it, then.
Where to begin?
The beginning is as good a place as any.
Oh, Father. It begins and ends with chocolate. The fetes and galas of chocolate. The high days and holidays of chocolate. That's my problem. I've made a god of it. I've worshipped at the altar of chocolate.
My son, what a confession.
But it's true. If I could only tell you. If I could only make you see.
Try. Why don't you?
It's like... Well, for instance, there's Swiss chocolate. Swiss milk. So smooth it just dissolves on your tongue. And then there's nothing left but the taste. Sweet and creamy. Oh, but then there's the bitterness at the heart of the plainest, darkest chocolate. The sinful, tantalizing bitterness that lingers. And then there are Mars bars. I dream of Mars bars. Oh, Father, if you keep them in the fridge, you can chew the chocolate clean off them. It just flakes off between your teeth. And then you can keep the caramel and the marshmallow inside and put it away for later.
He came back to confession again and again, and confess he did. He talked. How he talked. He talked about chocolate. Would you believe that somebody could talk about chocolate for hours on end?
The soul asks, and the tongue demands, and the stomach accepts, and your very blood dances to the drive of candy bars, chocolate bars, the enticement of Powerhouse, and the promise of Love Nest, and the exquisite
delivery. And he talked, and I listened to him.
But most of all, most luscious of all, there's the sweet African murmuring of dark chocolate between the teeth, tinting the gums, flavoring the palate so that you mutter, whisper, murmur, pure Congo, Zambezi, Chad in your sleep.
I never once saw him. Never. After that first time, I never tried. Until now. Days passed, and weeks, and still he came back and talked about his addiction. All through that long, hot, sticky, melting summer.
Wicked taste of that dark, luscious chocolate, Father. The wonderful, bitter sweetness of it. The way it goes to your head as surely as any drug. The way it lingers and entices. I could die for chocolate, Father.
Only once, years before, when I was a very young priest, had anything so strange and special happen to me. A young girl, no more than 16 she must have been, came to confession. It was summer then, too, and school was out. All that summer long, she whispered, and I listened. I heard her July attraction, and her August madness, and her September disillusion. In October, she went away forever, and I wanted to cry out, "Stay! Stay and marry me." Madness. But there I was, shut in my confessional, bound by my vows. And I survived. I did not run out into the traffics of the world. I never saw her, just as I never saw my young man who spoke so eloquently of his passion. But in my mind now, there's some connection between the two encounters. Something funny and sad at the same time. Summer girls in swimsuits, chocolate, unwrapped in secret, and devoured in stealth.
Pure Congo, Zambezi, Chad, melting on your tongue, muttering, whispering, murmuring to you in your sleep.
But as I listened, I could hear, I knew without looking, that the flesh enclosing that voice was raining and falling away. Week by week, the tread was becoming less heavy. The confessional itself did not cry out with such huge alarms when the body entered next door. It was the loveliest summer I had ever known in the city, but the scent of chocolate was truly fading and almost gone.
Father, it has been a fine summer.
Yes, I've thought so myself.
And now, I have something really awful to confess to you.
I'm beyond shocking, I think.
You may be shocked by this. I am not from your diocese.
That's all right.
And Father, forgive me, but
Go on.
I'm not even a Catholic.
You're not what?
I'm not even a Catholic, Father. Isn't that awful?
I don't know what to think.
I'm truly sorry. Truly I am. I'd join the church if you want, to make up.
Join the church, you idiot. It's too late for that. Do you know what you've done? Do you know the depths of depravity you've plumbed? You drove me wild, asked advice, argued religion, criticized the Pope, if I remember correctly. And I do remember. Used up 3 months, 80 or 90 days of my time. And now you tell me you're not even a Catholic, but you want to join the church and make up.
Do you mind very much, Father?
Mind? Of course I mind. And all for nothing.
It was not all for nothing. God bless you, Father. You have helped me.
I have?
You have helped me so very much. Can't you guess? I've lost weight. You wouldn't believe the weight I've lost. 80, 85, 90 pounds. All because of you, Father. I gave it up.
You did?
I gave it up. Take a deep breath. Inhale. What do you smell?
Nothing.
Nothing. It's gone. The smell of chocolate and the chocolate with it. I'm truly free.
Free?
You must know it yourself, Father. You've done Christ's work. When I was falling, you put out your hand and saved me.
I felt the tears burst from my eyes. I couldn't stop them. They came like a shower of spring rain after the 7 lean years. Then I heard sounds from the other side of the grill, and I knew that the young man was crying too.
Oh, Lord. Oh, I'm sorry.
Not at all. Not at all. So, we sat there in the sweet incense gloom. 2 men on opposite sides of some fragile board slattings on a late afternoon at the end of summer, weeping.
Are you all right, Father?
I'm fine, thanks.
Anything I can do?
You have already done it, my son.
About my joining the church?
No.
I meant it.
No matter.
But it does matter. I'll join if you want. Even though I'm Jewish.
What?
Jewish, Father. But I'm an Irish Jew, if that helps.
Oh, yes. Yes, it helps. It helps.
What's so funny, Father?
I don't know, but it's so damn funny.
I suppose it is. When you come to think about it.
A church is washed good and fine, and not only by tears of sorrow, but by the clean, fresh-cut meadow brooms of self-forgiveness that God gave to man, and called laughter. What was that?
Just the church door blowing open, Father. You can smell autumn in the air today.
Indeed you can. Summer's over.
And there are leaves coming off all the trees, whirling through the air. There's a kind of excitement about it, you know?
Oh, yes, I know.
What's wrong?
I sometimes wish I could be gone with them. Somewhere, anywhere.
Do you?
No, not really. Not now. This is my place. Here. But you could be gone.
I know. And you've guessed, haven't you? I'm leaving. This is my last time with you.
I see. And where are you off to, son?
Oh, I don't know for sure. I was always afraid before. I never went anywhere. But now, with my weight gone, I'm heading out. A new job and so many places to be and see, so much to do. So many new people to meet.
How long will you be gone?
A year, 5 years, 10. Will you still be here 10 years from now?
God willing.
Well, somewhere along the way, I'll be in Rome, and I'll buy something. I'll have it blessed by the Pope, and when I come back, I'll bring it here and look you up.
Will you do that?
I will. Do you forgive me, Father?
For what?
For everything.
My dear boy, I think we've already forgiven each other.
I'm going now. Is it true that goodbye means God be with you?
That's what it means.
Well then, goodbye, Father.
And goodbye, in all its true meaning to you, lad. And then he was gone. Until today, when he came back, still light on his feet, but with the very faintest scent of chocolate about him. Why will that be, I wonder? What was it he said? Your gift is in the poor box. I'd better go and see. As well, the church is empty. My parishioners would maybe think I was robbing them. Well, this must be the biggest bar of chocolate I've ever seen. And I wonder if he really did.
I'll be in Rome. I'll buy something and I'll have it blessed by the Pope.
A chocolate bar? Did he really? In all that sea of arms and hands, did he hold up a silver-wrapped candy bar to be blessed by the Pope himself?
Buona Pasqua, nella gioia e nella pace.
I believe he did. And what should I do with it? Give it to the poor? No. The poor can do without this. I have more need of it myself. So, I lock it in a little drawer, the one on my desk. And on days when despair leaks in through the windows and the very hinges of my study door, I'll take it out and nibble a bit of it. It's not blasphemy. After all, it isn't the host, the blessed body of our Lord, but it is a life. My life. And it is blessed. And thanks be to God, when I taste it, it will be very, very sweet.
As you have heard, not all my tales have a dark twist, unless you count the color of the chocolate. Have I Got a Chocolate Bar for You was dramatized by Catherine Cherkasska. John Yule played the young man, and the priest was played by T.P. McKenna. The director was Hamish Wilson. My next tale is a stranger one. Set in the deep south of the United States, it is a story about neighbors both good and bad, and it is called The Jar. My name is Ray Bradbury. Please join me next week for that strange story, another tale of the bizarre, called The Jar.
And in next week's bizarre tale, a chap called Charlie is worried that neighbours don't call, but he has a unique solution to the problem. As Ray said, that's The Jar at 6:30 p.m. and midnight next Sunday here on 4 Extra. And so, as we spookily slink off into the night, I'm here to reassure you that we will be back next weekend with more seventh-dimensional treats for you. On Saturday, we'll be concluding our dramatization of Ursula Le Guin's groundbreaking novel, The Left Hand of Darkness. And on Sunday, there'll be more from our unsettling lineup of Nightfall and Ray Bradbury's Tales of the Bizarre. In the meantime, stay safe, don't let the spooky things bite, and relax into normality. Whatever that currently is. It's a big goodbye from me, Nick Briggs. Until next weekend.
Bye.
You are leaving the 7th dimension on BBC Radio 4 Extra.
Sounds Natural on BBC Radio 4 Extra.
Dame Flora Robson, when did you first become really excited about wildlife?
I think when I heard a nightingale, I used to sit and...
I've hung around carnivals and circuses since I was a kid. One of the great thrills of my life was running down the railroad station when Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey combined shows showed up with 1,000 animals, giraffes, lions, and what have you, and helping raise the tents and hanging around these strange places. And when I was around 14, I went down to the beach here in Los Angeles, and they had a big pier there with all sorts of attractions, freaks, and sideshows and what have you. And I saw this exhibit with a big question mark over the entrance. Well, in those days, we didn't know much about life. We weren't told about birth. We believed in the stork, which is kind of fantastic now, this late in time. And I went into the exhibit, and they had a whole series of jars there with very peculiar things in them. I didn't know what in the heck they were. And they had no labels on any of these things. And I had to try to figure out that maybe, just maybe, I was looking at the embryos of some unborn babies, And I went into shock. No one had told me about these things. And I went out and brooded over this. I couldn't ask my mother and father. They wouldn't tell me anyway. Not in those days. Not in 1934. And when I was around 23 years old, I remembered the jars, And all kinds of things I began to put into this imaginary jar. And next thing you know, I finished this short story. And you're going to hear it next, a very peculiar story about the contents of the jar.
Evening on the Carnival Midway. Lights starting to go out, folks starting to head for home. A few last thrills, a few last laughs.
Roll up, and ride the carousel! Test your strength! Ring the bell! Win a prize!
A few last hopes, a few last fears.
Step right up, folks! Come and see the freak! Skeleton, spearhead, dwarf, and bearded lady!
Limber is the great Vesuvio eats fire and drinks lava!
Amazed as Mr. Electricum survives a charge of 100,000 volts! Baffle your senses in the Egyptian mermaid and see froze and find yourself 10,000 times!
And here he comes. Every night the same, wandering down the dusty midway like he's lost, till he comes to this tent.
Hi there. How you doing? Okay. Come to look at the jar again? Uh-huh. Guess so. Well, pay your dime and you can walk right on in and look your fill. No one left but you to look.
Every night, regular as clockwork, coming back to stare at that goddamn jar.
This way. Right this way.
There. The jar. It's one of those things kept in a jar in the tent of a sideshow on the outskirts of any little drowsy town. One of those pale things, drifting in alcohol plasma, forever dreaming and circling.
Dreaming, circling.
Its peeled, dead eyes staring out at you.
Staring.
And never seeing.
Never seeing.
Just one of those things kept in a jar.
You like it, Bud?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody likes it. In a peculiar kind of way, I mean.
You ever consider selling it?
No, it brings in the customers. They like seeing stuff like that, sure.
Oh.
Well, if a guy had money, maybe...
How much money?
If a guy had, I don't know, maybe 3, 4,
yeah.
Again, maybe 7, 8, 10, or perhaps $15.
Oh.
There again, say a guy has $12.
Yeah?
Well, then I guess he could buy that thing in that jar.
Funny thing.
I got just $12 in my denims. And I've been reckoning how looked up to I'd be back down at Wilder's Holler if I brung home something like this to set up on the shelf over the table. The folks would sure look up to me then, I bet. Not bad. Then I guess we got ourselves a deal. Thanks. Don't thank me. I tell you something, I was tired of seeing that damn thing around anyway. Lately, I've been thinking things about it. Funny things. Ah, but hell, I'm a loudmouth so-and-so. So long, farmer. You okay back there in the wagon? Sloshing around and looking out, cold and gray and wet? Yes, sir. This'll make 'em look up to me, all right. Wait till those guys sitting outside the general store see this. Even my daddy, my beautiful blue-eyed, hip-swinging daddy, even she'll have to respect me for having this. Have to admit this is some damn thing. And Tom Carmody, hanging around under the porches, under the trees, always in the shadows, always in the darkest corner of the room, always laughing at me out of the dark with those green eyes of his. Wait till Tom sees this thing of things. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Come on.
Parson, I says, it ain't none of your goddamn business what I believe or don't believe. And he looks at me with a face like doomsday, turns his back, and is gone.
Hi, Clem! Grab! Duke!
Hello, Charlie.
Well, your rules say about you speaking to a person like that.
Hey, I got something here. I got something you might want to see.
You ain't got nothing we wants to see, baby doll.
Hush
up, Tom Carmody. What you got, Charlie?
Something in a jar.
What?
Looks kind of like a brain. Kind of like a pickled jellyfish. Kind of like... Well, come see yourself.
Well, you're the nearest, Duke. What you got?
Okay. But it better be worth a little. Oh, but it is, Duke. Hey, now, what in the hell is this?
Well, what in tarnation is it?
Well, let's all see then. What is it you got yourself there, Charlie?
Just this.
That thing's not a pretty sight, Charlie.
Where'd you get a thing like that? Ain't normal, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Let's have a closer look. You want to see more? Jump around my house. It'll be there.
Let me see that again. Is it an octopus?
Like I say, come on around. You're welcome. You're welcome too, Tom Carmody. All of you are. Anytime.
What do you want? What'll Fanny say?
She'll kick the tar off in our heels. Sit on that shelf over the table. It'll look like it's sitting on a throne. Yes, sir, this old shack will be a palace. There. A palace. With an emperor. Yeah, that's the word. Emperor. Raised up on a shelf. All cold and white and quiet, drifting. Fanny.
What you got there? Well, what is it?
What's it look like to you, Teddy?
What's it look like to me, Charlie? I'll tell you. It looks like you, Charlie.
Oh, Teddy. If only those pale blue eyes didn't look at me like there was ice in them. If I just had a love and respect. That's why I need this here jar with its strange turning thing. I thought maybe she'd show me respect when she saw you turning and drifting. Just what are you in there? What do you know? What do you understand, pale thing in your floating world? I work the bottom land of the butt bone every year, and she grabs the money and runs off down home visiting her folks 9 weeks at a stretch. I just can't keep hold of her. Her and the men from the store, they make fun of me. I can't help it if I don't know a way to hold on to her. Damn, but I try.
Charlie? Huh? Charlie? We thought, we came up here to have a look at that stuff you got in that there
jar.
July gone, August gone, and still they come. Every few nights, just to look at you. Not that they ever do it first. I watch. None of them ever looks at you sudden-like. No, they always do it kind of slow, casual. If they were simply glancing around the room, letting their eyes fumble over any old thing they might happen to see. Then, just by accident, of course, their eyes focus on you. One person after another till all eyes in the room are fastened onto you, like pins stuck in a pincushion. They don't just look at you either. I've seen the way they look. Like some folks look in church. Reverence. Awe. They look up to you. Look up to me, too, because of you. Because I'm the keeper of the jar. Betty don't like it none. Right the jealous screaming she is. But she never says. Never will say. Can't bring herself to it. Still, first time in years, I feel happy. Real happy. Like tall corn growing after a drought.
Can I come in?
You know you can, Duke. Anytime.
Evening, Charlie.
Gramps.
Charlie.
Clem.
We the first?
Others will be here sooner or later. Always are. Sooner or later. First off, no one says nothing. They just sits there thinking. Then someone always breaks the silence. Someone always leans forward, clears his throat, wets his lips.
Wonder what it is.
Gramps met no from Creek Road, who scarce ever gave me the time of day before I had the jar.
I wonder.
Now the time's come for talking. Ears are primed and folks settle like sows in the warm mud after rain.
Wonder if it's a he or a she or just plain old it. Sometimes I wake up nights, twist on my corn matting, think about that jar just sitting here in the long dark. Think about it hanging in liquid, peaceful and pale like an animal oyster. Sometimes I wake Granny and we both think on it.
That's right. We both lay there thinking. And we shivers.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe a hot night, trees sweating, skeeters too hot to fly, but we shivers just the same. And turn over, trying to sleep.
I try not to think about Charlie's jaw. Not at night time, not any time. It don't bear thinking about.
Maybe not, Mrs. Trittenman, but I bet you still wonder what it is.
Well, there are so many sad things in the world, and Lord knows I've seen my share. So when it comes to wondering about that jar, well, I do and I don't, if you take my meaning.
I know I do. I wonders a lot about that jar. I surely do.
Well, that's because you're a wondering kind of soul, Jada. Spiritual-like. As for me, I ain't got time for no spirits. Now, unless they come in a different kind of jar. That there one on Charlie's shelf. But still, even I gotta admit that it bugs me.
Well, like Gramps says, you can't help but wonder what it is. Well, what about you, Teddy? You ain't said nothing. You don't ever say nothing about the jar.
Well, that's true, Granny. But that's just because I listen to all of you and to Charlie. After all, it's Charlie's jar.
She's laughing at me, but I don't care. I just sit here rocking and watching, looking at them all looking at that precious thing, that jar.
Do you know what it reminds me of?
Oh. Duke Margaret and Willisump wiping sweat off his palms on the round of his knees.
I remember when I was running those kids. We had a cat that was all the time making kittens.
I hope this ain't gonna be no sad tale, Duke.
Shush, woman.
You play on, Duke.
Well, that cat, Lord Almighty, she'd have lit her any time she jumped around and skipped a fence.
I've known some women like that.
Yeah, your tongue, old man.
Anyway, we give the kittens away, but when this one particular litter busted out, everybody within walking distance had one or two of our cats by gift already.
So what did you do, Duke?
Ma busied on the back porch with a big 2-gallon glass jar, filling it to the top with water. Then Ma said, Duke, you drown them kittens.
I don't want to hear no tales about drowning babies.
Mustn't interrupt the story now, Miss Duke.
And then Ma stood there. The kittens mewed, running around blind, small, helpless, and funny.
just began to get their eyes open. I looked at Ma and said, "Not me, Ma, you do it." But Ma turned pale and said it had to be done. I was the only one handy. And she went off to stir gravy and fix chicken. I picked one up. I dropped it in the water. The kitten closed his eyes, opened his mouth, trying for air. I remember how the little white fang showed. The pink tongue come out and bubbles with it in a line to the top of the water. I know to this day the way that kitten floated after it was all over. Drifting around, slow and not worrying, looking out at me, not condemning me for what I'd done, but not liking me neither.
It was a sad story. I could tell it was going to be.
Mrs. Tritton sure is a nervy kind of woman.
It's like I could see them poor little kittens.
Someone else will speak soon. Tell what they see.
You know what it is?
Why? Do you know then?
Yes, sir, I know what it is, all right. Yes, sir.
Jadu, the black man from Heron Swamp, tossing his ivory eyeballs, knotting and flexing his dark knuckles, grasshoppers alive.
That be the center of life, sure enough. Lord, believe me, it's so. From that lying back in the middle bamboo stump, all saw the thing crawl. It put out hand, it put out feet, it put out tongue and horn, and it grow. Little bitty amoeba, perhaps. Then a frog with a bulge throat fit to bust. Yeah, it slobber up to his gummy joint, and it ain't human. That in the center of creation. That amity bamboo mama from which we all come 10,000 years ago. Believe it.
10,000 years ago?
It that old. Look at it. It don't worry no more. It know better. It ain't like pork chop and frying fat. It got eye to see with, but it don't blink 'em. They don't look fretted, do they? No, man. It know better. It know that we come from it, and we is going back to it.
Amen. What do you say, Charlie? What do you say, Charlie? What do I say? That's what the jar's done for me. Respect. First time ever in my life, people wanted to know what Charlie thinks.
Well, Charlie, what do you say?
I say, what if some young kid went running off into the swamp and got itself lost in all that wet and wild, and tried hard as he could to find his way back, but never did so till it was too late, and they find him all slithery and slimy, and nothing but skin and bone and eyes what keep staring and never seeing, drifting round in water like one of them jellyfishes, and someone scoops it all up and puts in there, in that jar. For all we know, this might be some darn kid we know. Some kid has once threw rocks at our screen doors or climbed trees in our backyard. For all we know.
Lots of little kids run stark naked to the swamp every year. They runs around and never comes back. I almost got lost myself. I lost my little boy, Foley, that way. You don't suppose my baby, Foley. My Foley. Is that you, Foley? Foley, tell me, baby, is that you?
It moved. There in the jar moved.
No, it didn't move. Sure, it's playing tricks.
Me bamboo mama shifting in the sump.
I saw it too.
Foley.
Honest to God, I saw it shift slow, like a dead kitten. Why don't you hush up now? I only say what I saw.
I saw it move, I tell you.
Whatever's in that jar has been dead a long, long time. Maybe before any of us was born.
There was a sign. He made a sign. There's my Foley, my baby got there. 3-year-old he was. My baby lost and gone in the swamp.
Now, Miss Tritton. Now, sit yourself down. Stop shaking. Ain't no more your child than mine. There. All this talking and shoving words, like as not, we'll never find out, never, what it is. Like as not, if we found out, we wouldn't want to know. It's like Magic tricks magicians do. It shows once you find the fake, ain't no more fun. The innards of a possum.
Ain't a possum. I've killed possum. Skinned and gutted them many times. Ain't possum.
I didn't say it was, you fool. What I mean is, we all come collecting round here every 10 nights or so, talking, social life with always something to talk about. Stands to reason if we spied out what the damn thing is, there'd be nothing to chew about, so there.
Well, damn it to hell. I don't think it's nothing.
What do you say, Tom Carmody? Out on the porch, standing in the shadows, as always, Tom Carmody. Just see his eyes staring at him. Just see his lips laughing, mocking the jaw, mocking me.
I said, that there jar ain't nothing.
His laughter getting inside of me, like a hornet's sting. Daddy put him up to this. Daddy trying to kill my new life.
There ain't nothing in that jar but a bunch of old jellyfish from Sea Cove, a rotten and stinking fit to whelp.
You mightn't be jealous, Cousin Carmody?
I just come around to watch you dumb fools jar about nothing. You notice I never set foot inside or take part? I'm going home right now. Anybody want to come along with me? No one. Very well then. I'll bid you all good night.
Like I was saying before the storm, that there thing on the shelf, why couldn't it be sort of, all things, lots of things, all kinds of life? Death. I don't know.
There goes Daddy, slipping away into the night, slipping away after him. That Tom Carmody. They're up to something, those two. They're planning something, sure enough.
Makes rain and sun and muck and jelly, all that together. Grass and snakes and children and mist and all the nights and days in the dead canebrake. Why does it have to be one thing? Maybe it's lots.
You okay, Charlie? You're really sweating, boy.
Steady, where are you? You with him? Steady. Oh, steady.
Charlie?
I'm awake.
Charlie?
What?
Bet you don't know where I've been. Bet you can begin to guess where I've been. I've been to the carnival over in Cape City. Tom Carmody drove me. We talked to the carny boss, Charlie. It's a good joke. Oh, it's rare, Charlie.
Go away.
He said he sold that jar and what was in it to some hick for $12. And it ain't worth more than $2 the most. It's just junk, Charlie. Rubber, paper mache, silk, cotton, boric acid. That is all. Got a metal frame inside. That's all it is, Charlie. It's junk. That's all.
No. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear.
Wait till everyone hears how fake it is. Won't they laugh? Won't they flap their lungs?
You ain't gonna tell
him. Let go of me.
Tell me you ain't, Daddy. Tell me you ain't gonna tell him.
I wouldn't want me known as a liar, would you, Charlie?
Why can't leave me alone? You dirty, jealous mean everything I do. I took shine off your nose when I brung the jar home. You didn't sleep right till you ruined things.
But I won't tell anybody.
You spoiled my fun. That's all that counted. It don't matter if you tell the rest. I know. And I'll never have no more fun. You and that Tom Carmody. I wish I could stop him laughing. He's been laughing for years at me. Well, you just go and tell the rest. The other people now. Might as well have your fun.
What you gonna do, smash the jar?
Why do you care if I smash it right here now and spit out all the junk all over the floor? Why do you care? But I shan't. Long, good evenings, rich evenings, friends talk. They're all in this jar. Lose this, the world's gone.
Rather lose me?
Lost you already. Lost you long ago, Teddy. Once reckoned the time of my living from the pendulum swing of your hips. Now, other man. Tom Comedy for one. I reckon in time that way.
Don't you want to prove me wrong?
Teddy, you didn't go to the carnival.
Yes, I did.
You're lying.
No, I'm not.
This jar has to have something in it. Something besides the junk you say. Too many people believe there's something in it, Teddy. You can't change that. The carny boss, if you talk to him, he lied. Come here, Teddy.
What do you want?
Come over here. Come here.
Keep away from me, Charlie.
Just want to show you something, Teddy. Here, kitty. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
Here, kitty.
Evening, Charlie.
Clem?
On your own tonight, Charlie?
Yeah.
Betty gone off again to visit her folks?
Yeah, she run for Tennessee. Be back in a couple of weeks. She's the darndest one for running. You know Teddy.
Great one for jumping around, that woman.
Yeah.
Folks can jump around all they like. That there thing in the jar, though, that don't ever change. Just turning, drifting.
Why, I never noticed so definite before. It's got blue eyes.
It always had blue eyes.
It did. The eyes was blue. Blue as blue.
No, they wasn't. They was brown last time I was here. And another thing, it's got black hair. Didn't have black hair before.
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't. Gramps is right. The hair's gray.
Is that Tom Comedy out there? Why don't you come on in, Tom? What do you say, Tom? Were the eyes brown or blue? Or don't you know? What do you see in the jar, Tom? I guess everyone sees what they wants to see.
Everything and anything. The night, the swamp, death, the pale things, the wet things from the sea.
I see Foley, my baby, my little baby.
It's a brain, most likely.
Octopus, jellyfish and stuff.
Or something would die. Unnatural.
Died before its time.
Or never was alive, the way we mean.
Was and is Mitty Bamboo Mama.
Or just a little kitten. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
Tom?
Yeah.
You okay, Tom?
Yeah.
Goodness sake, lad, you sure are sweating.
What's the matter, Tom? Do you see something in the jar? Not, Tom.
You know, I wonder if it's a he or a she or just a plain old it.
What do you say, Charlie?
I reckon we'll never know. Yeah, I reckon we won't. It's one of those things kept in a jar in the tent of a sideshow on the outskirts of any little drowsy town. One of those pale things drifting in alcohol plasma, forever dreaming and circling. Its peeled, dead eyes staring out at you and never seeing you.
I still find carnivals strange places. In the jar, Charlie was played by Roger May. The carny boss was Andrew Branch, and Thede was Shelley Thompson. Tom was played by Paul Jenkins, Clem by Bob Sherman, and Gramps by John Hartley. Granny was Helen Horton, Mrs. Tridden was Carol Boyd, and Juke was David Collings. Yadu was played by Ray Shell. The other parts were played by members of the cast. Brian Sibley dramatized my story, and the play was directed in London by Martin Jenkins. This is Ray Bradbury thanking you for being with us tonight, and hoping that you will be back for the fourth of this series of my Tales of the Bizarre, which will be called The Fruit at the Bottom of the Bowl.
And next week's bizarre tale, as mentioned there by Ray, involves murder. The fruit at the bottom of the bowl materializes here in the seventh dimension next Sunday at 6:30 p.m. and midnight on Radio 4 Extra. As we head out into reality, just time to let you know
So I got to thinking about fingerprints. I think we're all fascinated by that. And we look into the background of the police over a period of many years and the identification of criminals by their fingerprints. And we're fascinated with it. And then you begin to think to yourself, well, what if by some strange, terrible accident I became involved in a murder of some sort? And I'd been in a room with someone and left my fingerprints all over the place. What would I polish off first? What would I clean? How would I get rid of the fingerprints? Do I stop at a certain point? Well, once that idea seized me, it became irresistible because there is no stopping point for a compulsive and passionate and panicked individual. So again, I sat down, I set up the situation, I brought the people into juxtaposition, and I put the fingerprints all over the place to see what would happen to them. So here now you have fruit at the bottom of the bowl, and I'd like to have you pay a special attention to the performer, Nigel Anthony, who will be playing one of the leads because he plays against himself. He plays against his alter ego, Acton. So I think it's a very special thing to listen for. And here it is, fruit at the bottom of the bowl.
Done? Is it? Are you sure? Check. He's dead. Yes. Right. Now what? Well, leave it, of course. Go. Get out of here. Oh, wait. Listen. Did anyone hear? No. Nothing. No banging on the door, no shouting voices, nothing. Darn, and nobody knows. Clock. Midnight. I did it. I didn't know for sure that I was going to do it. I didn't know for sure that I could do it. But I have done a murder.
Is that all you can say about it?
What?
Rather prosaic, surely, for William Acton, the writer.
Isn't it enough that I did it?
It's just that I'd have thought you could do better than done a murder. I expected something like William Acton had never thought of himself as a sculptor, and yet in this moment, looking down between his hands at the body upon the polished hardwood floor, he realized that by some sculptural clenching and remodeling and twisting of human clay, he had taken hold of this man named Donald Huxley and changed his physiognomy, the very frame of his body.
For Christ's sake, I've just committed a murder.
Committed? I don't like that. What about accomplished? William Acton's fingers had stroked typewriter keys and made love and fried ham and eggs for early breakfasts. Nice everyday touch, that. And now, those same 10 world fingers had accomplished a murder.
That's true. With a twist of my fingers, I wiped the supercilious glitter, the Huxley look from those piercing gray eyes.
Much better, Acton. Well, go on, don't stop. Notice his lips. Remember how pink and sensuous they were?
Gaping wide, equine teeth, yellow incisors, nicotine canines, gold inlaid molars.
His nose, ears.
Mottled, pale, discolored.
His hands.
Open, pleading, for the first time in their lives. Instead of demanding, it could be said that death has made him a handsomer man to deal with. You can talk to him now. I could talk to him now, and he'd have to listen. And he couldn't answer back.
Now, here's the thought, Acton. His hands, open, pleading, as you put it, as a result of the work of your hands.
My own 2 hands. Look at them.
What about them?
Ordinary hands.
Well, now you come to mention it, I suppose they are. They're not thick, not thin, not long, not short, not hairy, not naked, not manicured, and yet not dirty, not soft, and yet not callous, not wrinkled, and yet not smooth. Yes, ordinary hands.
Not murdering hands at all.
So why are you staring at them in that way? What's in them of such immense interest that you should pause now, after successfully accomplishing a murder, and examine them wall by wall?
It's not the hands as hands, or the fingers as fingers.
What then?
It's the tips of the fingers.
The parts that leave the prints, you mean?
They gripped Huxley's neck, left their traces, telltale marks, as clear as if I'd left a signed confession on the floor beside him.
There's a handkerchief in Huxley's pocket. Use it.
You mean?
Get rid of the fingerprints.
Wipe the throat?
Methodically.
Yes.
Swab it, rub it clean.
Yes.
And the back of the neck.
Did my fingers reach the back of his neck?
Can you be sure they didn't?
I'll do it.
Better safe than sorry.
Yes, but...
But what?
Did I only touch his throat? How can I be sure? What if I happened to have touched the rest of his face by accident, without even remembering that I'd done it?
Better clean the face. A quick wipe over won't hurt. Cheeks, chin, lips, nose, ears, eyes, forehead. That's right.
There.
What about the floor?
What about it?
Didn't you touch it?
When?
Just then.
No, did I?
I thought so. Just with the fingertips steadying yourself, you know?
I can't see anything.
You wouldn't, would you?
I suppose not.
But they will.
They?
Whoever finds him, whoever investigates his murder.
Yes, murder.
Perhaps a quick wipe.
Where do I start?
Near the head. It would have been near the head, definitely.
Bit of a rubbed in here and here, near the head. In fact, all around the head, so
maybe...
What?
Maybe wipe around the rest of the body.
Why? What for?
Just thinking, when Huxley fell, you stumbled slightly, put your hand out.
Did I?
Might easily have done. Reflex action, nothing more. Then, when you were checking that he really was dead, you took his wrist to feel his pulse. You really ought to wipe that wrist while you're about it. Good. Now, when you lifted his wrist, perhaps your fingers, your fingertips, brushed the floorboards, left a smudge somewhere on the varnish.
Swab the floor, then. Swab around the body.
A nicer word would be polish. Think of it as giving the floor a bit of a polish. Putting a shine on things, if you like.
Yeah, polish.
How far out are you planning to polish?
What do you mean?
The distance from the body. I suppose I should say the corpse.
1 yard?
Yes. That looks about a yard. A yard on all sides? Yes, that should be enough.
Or maybe 2 would be better. 2 yards.
2 yards on all sides. Yes, that would be better.
You sound unsure. What do you think? 3 yards?
On all sides.
Yes, 3 yards on all sides.
Why have you stopped?
It's a house. The whole house, the entire place. It's all surfaces. Mirrors, veneers, marble, metal and glass, painted and polished wood, all waiting to be caressed, touched, finger marked.
Keep calm. Retrace your steps. Go over the events, conversation, everything that happened from the moment you rang the doorbell.
Oh, come on, come on.
Oh, it's you, Acton.
Where's my wife, Huxley?
You think I'd tell you, really?
Huxley?
Don't stand out there, you idiot. If you want to talk business, come in.
Very well, then.
Over there through that door into the library. After you.
There. That was your first mistake. No, the doorbell was your first mistake. This was your second mistake. You touched the doorknob on the library door. Maybe you touched some other part of the door.
You want a drink?
I need one. I can't believe Lily is gone.
There's a decanter of Burgundy Acton 59 vintage. A rich wine exclusively for the rich. I bought a dozen bottles recently in auction. Mind fetching it?
Yes, fetch it. Handle it. Touch it. And you did.
You'll find the glasses on the shelf below.
The cabinet, the decanter, the shelf, the glasses.
Pour one for me, too, will you?
I'm glad you came around today. Tomorrow you'd have missed me. I'm off to Mexico City with some friends. Frightfully early start. They're collecting me at 6 o'clock. God knows why we have to take the first flight. Anyway, there we are. Thanks, Acton. Cheers.
Forgive me if I don't drink your health.
While you're here, you might care to look at one or two of those books. There are some interesting first editions.
I didn't come to look at books.
I know, but you must just indulge me and look at that little book with the green Morocco binding right up your street. It'll only take a second.
Pick it up, touch it, feel the binding. The Adventures of the Guilford Jackdaw.
Early English. Ever seen it?
Interspersed with anecdotes of some little good and bad boy.
Fascinating, isn't it? How old would you say? 18th century?
1790-something.
Very good, Acton. Christie's dated it as circa 1795. Interesting moral text.
Turn the pages. Run your fingers over them. Is it not amazing that though a murder had been committed in this place so many years since, and the man was hanged at the market house in the town, that book, it was about a murder. There was a picture, an old engraving of the murder swinging from the gibbet. That book? Yes. You touched it. Yes. Books, decanter, glasses. Well, in a word, fingerprints. Fingerprints! Oh, my God, they must be everywhere, everywhere. Gloves. That's what you needed. An initial error, not wearing gloves for a murder. But I hadn't planned to do a murder. Maybe not. But what you need now is a pair of gloves before you go any further. Where? The hall. The coat rack. Wait. What? The doorknob. Use the handkerchief to open it. Right. And while you're there, wipe the doorknob clean on both sides of the door. Right. And perhaps the door itself. The whole door. Since you're there. Right. Now, what was I looking for out here? Gloves. Coat rack. Huxley's overcoat. Yeah. Oh, nothing in the pockets. No gloves? No. Well, somewhere in the house there must be at least one pair of gloves. Hurry. No, don't hurry. Don't do anything frantic. Nothing wild. You've got until 6 in the morning at the outside when Huxley's friends come to pick him up for the trip to the airport. 6 hours? A little less, more or less. Say 5. Better still 4. 4.5 at the outside. I don't need 4.5 hours. Of course not. Now carefully, calmly, upstairs, and look for a pair of gloves. Nothing. Still nothing. Another damn drawer, no gloves. How many drawers have I gone through? Must be 60, 70. More like 80. Probably 82. No gloves in here. 82 drawers in 6 rooms. All left with their tongues, so to speak, hanging out. Oh, there! Oh, at last! Found them! Gloves! At the bottom of the 83rd drawer. Oh, my Lord, my Lord! Oh. Well, put them on then. Put them on and button them up. Do they fit? Oh, yes. They're gray, like doves. 2 doves. How do they feel? Soft, thick, impregnable. Well done, Acton. You can do all sorts of tricks now and leave no marks. But where do I start? I think they call it the scene of the crime. He's still there. He's dead. On the floor. Huxley fell to the floor on purpose. What a wickedly clever man. How do you mean? Down under the hardwood floor dropped Huxley with you after him. Rolling, tussling, clawing at the floor, printing and printing it with your fingertips. Huxley slipped away a few feet. I crawled after him, laid my hands on his neck. Squeezed until the life came out like paste from a tube. Yes, but the floor. Yes. It will have to be cleaned, won't it? Every wildly infested inch. Inch by inch? Just to be on the safe side. Inch by inch. See your face in it. That's nice. That's clean. That's good. I've reached the table. What about the table?
It's mahogany, Acton. German breakfast table from the mid-19th century. I had the veneer restored. Superb job. Surface like glass. Look underneath. It's got that typical central support with scroll carved...
Damn your table, Huxley! What about the surface, the tabletop? A quick wipe. But the bowl. Surely not the bowl.
Minton Majonica, 1877 or thereabouts. Very unusual. The scallop shell supported by merman handles. Look at the richness of the color, the green and coral pink of the garlands around the necks of the merman. The delicacy of the glaze.
There seem to be some smudges on the glaze. Look like fingerprints. But not the fruit. Wax fruit, easily marked. Well, just a few at the top then. The apple, orange, and pear. No need to do the grapes. No need to do the fruit at the bottom of the bowl. What about the mirror hanging over the table? Why, I'm certain I didn't touch that. Then why are you staring at it? I'm thinking. About what? About doors. Which doors? That's the whole point. I don't know. I can't remember which doors I've used tonight. Better polish all of them then. Except the one I've already cleaned. Which one was that? That one. Or was it... Better polish all of them then. Yes. Polish them thoroughly. The doorknobs, keyhole covers, and finger plates. Mustn't leave any fingerprints on the finger plates. Polish the door panels, the tops, the edges. And what about the furniture? You certainly sat. I remember you sitting, but where? I'll wipe all the arms. Just the arms? Yes, why? I was just remembering.
That chair you're sitting in, Acton, is one of a set of Louis Sayre's gilded beechwood fauteuils by Pierre Francois Joseph Corbusier, worth about $15,000 apiece. The floral silk covering is original. Just feel that material.
So cunning. Feel that material. I didn't come here to talk furniture, Huxley. I came about Lily.
Oh, come off it. You're not that serious about it. She doesn't love you, you know.
Oh,
she told me she'd go with me to Mexico City tomorrow.
You and your money and your damn furniture.
But it's nice furniture, Acton.
Be a good guest, Acton. Feel it. Touch it. No! Fingerprints can't be found on fabric. Can they? Not sure. Maybe it'll be best if you... All right. Did you guess, Huxley? Did you guess I was going to kill you? Or maybe his subconscious suspected just as your subconscious suspected. Maybe his subconscious told him to make you run about the house, handling, touching, and fondling. Were you that clever, Huxley? That mean? Where are you going now? The table. You polish the table. The bowl, the fruit bowl. You polish the bowl. The fruit. You polish the fruit. Not the fruit at the bottom of the bowl. Better... Just a wipe. And the wall. And what about the wall? Oh, no, that's silly. Clean the wall, you mean? Well, it's just this sudden memory of your struggling with Huxley, him fending you off, giving you a shove. Do you remember him shoving you? Yes. Do you remember falling, getting up, touching the wall? Quite where now, I'm not sure. Then running at Huxley again? Then I strangled him, then he died. Yes, but the wall... No, that's ridiculous. I've done this room. I'll do the next room. I must be methodical. Altogether, we were in the hall, the library, this room, the dining room, and the kitchen. What's that? What? I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye. On the wall, you mean? It was nothing. You mean that spot on the wall behind you? There is no spot on the wall. Isn't there? All right. Just to be sure. See? Now, what spot? I can't see any spot. There, just there. Oh, a little one. Yes, right, there. Well, what are you waiting for? Get rid of it. It isn't a fingerprint anyhow. Well, that one may not be. Well, I can't see any others. Not there? No, further up. Just there, to the right a bit. Could that be one? Well, why are you there just staring like that? I was thinking about the way the wall goes over to the right and over to the left and down to my feet and up over my head. Yes? No, that would be too much. How many square feet? I don't give a good damn. But you're starting to clean it all the same, I see. Polishing to left and right, up and down, inch by inch. I can't do this. I must do the other rooms. Polish the essentials. Christ. What can I do? Nothing. Ignore it.
Drunk as an owl, Huxley, old pal. Drunker than two owls.
Go away.
Huxley, you're in there. I heard you moving about, talking and breathing. I know you're in there.
Yes, I'm in here. Yes.
Hell.
He's gone. Yes, but I've got to hurry. Time. Only a few hours before those damn fool friends wander in. But the wall. This wall is flawless. This wall may be, but the other the three is yet unpolished.
Those walls are all right. I won't touch them.
Must be thorough. Polish and swab up and down. Every stroke must overlap along the skirting board, around the light switch. While you're there, clean the light switch. On and off. Now down the sides of the door, into the corner. Nowhere left for finger marks to lurk.
What's the time?
3:13. Now, the next wall. Why have you stopped? What have you seen? What are you thinking?
The bowl.
You polished the bowl.
But the fruit. The fruit at the bottom of the bowl. Then I must do that mirror that keeps catching the light and reflecting little marks.
You polished the mirror.
It catches the light from the chandelier.
Fearful extravagance, of course, having a chandelier. Brought it back from Paris. I was there last year. With Lily, in case you hadn't guessed. $18,000. Can't remember what that was in francs. It's in what they call the Louis XV manner, somewhere towards the end of the 1800s. 150 glass drops. Needless to say, it's scarcely ever cleaned.
150 drops of rainbow glass.
I'll get a chair.
That's it. One of those. Louis says gilded beechwood, wasn't it?
Climb up and...
What?
No. How could I have touched the chandelier? It's Huxley and his damned antiques trapping me, catching me out, making me do crazy things.
You're getting down. You're not going to clean the chandelier?
No, I'm not going to clean the chandelier. And as for this Louis says gilded beechwood chair...
You've hit one of the walls you get to clean.
Damn the walls! There's still the dining room.
What's in the dining room?
You've seen my collection of plates and dishes, haven't you, Acton? Several new items of which I'm particularly proud. The Clarice Cliff pieces are new. Picked them up in London last fall. I love the Honolulu plate with all those twisted trees and bubbly foliage. Fabulous colors, so primitive, straight out of a child's paint box. And here's a lovely bit of ceramics by Gertrude and Otto Netzler.
It is lovely, yes.
Isn't it? Pick it up. Turn it over. See the fine thinness of the bowl, hand-thrown on a wheel. Thin as eggshell, incredible. And the amazing volcanic glaze. Don't be afraid. Handle it. Go ahead. I don't mind. Shall I tell you where I got it? Actually, it was a New Year's present from Lily. Careful. Don't drop it, Acton.
Handle it. Go ahead. Pick it up. That's what he said. What he didn't say was put your fingerprints all over it, Acton. Leave irrefutable evidence that you were here, picking up, handling, touching. And who gave him the damn bowl? She did. Damn her, too!
What have you done?
I'm fool.
Find the pieces, all of them, idiot. Every shard and chip and fragment. Gather it all together. None of it must be left behind.
What do I do with them?
Polish them, of course. Each piece, each irregular little ceramic atom must be polished as if it were a precious stone.
What a fool I am!
Over there. Another piece under the chair, glimmering in the dark, waiting to be found, waiting to reveal its secret marks. Get it! Polish it!
What about the time?
3:30. You must work harder. Get your jacket off and get down to it.
So much to do.
So many surfaces to rub and wipe and swab. So much that needs to be cleaned and polished in this room alone. Walls and floors. Tables and chairs. Drawers full of linen. Window panes and ledges. Drapes and curtain rods. Doors and doorknobs. Plates and blocks.
I want to show you my house, Hector.
In the kitchen, utensils in satin sheen, stainless steel, mixing bowls, saucepans, pots and containers, refrigerator, freezer and dishwasher, mixer, blenders, stove and sink unit, cupboard doors, work surfaces, marble chopping boards, every sparkling glass, every inch of glittering chromium.
You must let me show you around.
In the library, books and maps and portfolios of prints, hundreds of names on leather spines that may have been brushed or caressed. Melville, Cervantes, Whitman and Yeats, Mark Twain and Lewis Carroll, Freud, Wittgenstein and Kant. A signed photograph of Abe Lincoln, a bronze inkstand and a goose quill pen.
And an ivory skull.
Follow me. I'll lead the way.
The room of the murder.
The room full of all those things that I may have accidentally touched.
Leaving tiny, tiny little whorls no bigger than your finger.
Leaving traces over the mirror, the table, the fruit bowl.
The fruit?
The fruit at the bottom of the bowl.
I so much want you to enjoy being in my house.
So much to be cleaned, re-cleaned, polished and repolished. The body, the floor.
Table, mirror, Walls, doors, windows, ceiling, chandelier, every drop of glass, every shimmering pendant of hanging fire. Wash the body, wipe all his clothes, polish his shoes, and polish the fruit at the bottom of the bowl. 428, 12 rooms downstairs, 8 above, 100 chairs, 6 sofas, 27 tables, 6 radios. And under and on top and behind, the banister leading upstairs. Leave one little print, and it will reproduce and make 1 million more. And then the job will have to be done all over again. 513, arms aching, eyes swollen, hardly able to move, but must keep moving. Swabbing and rubbing, swabbing and rubbing. Bedroom by bedroom, closet by closet, the house is polished to a brilliance. Vases shine, chairs are burnished to a glow. Bronzes, brasses, and coppers are a glint. Floors sparkle, banisters gleam. 541, on and up again, the attic. The attic. Old trunks, old frames, old chairs, old toys, old music boxes. What's that? Chipped teapots, cracked mirrors. Listen. Tarnished cutlery, threadbare suits. Someone's coming, Acton. A rocking horse that no longer rocks. Footsteps. A dusty collection of Civil War coins.
William Acton.
Who's that? Ask him what he wants. What do you want?
Are you William Acton?
What does he want to know for? Yes.
Your jacket was downstairs near the body.
Body? Don't panic. Don't say anything.
The body of Donald Huxley, the occupant of this house. Did you know the deceased?
You don't have to answer.
I'm a police officer, Acton. Did you know Donald Huxley?
Why, yes.
Fool! I'm taking you down the precinct, Acton.
He can't pin a thing on you. You can't pin a thing on me. You won't find any fingerprints. You hear? Not so much as a single mark.
Well, we may not need any fingerprints.
What's he talking about? Why not?
Fingerprints are only necessary where we have to look for a murderer. Come along, Acton. No sudden moves, Acton. Down the steps into the car.
Hold on. You can't leave it like that. Leave it like what?
What are you saying, Acton?
Don't you see it? Yes, of course. Well, ask him to give you a moment, just a few seconds. Officer. One moment, please.
What for?
Tell him. Before you close the door, there's something I have to do.
I don't want any funny business.
Officer, do you have a handkerchief I could borrow?
What? Well, I guess so.
Here. Do it well. For God's sake, make a good job of it. I just have to wipe the doorbell. And the doorknob.
What?
There. Done.
Acton was played by Nigel Anthony, Huxley by John Hartley, and the police officer by Roger May. The story was called The Fruit at the Bottom of the Bowl, and it was dramatized by Brian Sibley. Martin Jenkins directed the play in London. My name is Ray Bradbury, and I wrote the original story. I hope you'll be able to join us next week when the next of my Tales of the Bizarre is a story of grief, technology, and hope, and it is called I Sing the Body Electric.
And that episode, featuring a Mark V 110-volt AC-DC electrical grandmother, can be located in the space-time vortex at 6:30 p.m. and midnight next Sunday on BBC Radio 4 Extra. And as we fade into a mere haunting shadow in your mind, just time to let you know what's coming up next weekend when this dimension becomes fully corporeal again. On Saturday, we conclude our awesome two-part dramatization of H. Rider Haggard's classic tale of obsession, empire, and high adventure, She, starring Tim McInerney, giving a fantastic performance. Can't wait for that. And on Sunday, more chills and thrills from our 1980s Canadian supernatural horror series, Nightfall, with the apparently terrifying destination of Homerville. And that'll be followed by a slice of sci-fi in a bizarre tale from Ray Bradbury, featuring a replacement electrical grandmother. Of course. Meanwhile, consider this my official advance handover to Dan Murch, who'll be guiding you through the 7th dimension next week. In the meantime, this is me, Nick Briggs, warping out of reality. Bye-bye!
You are leaving the 7th dimension on BBC Radio 4 Extra.
This is
BBC Radio 4
Extra.
It's 7 o'clock. I'm Debbie Russ. Good evening. Coming up first in the Moth Radio Hour, Sarah Austin Jeunesse introduces 4 storytellers, each with a tale exploring
Our next drama is I Sing the Body Electric. This has I think, a fascinating genesis. I read a book on raising children. There's thousands of them been written in the last 30, 40 years. And in this one special book, I read a comment by the author saying, whatever you do as a father or mother, whatever you do, don't die. Your children will never forgive you. The mystery of going away suddenly without permission. That struck me, and combined with another idea I had at the time, I was tired of people saying, aren't you afraid of technology? Aren't you afraid of computers? I was never that afraid. I've always been afraid of the automobile because it destroys one heck of a lot of people. But I put the two ideas together. I wanted to explain to people just how humane certain inventions are. The motion picture device is a humane device for repeating truths over and over and over again. The great films teach us and teach us and teach us. Tape recorders do the same. The good radio broadcasts do the same. They can be repeated and repeated. So these technologies, which seem cold and remote, are not, because they embody the truth that we want to keep from one generation to another. That being true, I wanted to create a robot that was more than a robot, the electric grandmother, so I could prove to people that machines are not always just machines. They're reproducers of basic truths that we have to carry with us from day to day. So a combination of what I read in that book on child psychology, whatever you do, don't die, your children will never forgive you, and my desire to create a robot that was humane made for this story. And here it is. I Sing the Body Electric.
Our mother was dead. One late afternoon, a black car left Father and the 3 of us, myself the eldest, my brother Timothy, and my little sister Agatha, stranded on our own front drive, staring at the home that would never be the same for us again.
Well, Tom?
Well, what happens now?
There's always Aunt Clara.
Yuck!
You know she wants you to go and live with her.
I'd rather die. I'd rather kill myself.
Yes, well, that's what I told her, sort of. But what do we do?
We'll manage.
Will we?
Sure we will.
I have to work if we're going to eat. And you need someone.
Mother's gone. We don't need anyone.
I'll tell you what we need. What we need is a grandmother.
But all our grandmothers are dead, too.
Yes.
So?
I don't know. It's a crazy idea. Well, your Aunt Clara thinks it's a crazy idea. She told me so in no uncertain terms.
Then let's hear it. If she doesn't approve, there must be something good about it.
Here. Tom, you read this out.
What is it?
Just read it.
I Sing the Body Electric. Isn't that a Whitman poem?
Sure. Read on.
Fantocini Limited. We shadow forth the answer to all your most grievous problems.
one model only. We have perfected the first humanoid genre, mini-circuited, rechargeable, AC/DC Mark V electrical... Grandmother? Grandmother?
Yeah, let me see that. The Fantocini electrical grandmother is built to give the incredible precision of love to your children. She is computerized to tutor in 12 languages and has a complete knowledge of the religious, artistic, and socio-political histories of the world, seated in her master hive. What is this nonsense?
It's great. It makes us sound as if we were to keep educated bees.
Oh, shut up! It's crazy!
Here, give me it. Let me finish. This facsimile human being will listen, know, tell, react, and love your children, will transmit miracles to your needy.
Our needy.
We offer the nearest thing to the ideal teacher, friend, companion, blood relation.
Stop! Don't go on. It's too much even for me.
Why? I was just getting interested.
Do they really have these things? Or is it a joke?
Let's not talk about it anymore. It was a mad thought.
Not so mad. I mean, heck, whatever they built couldn't be worse than Aunt Clara, huh? And we do need somebody, don't we?
Sure we do. Agatha, what do you think?
We can try. Sure. But tell me this. When does our real mother come home to stay? What are Fantocini?
It's an Italian word for shadow puppets, I think. Or dream people.
There's something kind of weird about the lighting here. Have you noticed?
Sure. We all look warmer and happier, even though it's freezing outside. And that music's kind of weird, too.
Look! In the cave. Puppets. Marionettes.
Well, if that's all they are, what are we doing here? You gave me one of those dumb things 2 years ago, Dad, and the strings were in a zillion knots by dinner time.
Then we shall have to see what we can do to eliminate the strings. Guido Fantocini at your service. Here's how we do it, Miss Agatha Simmons.
What's this?
A key to wind them up with.
A golden key?
This is the key to your very own do-it-yourself electrical grandmother. You're in charge. Shall we go? Step onto the moving carpet, please.
Isn't this fun? Like walking on water.
What is that?
Listen. They are the voices of all kinds of women. We must weigh them and find just the right one for you. But to do that, we must hear you speak, all of you. Once we have the voice, the rest follows naturally, as night follows day. Speak.
Hi. I'm Timothy. Hello? Grandmother. Where are you? We sure need you right now.
Why must we speak? So that when you listen to her, you will hear something of yourselves coming back to you. That is how it works. That is how she works.
I see. I begin to understand now. Or I think I do.
Hi. Grandmother? Where are you? You better hurry. We need you.
Agatha?
No.
Please, honey. Just say something.
No, let go. I won't have my voice used. I won't.
Excellent. That's plenty to be going on with. And now, let's see what we can do with it all.
Fantocini.
Puppets. Marionettes.
Puppets.
Nefertiti.
Marionette.
Nefertiti.
It means the beautiful one is here.
The beautiful one is here.
Nefertiti.
Oh, she's there, all right.
Well, I think it's a beautiful voice. Just beautiful.
And that was it, really. At least most of it. The voice was more important than all the rest. Oh, but we argued about the rest. What a time we had. She had to be just right. She shouldn't be too bony or too fat. Her hand must not be marble cold or oven hot. There was the color of her eyes. Timothy won that one. And her hair to fight over. And always the flowing river of green carpet ran on, bearing us with it from one magical department to another, until it deposited us all on a far shore late in the day. And after that, well, they made us wait. They made us wait for 3 whole months, while Agatha, who was the youngest, turned her face to the wall and saw sorrow there, and put her hand out again and again to touch it.
Tom! Timothy! Agatha! I do believe she's coming! There's the helicopter! She's coming!
She is! Look, Tim! They're lowering a box! Carefully! Carefully! There! On the lawn by the porch!
I'll get a crowbar. God, I hope, oh God, what have I done?
Magic. She's gonna be magic. Careful. You don't want to hurt her.
But she's... What is this?
It's like a mummy. Tom? It's a sarcophagus. She must be inside. Is that real gold? Oh, look at the hieroglyphs. Just like in museums.
The golden masked face of the woman looked back at us with just the merest smile. The hieroglyphs told stories. We were painted there. Agatha in 6th grade, Timothy in high school, myself in college, wearing glasses, running a little to fat. The sarcophagus spelled winters ahead, springs to squander, autumns to spend.
Let's open it. Well, let's get her out. Look, there's a bandage for each of us.
She's all wrapped up in us.
She is, Tom. She is. Pull, come on. Let's unwrap her. Come on, Agatha.
Oh, all right.
That's it.
Well, where does
She's in there somewhere. Come on, kids. Come on.
Oh, she's beautiful.
But what if she's dead, too? She's not moving.
Idiot. You've got the key, haven't you? Hurry up, Agatha. Where's the key the man gave you to wind her up?
It's here, around my neck. But where does it go?
In her navel, stupid. Go on.
Hello. And you must be...
Timothy. Tim. Gosh.
And you?
I'm Tom.
Oh, that's better. But isn't there another boy?
A girl. I'm a girl, and I'm not coming any nearer.
Yes. Alicia.
Agatha!
Of course. Algernon, isn't it?
I said Agatha.
Oh, well, Agatha, Timothy, and Thomas. Let me look at you.
No, let us look at you. Oh, come on, Agatha. She won't bite.
No, I'm staying here. I don't like her. I wish she'd go away.
Well, I don't. I think she's lovely.
And she was. Not too young, not too old. She had a sound that was all her own, or at least that's how I remember her. She sounded like a warm summer hive. Bees, Timothy had said, when first we read about the Fantaccini Company, and he was right. She made a sound like a season all to herself. We were drawn to her. All except Agatha, that is, who stayed on the porch watching.
Your eyes.
What about them?
They're the color of agates. I just love agates. They're the color I chose.
And what could be better than that? And what about you, Master Tom?
Me?
How shall we be friends, huh?
I don't know.
I think that you are a dog, mad to bark, but with toffee in his teeth.
What?
Have you ever given a dog toffee? You laugh and hate yourself and run to help and laugh again when his first new bark comes out. I can see I'll have to help you to bark a little. Is this your kite?
Sure, but the string's broken, and I don't have any more.
Well, I do. Now, let me just get the hang of it. I've never used it before. Will you fly for me? Yes, sure you will.
Wow! Gee, how do you do that? It's like a web coming from your finger.
But strong enough to hold a kite.
It's so high.
If you think that's high, watch this.
Wow!
I make it as I need it. Instant thread. Oh, here. I think that's enough. Wind it round your fist, Tom. It's the longest kite string in the history of the world. And now, what about Abigail?
Agatha!
Oh, yes, Agatha. How shall we make do? There must be some way.
We'll never be friends. Never.
Oh, we'll just have to see.
No, we won't see. No, never.
And that was only the first day. There was second day and a third, and all the days after. We were planets turning about the central light that was Grandma. And slowly, slowly, Agatha came to listen and to watch. As for Grandma, she merely listened. But there was another thing about her, something that dawned on me only gradually, maybe because I was older than the others. We found it out for sure when we took pictures of her, Timothy and I, and then I sent Agatha to photograph her too.
Look, it's just as I thought. But how does she do it? That's what I want to know. How does she do what? She's different. It depends who's looking at her. It shows up more in the pictures, but it happens even when we're talking to her. She changes. She doesn't. She's our grandmother. She's beautiful. Sure she is. But she transforms herself for each of us. She gives us what we most need. Only it's so subtle that you can't put your finger on it. One face for one person at a time. You watch. You'll see. And when all three of us are there, it's like a miracle. The changes are so soft and small and mysterious you'd hardly notice them. But they're there all the same. Magic. She's just magic.
Tom?
Just let me finish this, Dad.
No, it's okay. Don't stop. I just wondered, what's wrong with Agatha? She spends so much time in her room.
I know what's wrong with her.
What?
She's beginning to like Grandma. That's what's the matter. You're pretty smart for your age, Tim. Smart? Heck. It's obvious. The more Agatha likes Grandma, the more she hates herself for liking her. The more afraid she gets of the whole mess.
So what do we do?
Oh, I think we leave it to Grandma.
Leave what to Grandma? Homework? Have a cookie.
These are so good. Not homework. Agatha.
Well, she's afraid.
Of you?
Not of me so much as what I might do. We must wait for her to find that her fears have no foundation. If I fail, I will send myself to the showers and rust quietly.
Don't do that. Who would bake cookies like this for us?
Tell me, how do you do it?
Do what?
All this. Jesus, you even cook chicken like my wife, but you bake the way I remember my mother baking, too. All that you are. What are you?
I am given things which I then give to you. I am a machine.
No, you're more than that.
Of course I'm more than that. I am all the people who thought of me and planned me and built me and set me running.
You know, when I was growing up, there was a huge outcry. Machines were supposed to dehumanize.
Well, some do. The motor car, for instance. But it's all in the way they are built and used. I am a grandmother machine, which is to say that I am more than a machine.
How can you be more than what you seem?
No man is as big as his own idea. We're in a new age now where we can think up a big idea and run it around in a machine.
But you must have been invented by someone who loved machines.
Exactly. Guido Fantaccini grew up among them and hated all those lies. Lies such as all machines are cold, thoughtless, awful. But there are some that compensate. Machines that trim your soul in silhouette like a vast pair of beautiful shears. We shadow forth. And for that, you need examples.
Examples?
Well, for thousands of years, you humans have needed kings, priests, philosophers, fine examples to look up to. But being human, even the finest priests and philosophers fall from grace.
And you, grandmother, why do you never make mistakes? You're perfect. You're better than anyone ever.
I'm not perfect, no. But being mechanical, I cannot be greedy or jealous or mean or small. I can keep an idea clean and whole and intact. Tell me how you would like to be, and then let me run ahead to explore those ways. In the darkness ahead, turn me as a lamp in all directions. I can guide your feet. And above all, I can go on giving love, even in the middle of hate.
Yes, but...
But what?
But all this talk of love and stuff.
Yes?
Oh, good God, woman. You're not in there.
No, but you are. You, Aunt Thomas, and Timothy, and Agatha. Everything you say and do, I'll keep and treasure. I shall be all the things a family forgets it is. What is love? Maybe love is someone giving us back to ourselves, just a trifle better than we had dared to dream. If paying attention is love, then I am love. If knowing is love, then I am love. If helping you not to fall into error is love, I am love. No one will go hungry. I will love you all, always.
But I won't let you. It's lies, I tell you. You lie. No one loves me. She said she did, but she lied.
Who?
Mother. She said, I love you, but it was lies. And you're like her. You lie. You're lying now. And I hate her. And I hate you.
Oh, Agatha.
Don't touch me. I hate you.
Agatha!
Let me. I'll follow her.
She moved swiftly, gliding down the hall, and then suddenly, easily, running out of the door and through the front garden. Agatha was poised at the curb.
No! Leave me alone! Agatha! I don't want you! Take care! I don't love you! Agatha! Leave me be! Oh, Grandma! Oh, Grandma! Oh, no!
Agatha, are you okay?
I'm okay. Oh, what about Grandma?
She saved you, but it hit her. The car hit her. The star spinning, turning over and over in the air. I dared.
Oh, Grandma! I can't look. She's dead, isn't she? It's like I told you. Lies. All lies. Just like the other. Just like the other.
You mean like Mom?
Mom's dead. Now Grandma's dead. She promised always to love. She promised to be different. And now she's dead. I hate her. And I hate Mom. I hate them both.
Of course, my dear. It's only natural. How foolish of me not to have seen.
Grandma?
Oh, how silly of me.
But you're dead. The car.
Hit me, yes. For a few moments, there was a severe concussion of circuitries. But then I sat up and gave myself a shake, and a few molecules of paint jarred loose on one printed path or another, righted themselves, and here I am.
I thought you were
dead, and only natural. Oh, my dear Agatha, I see now why you were afraid and never trusted me. I had not as yet proved my singular ability to survive. For how can children ever understand when you just up and go away and never come back with no excuse, no apologies, no nothing?
They can't.
How could they? You felt as if your mother ran away to death. And after that, how could you trust anyone? So when I came, I should have known why you would not accept me. For you feared I might not stay. But now, do you see? Abigail.
Agatha. Oh, yes. I see. I do see. I do.
And so we lived happily ever after. Or at least we lived together until it was time for all of us to go to college, one by one. And when the last of us, Agatha, was all packed, why, Grandma packed too.
Grandma? What are you doing?
Going off to college, just like you. Back to Guido Fantaccini's, back to my family.
Aren't we your family?
Oh, of course. But now I go back to my larger family there, my sisters and aunts and cousins.
And what will happen to you there?
Oh, well, that all depends. Some of us linger. Others go to be drawn and quartered, you might say. Their parts distributed to other machines who have need of repair, so it matters little.
Oh, they mustn't draw and quarter you. I couldn't bear that.
Well, there is an alternative. For a very small fee, there is a room, a large, dim parlor, all quiet and nicely decorated, where as many as 30 or 40 of us electric women sit and talk, each in her turn. Or so I'm told, because I haven't been there yet. But for a small fee, that's where I might be. And I'll talk in my turn and tell all I have learned from you.
But you taught us.
Oh, no, it was learning both ways. We'll sit there growing wiser and calmer every year, and we'll be waiting, should you ever need us for your own children in time of illness or deprivation or death. Waiting for a time when we may perhaps grow so worthy and so fine that, like Pinocchio in the old tale, the gift of life may be given to us. For we have our own dreams and myths, too, you know.
Oh, Grandma, you don't have to wait. You've always been alive to us. Don't go.
I must. You don't need me now. But my dearest Abigail, Agamemnon, Agatha, when you are very old and gone childish again, send for me. I'll come back when you need me.
Oh, we'll never grow old. That'll never happen to us.
And then we were gone, and the years are flown, and we are old, all three of us. Our children are grown and gone, our wives and husbands are vanished, and now, by a strange coincidence, we're back here, together, in this old house of ours. But we have sent for someone else. The three of us have called for her.
Grandma! Oh, Grandma!
You said you'd come back when we had need of you. Well, that time has come, and like all old people, we are surprised by our great age. We are three old children who rise up crying, "We loved you. We still love you. Come to us." Grandma, where are you? Do you remember everything that we left in your keeping? Is that the sound of the helicopter? And what is that on the grass by the front porch? Is it the beautiful sarcophagus again? Do we have the strength to open it? And the gold key? forever hung at Agatha's breast, warmed and waiting down all these years. Oh, Grandma, will it wind? Will it set in motion? Will it fit?
Amazing things, helicopters. In that dramatization of I Sing the Body Electric, Tom was played by David Jarvis. Father was Angus McInnes. Agatha was played by Buffy Davis, and Timothy by Colin Scott Moncrief. Fantoccini was played by Bob Doherty, and our Mark V AC/DC electric grandmother was played by Joanna Tope. The story was dramatized by Catherine Cherkasska, and the director in Edinburgh was Hamish Wilson. I'm Ray Bradbury, and I'll be back next week to introduce the sixth and last in this series of Tales of the Bizarre, Skeleton.
Thank you, Ray, and he's not wrong, you know. Yes, Ray will be back at the same time next week with a tale of a man having trouble with his bones. And that just about wraps it up for this evening, folks. But as always, the Dimension will be unfurling again next weekend, when we'll return with the tale of a French writer who visits the Loire and becomes fascinated with a derelict house in its history. And, as this is the seventh dimension, I'm sure we're all aware he should just leave well alone. You can't tell some people, though. You really can't. Anyway, I look forward to welcoming you back then, but for now, this is Dan Mersch waving you off the premises. Bye for now.
You are leaving the seventh dimension on BBC Radio 4 Extra. This is
BBC Radio 4
Extra.
Our next story, Skeleton, is an example of the way I react to some real encounters with real people. I went to my doctor one day when I was 22 years old, and I had a sore throat. And I said, it sure feels funny in there. The doctor took his flashlight and probed around and looked at my throat, and he says, oh, there's nothing wrong. Take 2 aspirins, go home, and forget it. And it looks a little red, but you're okay. I said, yeah, but feel my neck here, a little gristle, a little fat, a little muscle, whatever. I've never felt anything like that. He says, you haven't paid attention to your own body. You've got all sorts of peculiar things in your body you've never even noticed, like the medulla oblongata on the back of your skull, the original fissures from the top of your head when you were born, the skull is fragmented in many ways and grows together over a period of weeks. You have floating ribs, you have your elbows, you have kneecaps. You've never really felt your skeleton. You go home and feel it, huh? So I left my doctor. I went out the street feeling my elbows and my medulla oblongata. And I said, my God, I never thought of it before. I have this gothic thing inside me, this strange intruder, a skeleton, huh? Once that hit me, 3 hours later, the short story was written. And I had a heck of a lot of fun with it, and I hope you will enjoy it as much as I did when I wrote it. So here it is, Skeleton.
Harris, come in. What can I do for you this time, huh? Oh, sit down, man.
Well, it's the same thing, Doctor. Aches and pains, you know.
Where are they, these aches and pains?
Everywhere, really. They seem to be right in my bones.
In your bones, huh? Right. My dear Harris, you've been curried with the finest tooth combs and bacteria brushes known to science.
I know that.
You're just nervous. Let me see your fingers. Too many cigarettes. And your eyes? Not enough sleep. Go to bed earlier, stop smoking, and that'll be $30, please.
Well, thanks for nothing, Doctor.
What more do you want, man? You're a hypochondriac. That's $50 now.
But why should my bones ache so?
Have you ever had a sore muscle and kept fussing away at it, rubbing it? It gets worse, doesn't it? Then you leave it alone, and the pain vanishes. Leave yourself alone. Take that trip to Phoenix you've been planning. It would do you good to travel. Now get out of here and send in someone who's really sick.
Black coffee?
Thanks. Say, you got a phone directory?
Sure. Over there, help yourself.
Phone specialist. Phone specialist.
Can I get you anything else?
No thanks. Just a guy who knows what he's talking about. That's what I need. Wait a minute. Monigant. 3 blocks down, 1 block over. My phone first. No. I'll go straight over there.
Mr. Harris? Is that what you said your name was?
Yes.
How can I help you? What brings you to me?
My damn fool doctor. He hasn't any idea what's wrong with me.
But you feel that there is something wrong. With your bones, presumably.
I don't see what else it can be. I have the most terrible aches and pains all the time. I feel it must be my skeleton. It protests. Does that make sense? There's something wrong somewhere.
Oh, I'm sure there is. I've seen cases like yours before.
You have?
Indeed. Man is usually unaware of his bones, but occasionally there occurs an imbalance. An unsympathetic coordination between soul, flesh, and skeleton. And that's where I step in. Do you take my meaning?
I think so.
May I show you a few x-rays? Just as an example. The skeleton. Perhaps you haven't considered your skeleton before. Look. The long, the short, the large, the small bones, the cranium, the spinal cord, the pelvis. All this is deep inside you, clothed in flesh, to be sure, but it can become troublesome sometimes.
Troublesome?
It sounds very much as if your skeleton has become a trouble to you.
It certainly is. But can you do anything about it?
Do you wish your bones to be treated?
That all depends.
On what?
On what's involved. And there's the cost, too.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about the financial aspects. We can come to some arrangement. But I can't help you unless you are in the proper mood. For the treatment to work, the patient has to want help very badly. Otherwise, there's little I can do.
Would it take long?
That also depends on your cooperation.
Well,
shall I try?
Okay, why not?
If you just come over here and lie down.
Here?
Yes. That's perfect. Just perfect. Open wide. You just feel a little pressure on your jawbones. Here. Wider. Now, a little wider. You almost bit my nose off. No use. Absolutely no use, my dear sir. Now is definitely not the time.
You sound disappointed.
Oh, but I am, my dear sir. On your account, of course.
So, what can I do?
I would advise you to go away and think about it. When you feel you can cooperate with me, then maybe something can be done.
Okay, what do I owe you?
$10 should cover it this time, my dear sir. I did very little. And meanwhile, here's a sketch for you to take home with you.
It's very detailed, isn't it?
Oh, very. It will serve to acquaint you with your body. You must become more aware of yourself. You must be on guard. A skeleton is a strange, unwieldy thing to have inside you.
No, I never thought of it that way before.
Oh, but you should, my dear sir. Now, good day to you. Would you care for a breadstick?
A breadstick?
Why, yes. I find I chew them all day long. Delicious. So nice and hard and salty. And crunchy. I find it keeps me in practice. Don't you know? Have one. Do.
Well, thanks.
Now, good day to you. Good day, Mr. Harris. And I do hope to see you again in due course.
Well, yeah. Maybe so. Maybe so.
Are you still brooding, my sweet? I wish you wouldn't.
I can't help it. It hurts.
What hurts?
Every bone in my body.
Oh, my dear.
Clarice, your kneecap. Is it supposed to do that?
Supposed to do what?
Is it supposed to run around on top of your knee that way?
So it does. I never noticed.
I'm glad yours slithers too. I was beginning to worry.
About what?
My ribs don't go all the way down either. They stop here, and I found some confounded ones that dangle in midair.
Of course they do, silly. And those funny short ones are just floating ribs.
I hope they don't float around too much. Thanks for worrying about me.
Oh, any time, my darling.
Did you realize the nose bone grows down only this far? From there on, a lot of gristly tissue fills out the rest.
Of course it does, darling. Don't be so silly. Look, I'm going back down to my bridge game. The girls are waiting for me.
Off you go. Oh, God almighty. Why did I never realize it? All those years I've been walking around with a skeleton inside me. A skeleton. Gouge-eyed, skull-faced, shake-fingered. One of those rattling things that sway from neck chains in abandoned web closets. Or found on the desert all along and scattered like dice. God! It's inside me.
Darling, why don't you come down and meet the lady?
Sure, I'll be with you in a moment. When I stand up, it's a skeleton that supports me. With every step I take, I realize just how dependent I am upon this alien thing inside me.
Darling!
I'm coming! Oh, brace up, can't you? I'll take that trip to Phoenix. I'll go Friday. A new business. A whole new career. Maybe Doc Burley's right after all. It'll take my mind off things. Yes. I'm coming, darling. I'm coming.
My dear, what is wrong with you? Why did you go rushing off like that?
Have they all gone?
Oh, sure they have, but...
I threw up.
Oh, I thought you had.
It was their teeth all smiling at me.
Well, of course they were smiling at you.
Don't you see? It's part of their skeleton showing through.
What are you doing now?
Cutting my fingernails. That's my skeleton, too.
Oh, my darling. Fingernails are not bone.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure. If you aren't the darndest hypochondriac...
I'm okay. I've decided. I'm going to Phoenix Friday.
To see Mr. Carlton? Do you think he'll lend us the money?
I think he will. Then we can build a kiln and set up shop for ourselves.
You certainly have plenty of talent, darling. Harris Ceramics, I can see it now.
Oh, Clarice. If only I weren't so
Oh, come on. What's wrong? Tell Mama.
Nothing. It's just something inside me. Maybe it's something I ate. A skeleton. Except that it isn't mine, is it? It's a law unto itself. It's a slick, clean structure of efficient organization. Where's the mirror? Just sometimes I can see the skull grinning at me from behind my flesh. Let go. Let go of me. Stop squeezing me. My head aches with you.
Observe the flawless, snow-white perfection of the skull.
Let my insides be. Stay away from my heart.
Then observe the tiny bones of the skull's nose before that monstrous nasal cartilage begins.
Look at my body. So plump. So...
Consider the skeleton. Slender, svelte, economical of line and contour, like exquisitely carved oriental ivory.
And my eyes, protuberant, ordinary.
Be so kind as to note the eye sockets of the skull, so deep and rounded, somber, quiet pools, all-knowing, eternal. Compare the skeleton.
Compare. Wait a minute. If you've got me, I've got you. I can make you do anything I want, and you can't prevent it. It's a 50-50 fight. Even Steven. And we'll fight it out, we two. Even if I didn't have you, I could still think. No, let me go. Let me be. Leave my brain alone.
I'll have a chicken, please. Cream potatoes, and yes, cauliflower with cheese sauce.
Hi, Harris. Say, have you lost weight?
Yeah, a couple of pounds, maybe.
Think you can starve me, make me lose weight, peel the flesh off. Leave nothing but skin on the bone.
Oh, and a dessert, please. That one there with all the cream.
Don't know how, eating the way you do. Are you really going to eat all that?
I sure am.
Well, you won't suffer from calcium deficiency anyway.
How do you mean?
All that cheese and cream and milk. Good bone food, that. Even if it is bad for your heart.
God, is that what you're doing? Well, I'll eat for one of us, my lad, but not for both.
Harris, what's wrong there? Your lunch. You've left your lunch behind.
150 pounds. Do you see how I've changed?
For the better. You were always a little plump for your height, darling. I like your face. It's so much nicer. The line of it is so firm and strong now.
They're not my lines. They're his, damn him. You mean to say you like him better than you like me?
Him who? Who are you talking about? And what are you eating?
Malt tablets.
But, darling, you really don't have to regain the weight for me.
You don't understand.
No, I don't understand. Come on, lie down. Put your head on my lap. That's better. You know, I've watched you lately. I'm so worried about you. You look so hunted. Maybe you should see a psychiatrist.
I've seen a bone specialist.
Then surely he told you. You and your skeleton are one and the same. One nation, indivisible. United you stand, divided you fall. You're in a vicious circle. The more you worry, the more your bones stick out. And then the more you worry. After all, who picked this fight?
I guess I did.
Well then, you rest now. Rest and forget.
Perhaps I should go back to M. Munigant, the bone specialist, you know.
Perhaps you should. Darling, what's wrong?
Pain. Pain. Oh, Clarice.
I'm here, darling. I'm holding you. Oh, God, darling. Forget this bone specialist. He hasn't done you much good, has he?
No, he hasn't.
There. Is that better?
I guess it is. He ate breadsticks.
What?
He told me he ate breadsticks all day long.
How bizarre. Is that better?
Yes. Much.
You just go to sleep now. Sleep.
Same again.
Here, you look kind of down, my friend. Let me buy you this one.
Thanks. Say, how do you do it?
Do what?
Keep in shape like that. Not a bone to be seen. How do you do it? That's what I'd like to know. How do you stay so fat?
Are you having me on?
No, I mean it. I envy you. Your health. Is there a special diet? I can't seem to put on any weight, whatever I do. I'd like a stomach same as yours. Just how do you do it?
You are drunk, my friend, but I like drunkards. I'll tell you. I built this body layer by layer over 20 years.
How do you do it?
You get yourself a quarreling bird of a wife and a baker's dozen of troublesome relatives. To these, a sprinkling of business associates whose prime motivation is snatching your last dollar. And you are well on your way to getting fat.
Why?
Oh, because in no time at all, you'll find yourself building a fine layer of fat between yourself and them. Eating is the only fun on earth. Too many people in this world haven't enough to worry about, so they begin picking on themselves and then they lose weight. That's the long and short of it, my friend. So, drink up, laugh, and grow fat.
That's more or less what my doctor said.
And believe me, he's right.
Maybe I'd better take that business trip to Phoenix after all.
Maybe you better. Take your mind off things. Well, I'm off. Got to go home to dinner. Good luck, my friend. Good luck to you.
Good to get away. They're all right. The doctor, Clarice, even the fat man in the bar. I need to stop thinking about myself all the time. Get some outside worries. Forget all about that damn M. Munnigan and his...
Oh my God!
So thirsty. So hot. That bush. Over there. I can just... So that's it, isn't it? One way or another, you'll starve me. Thirst me. Kill me. Have the sun cook my flesh so you could peek out. Have the vultures lunch off me. There you lie, grinning with victory. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Freedom. Your freedom.
Hey, you! Are you okay, pal?
Oh, thank God. Thank God you found me.
Thank God you're all right. Oh, darling, I was so worried about you.
Were you?
Oh, let me kiss you. Darling?
I'm okay.
And the business deal?
I guess it went through.
Oh, but that's wonderful. Just wonderful. Oh, but you look thinner. I guess it was the night in the desert.
Yeah, I guess that was it.
Dinner's waiting.
Good. Good.
Darling, would you mind very much if I went out for a while tonight?
No. Why should I? I'm just fine.
Only it's my Red Cross night and...
Oh, yes. I forgot.
Darling, you seem so... I don't know. Are you sure you'll be okay? Just for an hour or two.
You go out. I'll be fine. Come on, let's eat, and then you can be off. I need some time to myself. At last. Come on. again, Munnigan?
Mr. Harris, how can I help you?
I have to see you. Can you come round? Can you come here? Right now.
Mr. Harris.
Come in. Come in, for God's sake.
My dear sir, you look just terrible. A walking skeleton.
Don't! The pain! I can't bear the pain.
We're at that stage, are we? And now you are ready for me. Isn't that so?
Yes, I'm ready. It nearly got me, you know. I crashed the car in the desert. It nearly had me. If they hadn't found me.
Indeed. I was right. This skeleton of yours is a traitor, it seems.
The pain! The pain!
Shall we fix him once and for all?
Please. Oh, please. Can you do anything?
Of course I can.
But you seem to be growing smaller.
Smaller? I don't think so, my dear sir. Are you perhaps delirious? Lie back now. Lie back in this chair. Relax. There now.
Munnigan, I've never noticed before your tongue. It's round. Tube-like. Hollow.
Delirious?
Yes. That's it. Delirious.
Relax. And open your mouth. That's all. I'll do the rest. Now, let me see. Wider, please. Wider still.
Your voice? What's happening to your voice?
Wider and wider, please. Wider still. Relax, Mr. Harris. Now.
I can't breathe. What are you doing? Where are you, Munnigan? Munnigan, in God's name, where are you? Where have you gone? Help me!
Where do you think I am, my dear sir? I'm in here, disposing of that tiresome skeleton of yours. Breadsticks. Just like breadsticks. And very delicious they are, too. Dear lady.
Who are you?
M. Munnigan's the name. Bone specialist.
What is that you're eating?
What does it look like, my dear lady? A breadstick. Delicious. So crunchy. Such a goodie. Take care now. Mind where you put your feet.
Darling! Darling, you didn't tell me. Darling, where are you? What is that on the carpet? Darling, where are you? Why, it looks like a huge jellyfish.
Is that you? Darling?
Delicious, long and crunchy and salty. Delicious, my dear lady. Delicious. But mind where you put your feet.
That was a story called Skeleton. Dr. Burley was played by Bob Doherty. Harris was played by Stuart McQuarrie. The fat man in the bar was Paul Morrow. Clarice was played by Wendy Seeger. And Munigat was played by Liam Brennan. The other parts were played by members of the cast. Catherine Cherkowska dramatized my story, which is the last in the series of Tales of the Bizarre. The director in Edinburgh was Hamish Wilson. I'm Ray Bradbury, and I hope you enjoyed these tellings of my stories. Good evening.
Good evening, Ray. Ray Bradbury there, spine tingling. And then spine removing. Well, Mr. Bradbury will not be joining us next week, as instead we have the tale of a couple renting a holiday home who start to get the nasty feeling that something happened there the year before, in the Visitor's Book. Well, I'm afraid it's time to take the bung out and deflate the dimension for another evening. But fret not, because I'll be pulling out the foot pump once again next week, when we'll have a dark dystopian drama for you, where a new Prime Minister comes up with a high-tech solution to the nation's crime wave in Wally K. Daly's 2004. Ah, what a dark, futuristic place that sounds. But for now, this is me, Dan Merce, saying ta-ta for now, and I'll see you in a week.
You are leaving the 7th dimension on BBC Radio 4 Extra. This is
BBC Radio 4
Extra.
It's 7 o'clock. Hello, this is Susan Ray with the Moth Radio Hour. True stories told live in the USA. Catherine Burns introduces tales of people discovering their true vocations in life. The Moth has presented more than 15,000 stories told live and without notes to standing room-only crowds worldwide. The Moth podcast is downloaded over 27 million times a year. A little later, we stay with matters Lepidopteran with Sir David Attenborough, mourning the large blue butterfly.
My story, The Man Upstairs, comes directly out of my childhood. I loved to watch my grandmother eviscerate the turkeys and chickens on the kitchen table. I was curious about all the innards that came out there. And so I stood around the kitchen and I watched our star boarder eat his soup and the other victuals on the table when I was 10, 11, 12. And I began to imagine what kind of man this boarder was. He was the town barber, but he seemed terribly strange, and there was nothing about his background that I truly knew. So between my grandmother and the eviscerated turkeys and this strange boarder with a funny straw hat, many years later, I sat down and wrote The Man Upstairs.
Grammy. Yeah. You be careful now, Douglas. Some of those are very sharp. Cut you if you touch them. I'm always careful. You need a good sharp knife if you're going to cut a chicken like this. Who taught you to do it, Grammy? Why, my old grandma. And her grandma before her, I suppose. Why do you like to watch me so much? I don't know. I just like to see the way you do it. It's so neat and nice. See, there's the heart. And the slippery, slidey liver. What are you going to stuff the chicken with today, Grammy? Oh, nothing fancy, child. Just a little seasoned bread. Now, you fetch me the salt cellar and the pepper pot now, and I'll get the needle and thread. Can I sew it up today? You can if you're careful. You can thread the needle for me, too. I can't see it so well these days. Always having trouble threading needles. My arms ain't long enough. Guess that's the problem. Oh, Grandma, let me do it. Well, here you are, then. Now, I'll just season the stuffing. Now, you want to sew the chicken up, so you better do it right. Start here, and keep it nice and neat. Grammy? Mm-hmm. Am I like that inside? Like the chicken, I mean? I guess you are. A little more orderly and presentable, but just about the same. Only more of it. Yeah. A good deal more of it.
Grandpa has lots more than me. His stick's out in front so he can rest his elbows on it.
Oh, now, child. You watch what you're doing with that needle.
Almost done.
Nice, neat work, that.
Yeah, all finished.
Well, now go wash your hands. Wash them good and proper.
How do you know I've got insights like that, Grammy?
Oh, go away now. All these questions. You answer that for me, Douglas.
Okay, Grammy. I'm going.
Good morning, child. Is the landlady at home?
Landlady? Oh, yeah. She's my grandma, and she's busy right now.
I wish to rent her upstairs room, as advertised in the shop down the street there.
We've got 10 boarders, and it's rented already. You'd better go away now.
Douglas! What are you saying? That's all nonsense. How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
Never you mind this child. I don't know what's got into him. Of course there's a room. Come in now, do.
Thank you.
I think we can suit you just fine. If you follow me, I'll show you the room. It's quite private and quiet.
Then I think it will suit me very well. Very well indeed.
Sheets, pillowcases, towels. Now, Douglas, up you go and take these to Mr. Kobelman's room. You tell him I'll make up his bed later.
Do I have to, Grammy?
Of course you have to. What's got into you, Douglas? You're usually so helpful.
Nothing's got into me. I just don't like him.
And who are you to like or dislike our lodgers? Off you go now, Douglas, and don't let me hear that talk again.
Did you want something, boy?
Here are your sheets and towels. I'm to tell you we eat at noon sharp, and if you're late coming down, the soup will get cold. Grandma fixes it so it will, every time.
Well, I'll be on time then. Here. 10 copper pennies. Brand new.
Gee, thanks.
We shall be friends, you and I.
I'll drop these in my dime bank when I get them changed into a dime. I got $6.50 in dimes, all ready for my camp trip in August.
I must wash now. You better go.
Yeah, I think Grandma wants me. I'd better go.
Mrs. Spaulding.
Yes, Mr. Kobelman?
I have my own cutlery. Here, please use it in future.
Why, you don't need
Yes,
it.
I'm afraid I do. A wooden spoon, knife, and fork. I cannot use silver. I have an allergy.
That's a pity.
No matter. And I will have lunch today, but from tomorrow onwards, only breakfast and supper, please.
But lunch is the best meal of the day.
Nevertheless, I cannot eat lunch. I must sleep in the day. I work at nights.
Oh, well, just as you please. Douglas, must you rattle your silverware like that?
I'm only playing, Grandma. I know a trick. Watch me, Mr. Copeland. You just pick at the fork tine like this, and point it, and hey presto.
Now, here's dessert. Now, help yourself, Mr. Coberman. Douglas, what are you up to, child?
Making magic. You press it on the table, see? And point it, and it makes a noise like musical dessert.
What on earth is wrong, Mr. Coberman? Don't you like my pumpkin pie?
I cannot eat it.
Why? Well, what's wrong with it?
There is nothing wrong with it, but I am full and can eat no more. Thank you. I must go now.
Well, I'll be... What did you do to him just then, Douglas?
Nothing. I was just playing with the silverware, Grandma.
Well, stop it. It's plain he doesn't like it.
Don't know why.
The way he was glaring at you.
I know. I don't like him, and he doesn't like me.
That's nonsense.
Grandma, why does he eat with wooden spoons?
Yours not to question why, Douglas. You heard the man. He has an allergy. When do you go back to school anyway, child?
7 more weeks.
Oh, my land. Well, just you keep out of his way, and everything will be fine.
Mr. Coberman! Mr. Coberman! Mr. Coberman!
Douglas, just what do you think you're doing?
Grandma, I didn't hear you.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. Didn't I tell you to be quiet? Mr. Coberman works nights and sleeps all day. And if he isn't awake by now,
But he isn't.
He must be.
It doesn't matter what I do, Grandma. It doesn't matter what noise I make or How many times I flushed the toilet?
Douglas, what have you been up to?
But it doesn't. He never wakes up. Never complains. You listen now. There's no sound from his room. No sound at all.
Well, that's a mercy. No, he's still sleeping. He must be dead, that's all I can say.
I don't like him, Grandma. I don't like what he does to the room.
Child, he's done nothing to the room.
I liked it best when Miss Sadlow lived there.
But she's gone. And he's a darn sight neater than Miss Sadlow ever was. A place for everything and everything in its place.
And another thing.
What's that? You come help me unpack my helping now.
You know the colored glass window on the landing?
Yes, I know it well, Douglas.
I like to look through it.
I know you do.
It turns the whole world different colors. You can see blue people, blue streetcars, and blue trotting dogs.
What an imagination you have. Here, put this in the cupboard before you drop it.
All right. Anyway, Grammy, I was looking out that window this morning, and I saw Mr. Copeman coming back from his night's work. And I saw him through the red glass, and...
And what?
Well, I guess it sounds crazy, but he looked kind of strange.
How strange?
Oh, just strange. I don't know. Just strange. There he is. And it does things to him. His clothes seem to melt away. His skin, too. You might almost think that you could see inside Mr. Coberman. Oh, Lord. He's seen me. He's seen me watching him. And he's coming in. He's coming in.
Young man, what are you doing?
Just looking out the window.
That's all, is it?
Yes, sir. I look through all the different colored glasses. And I can see all kinds of worlds. Blue ones, red ones, yellow ones. All different.
All kinds of worlds, is it? Yes. All kinds of worlds. You go right ahead then, Douglas. I must sleep now. I must go sleep.
And then he went right into his room and slammed the door.
He's tired. He works nights. He sleeps soundly, that's all.
Do you think so?
Sure, I think so. Now you run on out and play in the sandbox until supper time.
What was that?
Douglas, you come here right now.
What's wrong, Grandma?
Douglas, I told you time and time again never to fling your basketball against the house.
But I didn't.
Oh, I could just cry. Oh, we'll never replace that window. Never.
But I didn't. I've been sitting right here all the time playing in the sand.
You come see what you've done, you nasty boy. You just come and see. Look at that. Smashed all to pieces.
But, Grandma, I didn't do it.
Didn't you lie to me? Whose basketball is that, then? Whose is it? Don't tell me it's Mr. Copeman.
It's mine, but...
Don't you ever do anything like that again.
I didn't. Do it.
And don't you tell great big lies either. Now, you go to your room. There'll be no supper for you tonight. I'll fetch my broom and sweep up the glass.
It was him. He did it. I hate him. And he hates me. I'll get back at him. Just wait. I've saved the colored glass. He doesn't like it. So I'll keep it. I'll hang on to it. And then we'll see. Grandpa. Hi, Grandpa.
Well, hello there, you.
Grandma cut chickens again today. It's fun watching.
That's twice this week. She's the chickenest little woman. You like to watch her cut 'em, don't you? Cold-blooded little pepper.
I'm just curious.
Oh, you are. Remember when that young lady was killed at the rail station? You just walked over and looked at her, blood and all.
I wasn't frightened. There's worse things than a little blood.
You're a queer duck. I guess you got it from your father, him being a military man and all, and you were so close to him before. You came here to live.
Gramps?
Yeah?
What if a man didn't have a heart or lungs or stomach, but still walked around alive?
Oh, that would be a miracle.
I don't mean a miracle. I mean, what if he was all different inside? Not like me or you.
Well, he wouldn't be quite human then, would he, boy?
Guess not, Gramps. Gramps, you got a heart and lungs.
Well, tell the truth, I don't know. Ain't never seen him. Never had an x-ray. Never been to a doctor in my life, come to that. Might well be potato salad for all I know.
Have I got a stomach?
You certainly have got a stomach, because I have to feed it. And you've lungs. You scream loud enough to wake the Crumblies. And you've got dirty hands. Go wash them. Dinner's ready, Grandpa. Come on. Douglas, get...
Yeah. That young Miss Larson lived over the ravine now. Says here they found her dead 3 days ago for no reason. Just funny kind of tattoos all over her. And a facial expression that would make a Dante cringe.
Hush now. You'll frighten the boy.
Not him. And that other young lady, what was her name? Whiteley? Oh, she disappeared and never did come back.
Then things happen all the time. Can't tell what happens to most of them. Anyone want more dressing?
Oh, I don't know. A lot of sudden deaths hereabouts the last few weeks. Remember a week ago, Marion Bersumian died of heart failure.
Well, maybe that doesn't connect up at all. I'd forget it if I were you. Otherwise, Douglas will get ideas.
I'm not scared, Grandma.
Well, let's not talk about it at the dinner table,
Never can tell. Maybe we got a vampire in town.
A vampire? Oh, go on with you. More sauce, Mr. Coberman?
No, thank you. I have quite enough here.
How would you get rid of a vampire, Granddad? If there was one.
Oh, reckon we'd have to kill him with a silver bullet. Anything silver, for that matter. Vampires sure hate silver.
How do you know?
Read in the book once. I'll take some more of that very fine chicken, please.
Do you really think there are such things, Grandpa?
Well, now, we don't rightly know what a hobgoblin or a vampire or a troll is. Could be lots of things.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean you can't just heave them into categories with labels and say they'll act one way or another. That'd be silly. They're people. People who do things. Yeah, that's the way to look at it. People who do things.
Mr. Coberman! Mr. Coberman! Wake up, Mr. Coberman. They've all gone out. Just you and me, Mr. Coberman. So wake up, why don't you? No answer. Just silence. You'll never wake up. Never. Which means that I could. Am I brave enough? Sure I am. Just like Grandpa said. Now, what do I need? Silver. A silver fork. And a colored glass, just to be sure. And the passkey. Grandma's passkey. Now we'll see. There he is. Hardly moving at all. Hardly breathing. Hello, Mr. Coberman? Hello? Mr. Coberman? Hello? Mr. Coberman, wake up now! Wake up! Fire! Nothing. Where's the fork? Now we'll see. If I just prod his cheek quicker. It hurts him all right. But he still doesn't wake up. Maybe he can't wake up. Let me look at him through the glass. Blue furniture. Blue bed. And the blue bureau. And Mr. Copeman's blue face and arms and... Oh, his eyes! His eyes are open! And now they're shut. Take the glass away and they're shut. Blue glass, open. Take it away, shut. Open, shut. So what about the rest of him? Wow! I can look right inside him. Right through the wall of his stomach and inside him. Like an X-ray. Except it's just blue glass. What's it like in there? Let me get closer. Golly. Mr. Copeman is solid. Well, nearly solid. But there are strange shapes inside him. And now when I look through the red, I see one thing. And when I look through the blue, I see another. And the yellow world, why, that's different again. And the blue world, the red world, and the yellow world, all living side by side. Together. In Mr. Coberman. So that was why the colored window got broken. He did it. He would have to do it. In case we found him out. Mr. Coberman, wake up! Mr. Coberman, where do you work at nights? In a red world? Or a green world? Or a yellow one, Mr. Coberman? And what do you do there, No answer. He can't move. Wait there, Mr. Coberman. There's something else I gotta fetch. Something out of Grandma's kitchen. Something nice and sharp. The biggest, sharpest... Just you wait there, Mr. Coberman. Don't you move now. Oh, Grandma, what's this?
I don't know. What is it?
Looks like a box, doesn't it? A bright orange square with elastic. Wonder what these funny blue tubes are for.
Douglas, will you take that out of here while I'm baking it? Smells darn funny wherever you got it.
Ever seen anything like it before, Grandma?
No, I can't rightly say I have.
That's what I thought.
Will you take it off the table?
I'll leave it here, in this bucket. Maybe I better put it in some water. That way it won't smell so bad.
All right. Now scoot.
Grandma?
What now?
How about this then? Bright pink chain with a purple triangle at one end.
What is that terrible smell, child? Will you go away and don't bother me? Just an old chain. Did you get fishing in the stream again?
No. Back in a minute.
Where are you getting all this stuff, child?
A ring, a square, a triangle, pyramid, rectangle, and a lot of other shapes.
Looks as if they're made of some kind of gelatin to me. Now, where did I put the pastry brush?
You know, you were wrong, Grandma.
Wrong about what?
About all people being the same inside. They're not, you know.
Will you stop talking nonsense? What's good into you today?
That reminds me. Where's that dime bag?
On the mantle where you left it.
Thanks. There's something else I've just got to do. Reckon I better do it before dark. Grandpa, I've got something to show you. Come on, come with me.
Hold your horses, Douglas, and let me get in the door.
No, you have to hurry. Come on, upstairs.
Well, sure, son, but why?
You'll see. I've got something to show you. It's not nice, but it sure is interesting.
Oh, is it?
Grandma must know about this. She wouldn't like it.
Here, but, this is Coberman's room, isn't it?
It was Coberman's room.
What do you mean was, Douglas? What have you been up to?
I told you Grandma wouldn't like it. There. See for yourself.
Mr. Coberman? Oh, my God! Mr. Coberman!
Will somebody please tell me what's going on up there? What's happened to Mr. Coberman? And why is the coroner here? Why is he in my kitchen? Will somebody tell me what's happening?
We'll have to take Douglas away on a long vacation after this, so he can forget the whole ghastly affair.
But I'm all right, Grandpa.
What affair? What has happened up there? And why are they in my kitchen now? Why are they looking at all the rubbish that Douglas brought in? Said he had been fishing.
I suppose he had, in a way. I suppose he had.
I never said I was fishing, Grandma. I never said that. It was you who said that.
I don't understand.
Oh, it's ghastly. Just ghastly.
But why should it be bad? I don't see anything bad. I don't feel bad.
No, and neither you should, Douglas. I figure you've done us all a good turn. Coroner. Is he dead, sir?
Oh, Coverman's dead, all right. Did you see those things in the pans of water, Mr. Spaulding? Did you see them?
No, he didn't, but I did. They smell just terrible.
But listen, this had better be kept a secret. It wasn't murder. Do you hear me now?
Murder? What do you mean, murder? Did somebody kill Mr.
Hush,
Coleman?
Mrs. Spaulding. No question of murder. In fact, it was a mercy the boy acted as he did. God knows what might have happened if he hadn't.
So, was Coberman a vampire? A monster?
Just what are you talking about?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. Something not human. Douglas, answer me one thing. When you took all that stuff out of Coberman, was he still alive?
Oh, yeah. He was moving about and mumbling. But he couldn't get up. He couldn't walk. Once he was asleep like that, he couldn't walk about till after dark. I knew that.
All those pyramids and chains and triangles, and he kept on living.
Yeah, I'm sure of it.
Oh, my God. Douglas, you mean to say that you...
Just like a chicken, Grandma. But I knew he was still alive, after a fashion.
So what did kill him, Douglas? What finished him off? What did you do?
Yeah, what did you do, Douglas? He sure as hell is dead as a dodo now.
Why, Grandpa? I did what Grandma does to the chickens. I stuffed him and sewed him up, nice and neat, just like she showed me.
But what did you stuff him with?
My savings.
Your savings?
Yeah. He hated silver, see? So that's what's in him. $6.60 worth of silver dimes right inside Mr. Copeman's chest. That finished him off all right.
Well, I'll be. Good job he watched his old grandma. You know, I never liked that man. I never did.
He wasn't a good man, Grandma. In fact, I began to wonder if he was a real man at all.
I reckon the county will just have to reimburse you, young Douglas.
Gee, that's all right. I don't mind.
No. It's only fair. The county will pay you back with interest. After all, you've done us a favor. I think you made a wise investment, Douglas. A very wise investment indeed.
In The Man Upstairs, the first of my new series of Tales of the Bizarre, Douglas was played by a talented young man named Jeffrey Lee. Mary Riggins played Grandma, and Coberman was played by Finley Welsh. Charles Kearney played Grandpa. Other parts were played by members of the cast. My story was dramatized by Catherine Sarkowska, and the play was directed in Edinburgh by Hamish Wilson. My name is Ray Bradbury. Next week's bizarre tale involves another strange young boy and the even stranger world in which he lives. Jack in the Box is the name of the story. Jack in the Box comes, again, directly out of my childhood in Waukegan, Illinois. I used to walk to school every day past a kind of forest, and deep back in the middle of this forest was this old house. And I never quite knew who lived in there. I wondered for a lifetime going by. I never saw anyone. And when I got to be in my 20s, I began to imagine what kind of people lived in that house, including myself. I put myself in the house and imagined what it would be like to be looking out at the world and isolated like a jack-in-the-box.
This is the house that Jack built. This is the boy who lives in the house that Jack built. This is the mother who raises the boy who lives in the house that Jack built.
Edwin?
This is the teacher who helps the mother who raises the boy who lives in the house that Jack built. This is my house.
What's wrong with it?
And this is my boy who lives in the house
that Jack built. Why doesn't it work? Why won't it open?
Standing at the cold morning windows with a jack-in-the-box in your hands.
It ought to pop up.
If it wasn't for the rusted lid, it would.
Jump up. It's supposed to. I know he's in there.
Crushed under the lid.
Trapped.
Crammed tight. Coil on coil.
If I put my ear to the box, I can feel something.
Fear. Panic.
Hear something.
Like holding someone's heart in your hand.
In there.
And what about out there?
Out where?
Outside. Outside the windows. Outside the walls that surround the trees that surround the house that surround...
Edwin! Edwin, stop staring. Come, eat. No. What? Which is more important, breakfast or that window? The window.
Yes, that's right. The window.
And what is there to see out there that is so interesting that you are prepared to go without your breakfast? Those paths. The paths. The garden paths.
The paths and trails you have tried for how many years is it now?
13.
13.
13 what? 13,000 miles.
That's how far she says the trees go on for. Those trees out there, she says, flow on and on.
13,000 miles to nothingness. You're talking nonsense. Come and eat.
These two people, she, pale and alone and quiet, living in my house like one last wild white blossom in a deserted greenhouse, lifting its head to the moonlight.
What's wrong with your food?
He, hair like silk, eyes of a constant blue and feverish temperature, growing tall in my garden like a gangly thistle that one breath of wind might unpod in a season of thistles.
Nothing. Edwin, why must you disobey me every morning? And what do you want? Do you want to see them? Do you want to see the beasts that run down paths and crush people like strawberries?
Well, tell her, boy. Say what you were thinking. Say it. Yes, Mother, yes. I would like to see the beasts, horrible as they are.
Do you want to go out there? Like your father did before you were born and be killed as he was killed, struck down by one of those terrors on the road? Would you like that? No. Isn't it enough that they murdered your father? Why should you even think of those beasts? Well, if you really want to die that much, go ahead.
No!
Oh, Edwin. Your father built every part of this world. It was beautiful for him. It should be for you. There's nothing beyond those trees but death. I won't have you near it. This is the world. There's no other worth bothering with. Now, Now, you're late for school. Yes. Say hello to teacher.
Away like a bullet from a gun. Up endless staircases, along passages, through halls, past windows like white waterfalls. Up through the layer cake whirls, thick frostings of oriental rug between, bright candles on top. Up to the highest stair. Look down. What do you see?
The universe.
Tell me about your universe, boy. Tell me.
4 levels. The lowlands, kitchen, dining room, parlor, 2 middle countries, music, games, pictures, and...
Yes?
And the locked, forbidden rooms.
And here?
The Highlands.
And what do you do in the Highlands?
Picnics.
Picnics with Mother. Cool snow linen spread on red-tufted Persian lawns. Picnics under the watchful gaze of flaking portraits of sallow strangers. Wondering what lies behind 1,000 doors.
All locked.
All forbidden. Mocking?
Sticking my tongue out at all these strange people.
The picture people, you mean? These weird passers-by staring out of their framed windows. The Picasso ladies, the Dali gentlemen, screaming silently from their canvas asylums.
Their gold eyes burning.
What does Mother say about the Dali Picasso families?
She says those things live out there.
Out there?
A door.
A forbidden door.
Open.
Warm, bright sunlight slanting in.
Exciting.
Yes. And beyond the door?
Another staircase.
Yes. A spiral staircase screwing around and up in sun and silence. Well, what would happen if you pushed this one full open and climbed the stairs?
Some monster, maybe?
Hiding at the top, you mean? You could call out.
Hello? Hello?
You could go see.
Please don't leave.
Made it! The top!
The tower.
So much sun!
So much sky.
Yes, it's there, and there, and there.
Blue and endless.
A huge blue room.
And look down.
I'm above the trees.
Higher than the windy chestnuts and elms.
For the first time ever.
And what do you see?
Green grass. Green trees.
And?
White ribbons with little beetles running along them very fast.
But no Dali Picasso terrors.
I can't stay. Must go back. Must go down. I shouldn't have seen. I shouldn't.
Why not?
I'll go blind. I've gone blind.
Open your eyes.
I can't.
Open your eyes.
I can see. I can still see. Thank you, God.
Who?
God. Mother says it was God, Father God, who made this world.
Oh, you mean this world? These mountains of wallpapered plaster. These highland kingdoms of brick and wood and glass where stars blaze at the flick of a switch.
Mother says this is Father God's universe, that he created the universe and that the sun was Mother.
Yes, she was the sun about which all the world swung. And Edwin, what are you in Father God's universe?
Me? I don't know.
I'd say you were a meteor. A small, dark meteor hurtling through the dark carpets and shimmering tapestries of space.
At least I can still see.
Edwin, where are you?
Did I, God?
Edwin!
Teacher.
Wait. Good morning, teacher.
You're late.
No need to tell, teacher. Standing there in her tall, gray, thick-cloth monk's robe, gray-gloved hands, the gray cowl covering her face, only the silver spectacles catching the firelight glimmering in the shadows. No need to tell.
Why are you late, Edwin?
I don't know.
I'll ask you again. Edwin, why are you late?
That is...
Well?
No need to tell.
Yes?
No need.
I'm waiting, Edwin.
One of the forbidden doors was open.
Which door? Where?
The door by the Dali Picasso people. I climbed the stair. I had to. I'm sorry. Please don't tell Mother.
And what did you see up there?
A big blue room.
Did you?
And a green one. And ribbons with bugs running on them, but I didn't stay long. I swear.
Green room, ribbons, yes, ribbons, and little bugs running along them, yes.
I came right down. I locked the door. I won't go look again, ever.
Oh, Edwin, there was no need.
But now you've seen, and you'll want to see more, and you'll always be curious now. Did you like what you saw?
I was scared. It was big.
Big, yes. Too big. Large, so large, Edwin. Not like our world. Big, large, uncertain. Oh, why did you do this? You knew it was wrong. Is it your mother?
Careful, Edwin.
I don't know.
Is she nervous? Is she mean? Does she snap at you? Does she hold you too tight? Do you want time alone?
Careful, boy.
Is that it? Is that it?
Yes.
Is that it?
Yes.
Is that why you ran off? Does she demand all your time, all your thoughts? Tell me.
Yes.
We learn. But slowly and with pain, we learn. And we think we do right, but all the time, we kill the plan.
I don't understand.
Don't worry. I'm writing to your mother, telling her that you must have 2 full hours every afternoon all to yourself, to prowl where you wish, anywhere, except out there. Are you listening, child?
Yes.
Now, you will give her this. You understand?
But...
Go on.
Did Mother lie to me about out there? And the beasts?
Hey, look at me. Your mother and I are here to help you understand and grow, so you won't be destroyed as God was. Now then, we have wasted far too much time already.
Look up, Edwin. Look at teacher. Now, as the firelight catches the face under the cowl. See?
Fire!
What about it?
I saw your face. You look like Mother.
All women look alike, you know that. Now, whose room was this?
God's room?
What room could ever hold God?
He sat in that leather chair, reading all these great books. He worked at that desk, planning for the future of his world. Read his book. Read the first chapter.
Ask about the other books, the ones from which pages have been clipped and razored.
Read his word.
In the beginning was God.
Ask about the books with certain lines erased, certain pictures torn.
Who created the universe and the worlds within the universe.
Ask about the books muzzled with bronze straps like mad dogs.
Who created the continents within the worlds and the lands within the continents.
Ask about the books with leather jaws glued tight.
Who shaped from his mind and hand his loving wife and a child who in time would be God himself.
Good. Mom! Edwin, darling! Give me a kiss. Now, listen here. I have a surprise. Do you know what's coming tomorrow?
No.
You can't guess. You'll never guess. Your birthday. But it can't be. It's only been 10 months. Tomorrow it is. Do us wonders, I say. And anything I say is so is really so, my dear. That means, yes, we'll open another secret room. The 14th room. I can't remember all the rooms. Oh, it doesn't matter, my darling. What does it matter? I remember my 6th birthday present. That was the schoolroom in the Highlands. Yes, my dear, it was. The 7th was the playroom in the Lowlands. 8th, the music room.
Where Father God once played the piano. Schubert, Schumann, Chopin.
And the 9th? 9th was the kitchen.
The miraculous hell-fired kitchen.
And the 10th? 10th. What was the 10th? Well, you must remember.
You must remember. The room where ghosts are forever singing on a gentle wind.
Yes, I remember. The room with the photographs. And I remember the 11th, too. Good. And tomorrow...
Tell her the 10th.
The 10th was the vast green diamond room of the garden where the carpet has to be cut instead of swept. The 10th was out there.
Out there.
And the 14th tomorrow. Yes. 15th room next year. 16th, 17th, and so on till your 21st birthday, Edwin. Then we'll open the triple locked doors to the most important room. And you'll be the man of the house. Father, God, ruler of the universe. Hey, no lessons tomorrow. Tomorrow is my birthday. Yes, my dear. But first, a good night's sleep. Why won't you open?
You know why, Edwin. His lid is rusted shut.
He's a jack-in-the-box.
He's a stay-in-the-box. Maybe it's for the best after all. At least he's safe inside.
I want him to come out.
Be free, you mean?
Yes. Who are you? This voice in my head, who are you?
A ghost.
The ghost of God?
The Holy Ghost, you mean? Well, let's just say a ghost. A whisper, a thought, a movement into the coiled springs of the jack-in-the-box. No more.
If I could only get my nails under the edge of the lid. Last year...
What happened?
Things began to, I don't quite know, tremble? Quiver? I don't know, just like now. Anyway, Mother advanced my birthday several months, too. I wonder...
What?
I wonder if Teacher will be invited to the party this year.
You think that is likely?
No. Mother and Teacher have never met.
Why not?
Mom just says because.
And Teacher?
I've asked. Don't you want to meet Mom, Teacher? I asked. Someday, she said. Someday. Where does she go?
Who?
Teacher. At night. Where does Teacher go? Does she go somewhere higher up amongst all those secret mountain countries high up near the moon?
Where the chandeliers are skinned blind with dust. There? Maybe.
Or does she wander outside somewhere?
Beyond the trees that lie beyond the trees that lie beyond the trees? No, hardly that.
Then I can't think. Can't work it out.
No?
Better think of something else. This jack-in-the-box.
Yes?
I can hear him in there. Hello? Hello? Hello?
No answer. Unless you count a certain sprung tight, coiled-in tension.
I'll get you out. Just wait. It may hurt, but there is a way.
What are you doing?
Setting him free.
Throwing him out?
Down. Under those stones. That terrace in the garden below. Now.
Well, did it break? Did it open? Has Jack risen, smiling from his hideous jail? Is he bobbing on the wind, now this way, that, with his silver bells jingling softly? Well...
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Edwin. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, darling. More cookies.
Lemon ice? Some more of these delicious sweet strawberries?
No, I'll burst.
You are right, Evan. She laughs too loud, too much. Her eyes are funny.
But your cake, you must have birthday cake, see? Your name on the frosting, Edwin 14 today. Let me cut you a slice, a great big birthday slice.
Later.
Very well, then. This must be the moment. Here's the key. Right, the key.
The key to the 14th forbidden door.
Here's the lock. Put it in. Turn it now. Oh, it's just a closet. A dusty, dull brown closet. Wait. Don't be disappointed, please. Wait till you see how magical it is. Shut the door. Now, if I press this button... No! It's moving! The wall of the door is slipping away from the floor. There's another door going past. What's happening? Oh, hush now, darling. Wait. Look. The Highlands? This is the Highlands? How did we get here? Where's the parlor, Mom? Where's the parlor? We jumped straight up and we flew. Once a week, you'll fly to school instead of running the long way round. Oh, Mother. Happy birthday, Edwin.
Happy birthday, son.
Now we'll fly back down and cut the cake. Come on. Here we are. One more very special birthday treat. Champagne. There. Mother. Yes? Yesterday, teacher gave me a note to give to you. I forgot. Here. Thank you. Now, drink your champagne. Aren't you going to read it? Oh, tomorrow. Mother, where are you? Mother? What's the matter? What are you doing lying on the floor? You shouldn't sleep on the floor. Oh, you dropped your wine glass. If you turn over in your sleep, you might cut yourself. Wake up, Mother. Where's the food? Shall I go to school? Why won't you wake up? Father? God, what shall I do?
What do you think you should do?
Let her sleep. She won't wake up, so she must be very tired. Perhaps I should go to school? Come back later when Mother's woken up?
Perhaps.
I'll run. Teacher, it's so cold in here.
No fire today.
There's always a fire in here.
But not today.
What's this? On her desk.
Spectacles. A gray robe.
Empty.
One gray glove.
Teacher! Shall I go down again? See if Mother has woken up?
Today, Edwin, you can do whatever you wish.
Then, shall I go in the flying room? The birthday room? Like yesterday?
Why not?
Mother? Is she still asleep?
In a manner of speaking.
I'll shake her. Wake her. Mother! What's this underneath her?
What does it look like?
One gray glove.
Teacher's glove.
Must find teacher. Where can she be? Can she have gone outside? Wandered off into the outlands by mistake? I must find her or she'll get lost. I must go out, call after her. Bring her back to wake Mother or she'll lie here forever. Teacher? Teacher? Are you out here? Where are you? Oh.
What is it, Edwin?
There, by the wall.
A shattered box. A broken lid.
Jack!
Freckles of sunlight winking on the smiling face, touching, trembling, the arms upstretched in an eternal gesture of freedom.
Released.
At last.
Set free.
At last.
Teacher? Teacher? Teacher! Which way do I go?
Perhaps the jack-in-the-box is pointing the way.
That way? Down the forbidden path. That can't be right.
Why?
Or if I run beyond the trees, I'll die. That's what Mother said. You'll die. You'll die.
Look back. Look back at your world. Your mother's world. See how small it is already? Look ahead. Follow the path through the trees.
And if I die?
What's dying? Another room? A blue room, a green room, far larger than all the rooms that ever were.
But where's the key?
For this room, there is no key. See, there, far ahead.
An iron door.
A wrought iron gate.
Half open.
Now run. 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 Beyond the door, another room, all green, with trees and grass. Don't look back anymore. Run, Edwin. Run. Run.
Young hole again.
You okay, lady?
Oh, yes.
Hey! Why don't you look where you're going?
What was he yelling?
Sounded like I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm glad I'm dead. Some new fool kid game, I guess.
I'm dead. I'm dead. It's good to be dead.
Perception and the points from which it works make for curious combinations. In Jack in the Box, the boy was played by Richard Pierce, father by Ed Bishop, and mother by Carolyn Jones. The Whisperers were Sarah Rice and Carolyn Strong, and the old lady was played by Jenny Lee. The policeman was played by Christopher Wright. Other parts were played by members of the cast. My story was dramatized by Brian Sibley and directed in London by Adrian Bean. This is Ray Bradbury. Please join me next week for the story of a couple who find themselves left a farm in the will of a man they've never met. This tale of the bizarre is called The Scythe. The scythe is the result of several elements in my childhood. I was always curious about the reapers out in the fields during the harvest, some of them actually with old-fashioned scythes. The scythe is the result of several elements in my childhood. I was always curious about the reapers out in the fields during the harvest, some of them actually with old-fashioned scythes, not very far from my hometown. At the same time, I saw illustrations in the Sunday papers of the grim reaper with his scythe, reaping souls all over the world. These elements came together, and I put them into this story to see what would happen. That's often what occurs with me. I get an idea, and I let it write itself. 2 hours after I began the story, it was finished. And so we have The Scythe.
What a goddamn life.
True, the kids.
For pity's sake, Molly, you're going to try and keep them from discovering that they're living in a stinking pit of a world?
If I can.
And how? Forgive my asking, but how? We scrimp and save and somehow haul ourselves out of that no-hope city, buy us a few measly acres of land, thinking we might be able to scratch together some sort of living where at least the air didn't reek of death.
Drew.
And what happens? Farm is blown clean out from under us by some mean, greedy wind that'll only eat good earth.
I know.
Now we're almost clean out of gas and miles from anywhere.
Must have taken a wrong fork back yonder.
Pretty damn wrong, I'd say. One minute you're on a road that's running down a valley like any other regular road, and all of a sudden, it ain't going nowhere.
Hardly nowhere, Drew. There's a farmhouse over there and a wheat field growing alongside. Looks like a good crop, too.
Yeah? Well, what's a good crop doing growing out here in this wilderness land?
Oh.
Well, that's it. Just as we run out of gas, we run out of road.
Pa, what are we stopping for? Are we gonna eat now, Pa? I'm sure awful hungry. Can we eat, Pa? Can we?
Susie, Walt, you two hush up now, do you hear?
What am I say to him, Molly? You tell me, you have all the goddamn answers. Tell me how to tell my kids I ain't got no food, no money, and no way of getting either.
Drew, maybe in the house there.
What?
Well, maybe they could spare us something to eat.
Begging? Do you mean go begging?
Drew, listen to me. The kids.
Okay.
Door's open.
Can't just walk into folks' homes.
But it's so hot out here, and those kids will be frying in the car. I'm going in, Drew. Not much of a place, but it's real clean. It's like someone's just gone around and tidied up.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
What? What is it?
In there. The bedroom on the bed.
Is he...
Better see.
Oh. He's dead, isn't he?
Not long since.
He's old.
Must have known he was going to die and laid himself out.
Maybe knew there was no one else to do it for him.
And put on his own grave clothes. Brushed up his old black suit and found himself a clean white shirt and a black tie. And then just laid him down and waited to die.
With a blade of wheat in his hands?
All ripe and golden and heavy. And still fresh. I guess that's his scythe propped up against the wall.
But why would you...
Something's on the pillow there. Beside his head, a scrap of paper.
Drew, leave it. We shouldn't be here.
We are here, Molly. To him who stands beside me at my deathbed, being of sound mind and alone in the world, as it has been decreed, I, John Burr, do give and bequeath this farm
with all pertaining to it to the man who is to come. Whatever his name or origin shall be, it will not matter. The farm is his, and the wheat, the scythe, and the task ordained thereto. Let him take them freely and without question. And remember that I, John Burr, am only the giver, not the ordainer. To which I set my hand and seal this 3rd day of August, 1938. John Burr, Kyrie eleison.
What? What was that last bit?
Kyrie eleison. Ain't that Lord have mercy?
But why that? Why those words?
Maybe he was a religious man.
So we inherit this farm, right?
Seems that way.
It's too good to be true. There must be some trick to it.
Our luck's changing, that's all. Look, we have work to do, stuff to eat, something over our heads to keep the rain off.
Yeah, okay. But we don't have to keep the scythe in the bedroom, right?
Right. Sure. Yeah. Beautiful craftsmanship. gleams like a great big wide gleaming smile.
Words?
Who wheels me, wheels the world.
Who wheels me, wheels the world.
Drew.
What?
The old man. Why is he holding that wheat stalk so hard in his fingers?
Lord, well, this here's the body of John Burr, who gave us this farm for ourselves. We put him up here on top of this hill under this old tree so he can look down, as it were, on that farmhouse where he used to live and those fields where he used to work. The thing is, Lord, we didn't properly know John Burr. In fact, all we know about him is his ending. But you knew him. You knew what kind of man he was, and you know what you want to do with his soul. So, but we just pay our respects to him, and we'll leave the rest to you. That's it, I guess. Amen.
Amen.
Except, Kyrie eleison. Molly, come look in here.
I was in the kitchen getting some food. There's stacks of stuff.
Yeah, plenty more here, too. See, sides of beef and bacon, pork, mutton. Yeah, I reckon there's more than enough here to feed a family 5 times our size for a year. 2 years, maybe 3. And there's a churn and cheeses over there. And fresh milk on tap.
Oh, there'll be such a meal on the table tonight. And after you've eaten your fill, you can sit on the porch and smoke a cigar.
A what?
A cigar! There's a whole box of them. A box, Drew. For you to have a long, lingering smoke at the end of the day when you're done working.
Then I damn well better do some work. I better take that side and cut some grain. God, but this is a big field. Well...
Wheels me.
Too big. This field's got to stretch all of 3 miles to those mountains. And it must be, 2 miles wide. That's just too big for one man to tend. And yet, one man tended it. And so must I. God knows why, except somehow it seems important. Very, very important.
Wheels me. Wheels the world.
Drew! Dinner!
I don't understand. Makes no sort of sense. Whoever heard of a wheat field that ripens only in separate clumps of wheat that are some way off from each other? Why should it do that? Wheat shouldn't do that. Doesn't do that. Ever.
Drew!
What's more, wheat doesn't rot just a few hours after you've cut it. What good's that to me? Can't sell it, can't use it.
Drew!
Anyway, got plenty of food at the moment. Shouldn't worry, perhaps. Think it over, work it out. Gotta be some sort of answer. John Burr, can you hear me down there in the good black soil?
I am only the giver, not the ordainer.
What did you mean? Who is the ordainer, huh? And what exactly have you bequeathed me?
The farm and the wheat.
And what is it about this wheat This damn great field of wheat.
The wheat, the scythe, and the task ordained thereto.
Do you know, I honestly believe if I were to cut the wheat for the next 10 years, just as it ripens up, I don't think I'd pass the same spot twice. So what happens if I don't carry out the task? If I don't wield the scythe? What happens then? Maybe we'll see. What the hell is this all about? I'm churning milk into butter in the cool barn and the sun's in my head burning and itching.
The task ordained.
I'm sitting on the porch and my fingers jump and grip the empty air, burning and aching.
The task ordained.
I'm lying in bed and my arms are aching like something's been cut off but still throbbing.
A task.
This goddamn task. I can't pass this field without looking and staring and watching how the wind bends and tips and stirs the right, beautiful wheat that is aching to be cut. Damn it to hell. All right. The task ordained. The wheat will be cut. I'll fetch the scythe.
Builds me
each day.
Builds me
every day.
Builds the world.
Cut the grain.
The task ordained.
Think about the old man, the wheat in his hands when he died. No. Up, down. Think about this dead land with wheat living on it. No! Up, down! Think about the way it grows. Crazy patterns, ripe wheat, green wheat. No! Up, down! Think. No!
No, son. No, please, son, no.
Down. Goddamn. I've killed someone. Who is it? No, it can't be. How can I have killed her? And all these others. I've killed so many.
Molly! Molly!
Drew! Honey! What is it?
Oh, Molly. Oh, God.
Drew, what is it? Tell me.
Get the things packed.
Why?
We're leaving.
We're leaving?
That old man. You know what he did here? It's the wheat, Molly. And this scythe.
Wields me. Wields
the world. Every time you use the scythe on the wheat, 1,000 people die. You cut across.
Honey, listen to me. We traveled a lot and haven't eaten good until the last month here, and you've been working every day, and you're tired.
Molly, I hear voices. Sad voices out there in the wheat telling me to stop, telling me not to kill him.
Drew.
Oh, God. Molly, help me. I just killed my mother.
Stop it.
I cut down one stalk of wheat and I killed her. I felt her dying. That's how I found out just now.
Drew, shut up.
Oh, man.
10 years I've been with you. And sometimes we had nothing but dust and prayers in our mouths. And now all this good luck's sudden and you can't bear up under it.
I'm sorry.
This life is so different. It's going to take time. I'll give it a few weeks more. Everything will be fine. You'll see. There's a good girl. You're back from town mighty quick, Drew. I mean, it's a long way. How can...
Molly, we gotta talk.
Okay, I'm listening.
I went to the store to see if there was any general delivery mail for us. There was a letter from Sis answering mine.
Good.
Mother passed away. 1 o'clock Tuesday afternoon. Her heart.
Drew, I'm so sorry.
Get the kids in the car,
honey.
loaded up with food. We're going on to California.
Drew.
You know yourself this is poor grain land. Yet look how ripe it grows out there. Now, I ain't told you all the things. It ripens in patches. A little each day. It ain't right. And when I cut it, it rots. And next morning, it comes up again without any help, growing again.
We're staying here.
Oh, Molly.
We are staying here. Where we're sure of eating and sleeping and living decent and living long. I'm not starving my children down again. Ever.
John Burr, I've come back again. And I'll keep coming back here to your grave hoping for some sort of answer. I am only the giver. If you won't tell me, let me tell you. You worked the field all your life because you had to. Am I right?
Only the giver.
And then... Christ. There's your answer. A little single sprout of wheat growing right there in the center of your grave. Where did that come from? From the wheat stalk you were holding in your hands a few weeks ago. That same sprout, reborn.
The wheat, the scythe, the task ordained.
One day when you were working in the field, you came across your own life growing there. You cut it, and you went home, put on your grave clothes, and your heart gave out, and you died. That's how it was, wasn't it? And you passed the land on to me, and when I die, I'm supposed to hand it on to someone else. How long a time has this been going on? With nobody knowing about this field and its use except the man with the scythe.
Only the giver, not the ordainer.
I must go to work.
Kyrie eleison.
Up, swing down. Down. Wheel me. Wheel the world. I'm the wielder of the scythe. Me, Drew Erickson, the wielder of the scythe. Who wields me, wields the world. Swing up, swing down. Up, down. The winch, the scythe, the task ordained. Mine. My way of getting food and housing for the family after all these years. Swing up, swing down. Up, down. Swing up. Oh, my God. There they are. Right there in the wheat.
No, Drew, no. Drew, please. Please, no. No.
Molly, Susie, Walt, it's all right. Now that I've found you all, now that I know you're all out here, I know what I have to do.
Drew, you made me jump. You quit early today.
Yeah, today and for good.
What? And what are you doing with that thing in the house?
I'm locking this goddamn side in the trunk. And that's where it's going to stay. I'm putting the key away where no one but me can ever find it. All right?
But, honey, why?
What's more, I got to stay here all my life. So long as I live. Because I'm damned if I'm handing this field over to some stranger to cut, and that's that.
True.
Nobody's ever going to cut that wheat field again. Understand me, Molly? Nobody, never. Not me, not nobody.
Honey, about the field.
What about it?
So many weeks since you stopped going out there, since you locked up the scythe. It needs cutting. You do know that, don't you, Drew? Parts of it need cutting now.
Wheels me. Wheels the world.
What'll happen to the world if you never go back into that field?
Molly?
Yeah?
Nothing.
Turn out the lamp.
Good night. Where am I? What am I doing out here? In the middle of the night? I didn't want to come back here. I know there's people out there ripe for death, but I don't want to kill anymore. If I work with the scythe, I'll have to kill Molly and the kids. Oh, don't ask me to do that. Christ, what's that? Oh, no, the house. Oh, no! Molly! Walt! Susie! Oh, Gone. All gone. Nothing left. Molly, I love you so much. Molly, you're here. Molly, you're not dead. I don't understand. Molly, wake up. Wake up. Come on. What's the matter with you? No. I don't believe it. Oh, Christ. The kids. Oh, God. Thank you, God. Kids. Susie. Whoa. Molly. The kids. They're all right. Kids. Wake up. Wait. Oh, wait. Oh, what? Oh, why won't you wake up? Of course. The wheat, the scythe, the task ordained. You should have died yesterday in the fire. Now the house is gone and you're not dead. Not alive.
Wheels me. Wheels the world.
And all over the world, thousands of others, victims of fires, accidents, illnesses, diseases, waiting, not able to live, not able to die, all because of me. Thinking I could stop working with the scythe. Oh, Molly, my dear one. Susie. Walt. Oh, please forgive me. Forgive me for what I have done and for what I must do now. All right, then. I'll use the scythe. I'll use it and I'll stop for no one. Who wheels me, wheels the world. Well, I shall wield the scythe. I'll swing and cut and slash and hack, and I won't ever stop. Molly, Susie, Walt. If the field needs harvesting, I shall harvest it. Every single standing stalk of it, however it grows, ready or not to meet the blade, I shall harvest it all, the ripe and the green. Listen, Walt! Wake up! Wake up and tremble! I curse you! It is harvest time, and I am the harvester! The goddamn reaper of death! Kyrie
The Scythe is perhaps one of my darker stories. In The Scythe, Drew was played by John Garazio, Molly by Briony Glasgow, and John Burr by Hugh Dixon. Susie was played by Barbara Barnes, and Walt by Barclay Wright. Other parts were played by members of the cast. The Scythe was written by me, Ray Bradbury, and the radio adaptation was the work of Brian Sibley, and that script was directed in London by Tabitha Potts. Next week's story is also about country matters. That ever-present companion in the country, in the rustling leaves and bending grasses, is the wind. Do join me for that, my next tale of the bizarre. I think we've all noticed that cats and dogs are made very nervous by the wind. They look around and wonder where in hell it came from. And I think we human beings have the same feelings at times, especially when we're young. I remember lying in my bed when I was 5 or 6 and hearing the wind roar and whisper around the house. Like ghosts, I thought, like ghosts. So that memory stayed with me, plus the sound of the train far up the country being blown in by the wind. So when I got into my 20s, it was quite natural that I would summon up the wind and put it into one of my stories.
Okay, honey, I got it.
The wind began to whisper.
Hello?
And the wind began to roll.
Hello? Who is this?
Hello? Herb?
Oh, it's you, Alan.
Is your wife home, Herb?
Sure, Phyllis is here. What?
Damn!
What's up?
I wanted you to come over tonight.
Alan, we're having
I thought you said your wife was going away. Isn't she going away?
That's next week. She'll be in Ohio for about 9 days. Her mother's sick.
Oh. Next week.
Yeah. Look, Alan, I'll come over then, okay?
Yeah, sure, Herb, sure.
Now, look, I wish I could come, but, well, you know how it is, company and all. Phyllis would kill me.
I just wish you could come over tonight.
What is it, Alan? Is it the wind again?
Oh, no.
It's a clear night. There's not much wind.
There's enough. Comes in the window and blows the curtains a little bit. Just enough to tell me.
Tell you what?
Whatever it is the winds keep on whispering about. Except it's not really a whisper. It's more of a... Well, I don't know.
Look, Alan, why don't you come and spend the night here?
I've been standing in the door for the past hour, Herb. I can see it building up in the west. There's some clouds there, and I saw one of them.
What? Saw one of them what?
I don't know. Kind of rip apart. There's a wind coming, all right.
Well, you just take a nice sleeping tablet, and call me anytime you want to call. Later this evening, if you want.
Anytime?
Hell, what's a friend for?
Yeah.
Listen, I'll tell you what to do. Sit down and get some writing done this evening.
Maybe.
Not maybe, do it. Get another chapter done on your next travel book. Occupy your mind with something other than this obsession.
What do you mean, obsession?
Herb, you still on the phone? Who is it?
This preoccupation of yours, the Himalayas, the Valley of the Winds, storms and hurricanes and God knows what.
I might do that. Maybe I will.
Herb!
Alan.
It's okay. Thanks for listening.
Oh, thanks, hell. Get off the line now, you. My wife's calling me to dinner.
The wind began to whisper.
There you are. And don't blame me if it's cold. I called.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, was it him?
Who?
Who is always ringing up, morning, noon, and night? Alan, of course. Alan and his damn winds.
Honey.
Winds that blow up and winds that blow down. Winds that blow hot and winds that blow cold.
Now, Phyllis, listen. He did have a time in the Himalayas.
For heaven's sake, Herb. You don't really believe all that nonsense about what happened in that valley, do you?
That makes a good story.
Sure. What's the matter with men? Climbing around, climbing up things. Why do men climb mountains and scare themselves?
It was
snowing.
Was it really?
And raining.
Raining.
And hailing.
And hailing.
And blowing.
Blowing all at once in that valley. Alan's told me 12 times. He was pretty high up. Clouds and all.
The valley made a noise.
Oh, I bet it did.
Like a lot of winds.
Like a lot of winds, instead of just one.
Winds from all over the world.
Chinook.
Sirocco. He shouldn't have gone there and looked in the first place. You go poking around, and first thing you know, you get ideas. All kinds of crazy, cranky, spooky ideas. The winds are getting angry because you have intruded into their secret hidden world. So angry that they start to follow you. Wherever you go, there they are, just behind you. The winds.
Phyllis, don't joke. He's my best friend.
For pity's sake, it's all so silly.
Well, say what you like, but he's been through a lot. That storm in Bombay later, and the typhoon off New Guinea 2 months after that.
I have no sympathy for a man who continually runs into windstorms and hurricanes and then gets a persecution complex because of it.
And that's hardly fair. What about that time in Cornwall?
Remember that old saying, it's an ill wind that blows nobody any good? Sounds like Alan's found just about every ill wind in the world. Don't answer it.
Well, maybe it's important.
It's only Alan. Again.
Sure as hell hope he's okay.
you want to know about winds, don't rely on the geographers or the meteorologists. If you want to know about winds, consult the writers, the poets, and the prophets. Shakespeare knew about winds. Churlish chiding of the winter's wind. Rough winds that shake the darling buds in May, blow the earth into the sea or swell the curled waters. And the Bible, too, is full of rushing mighty winds. They have sown the winds, says the prophet, and they shall reap the whirlwind. Which is perhaps what I did when I entered that secret, sacred place among the mountains. Poets write of winds that are like a whetted knife, a torrent of darkness, or a monarch gone mad. Surely all these writers glimpsed what I saw. No. What I heard in that valley in the Himalayas. All these literary references, each one on its own is no more than the slightest leaf-stirring breeze, the merest puff of wind that catches at a gate and makes the unoiled hinges whine. But taken together, from Shelley's Ode to the West Wind to that ancient nursery rhyme about a cradle rocking in the treetops, when the wind blows, well, then they might fill a book or form a tempest. I met a traveler years ago by the shores of the Gulf Sea. A hot wind suddenly whipped salt and sand into our eyes and nostrils, and he turned to me with a strange, haunted look. The substance of the winds, he said, is too thin for human eyes. The written language is too difficult for human minds, and their spoken language mostly too faint for human ears. Not for my ears, though. I can hear their language. Maybe not alone. There was another poet. God knows who, can't remember the name. But I remember what he wrote. Still as they run, they look behind. They hear a voice in every wind. Had he heard them, these voices? Did he hear what I have heard, or what I hear now? What's the point of writing all this down? Nobody's going to believe me. All that stuff in the past. Now this latest thing. 6 weeks ago, I hear the wind laughing and whispering around the corners of my house. Out here. Just for an hour or so. Not very long. Not very loud. Then it went away. I thought I had it licked. I thought it had given up following and trying to get me. But it was just waiting. It came back the next night. It slammed the shutters and kicked sparks out of the chimney. It came back 5 nights in a row, a little stronger each time. When I opened the front door, it came in at me and tried to pull me out. But it wasn't strong enough. Tonight, it is.
Damn.
I told you, don't answer it!
I can't let it ring.
Herb? Herb?
Oh, hello, Alan.
I called earlier. You didn't answer. I thought the phones were out.
No, Alan, it's just that...
No, it doesn't matter. Herb, it's here. It got here.
You're too near the phone. Back up a little.
Listen. You gotta listen.
I'm listening.
I stood in the open door and waited for it. I saw it coming down the highway, shaking all the trees one by one, until it shook the trees just outside the house.
My God, it's him again, isn't it? I can smell his paranoia from here. It must be carried on the wind.
Did you hear me, Herb? The wind dived down towards the door, but I slammed it in his face.
Glad to hear you're feeling better.
I'm not better. What's wrong with you?
He won't be better until he's in a booby hatch.
Is your wife listening?
Yes.
Oh, I see. I know I sound like a fool.
You sound just fine, which is great. So, what do you say I ring you a little later, huh?
Herb? Herb!
Okay, buddy. Bye.
It seems to me some schmuck round here is whistling in the wind.
Winds
Pittsburgh, Lara, Brickfielder, Luran, Chinook, snow here, Pacific, across Rocky Mountains, melts, foot of snow in minutes, Tejan winds. Ice cap blizzards, Karaburan winds, Levante and Mistral, Pamparo, chilling polar air gusting across Argentina, bringing violent thunderstorms. See also hurricanes. Hunting, Minyari, Hoopa, hurricanes. Yes, hurricanes and typhoons. Severe tropical storms, yes. Characterized by winds of hurricane force, 64 knots or more. Tropical cyclones have caused many deaths and huge loss of property. Yes. That's what it is. It's a killer out there. Now, the biggest, damnedest prehistoric killer that ever hunted prey. A big, sniffling hound trying to smell me out. Find me. It's trying to get in the windows. It won't.
I have them reinforced. Put new hinges on the doors and bolts.
Listen to it out there. No need to worry. Nothing to fear. It's a strong house, this.
Strong! They built them strong in the old days.
Please make me heard. Please. Feel so alone.
I'll leave you to wipe the dishes. I'm going to get changed. The Stoddards will be here soon.
Sure, honey.
And put some beer in the icebox.
Must ring him. Poor bastard. Come on. Answer, will you?
Yeah?
Alan, I'm on my own. I can talk now. I mean, listen. Do you want to get it off your chest? You'll sleep better.
Sleep? I will sleep tonight. It won't let me.
The wind, you mean?
The house is all lighted up, bright. The wind followed me from room to room, looking through all the windows. Then I switched them on. Oh!
What's wrong?
It just snatched off the front screen door.
Alan, listen to me. I wish you'd come over here and spend the night.
I can't. God, I can't leave the house. I can't do anything. I know this wind. It's big, and it's clever. The wind likes to play games. It likes to taunt me. It's taking its time with me. It's got all night. No!
What? Alan, what?
Oh! The lights have gone out! The power line just went down. Oh, are you there, Herb?
I'm here.
The wind didn't like all that light in the house. Tore the power lines down. The telephone will probably go next. Oh, it's a real party. Me and the wind. I tell you.
Got any candles?
No. It just blow them out.
A flashlight, then. You must have a flashlight.
Yeah, I guess so. Somewhere. Just a second.
Alan? Christ, what's going on? Alan?
I'm back. There was a draft creeping in under the door. It's okay. I blocked it off. Oh, I'm glad you didn't come out, Herb. I wouldn't want you in this mess.
What now?
What are the living room windows? There's a regular gale in the house now, knocking the pictures off the walls. You hear it, Herb? Do you hear it?
I hear it.
They want wants me alive. It doesn't dare knock the house down in one fell blow. That'd kill me. It wants me alive so it can pull me apart, finger by finger.
Alan, the doorbell.
It wants what's inside me. My mind, my brain. It wants my life power, my psychic force, my ego.
The door, Herb! Will you get the door?
It wants intellect.
I have to hang up, Alan. Company.
What? What'd you say?
Call me back in about an hour. Okay, Alan?
Hi there, Ron. Viv.
Phyllis, you look like $1 million.
Which is probably exactly the amount he's going to lose at cards tonight.
Hi there, guys. How you doing, old man?
Oh, fine. What's it like out tonight?
Nice, not very chilly. Stars. Why?
Nothing.
This thing out there in here, it's a great cloud of vapors. Winds from all over the world. Natural catastrophes. Here. Hurricanes, tornadoes, cyclones, and typhoons. Regna Estuary near Chittagong, 1876. 7,800 square kilometers flooded. 100,000 people drowned. Haiphong, Vietnam, 1881. 300,000 drowned. Japan, 1934. Moroto typhoon destroys 45,000 houses, kills 3,000 persons. Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, 1930. 8,000 killed, 12,000 injured. Galveston, Texas, USA, 1960. 6,000 deaths, $20 million damage. It's all the same wind. That's right. Destroy the evidence. Tear it apart. Rip it to shreds. And blow it away. Something, God knows what, a long time ago gave you a start in the direction of life. I don't know how it happened, but I know what you are. You're part of all those storms I escaped. You followed me from the Himalayas because you didn't want me to know about the Valley of the Winds, where you gather and plan your destruction. I figured it out. I know all your feeding grounds. I know where you are born and where parts of you expire. And that is why you hate me. Me and my books that tell people how to defeat you. You don't want me preaching anymore, do you? You want to incorporate me in your huge body to give you knowledge, to be on your side.
Your deal, Viv?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
It's him.
Oh, good God, not again.
Hello?
What's it like at your house?
What do you mean, what's it like?
Has the company come?
Well, hell, yes, it has.
Talking and playing cards?
Christ, yes, but what that's got to do...
Smoking your usual 10-cent cigar?
God damn it, yes, but...
Oh, I wish I could be there. I wish I didn't know the things I know. I wish a lot of things.
Are you all right, Alan?
Oh, so far, so good. I'm locked in the kitchen now. Part of the front wall of the house blew in, but I planned my retreat. When the kitchen door gives, I'm heading for the cellar. If I'm lucky, I may hold out there until morning. Oh, they'll have to tear the whole damn house down to get to me. I got a shovel, too. I may dig deeper.
What's that? That sound.
Those are the voices of 12,000 killed by a typhoon, 7,000 killed by a hurricane, 3,000 buried by a cyclone. That's what the wind is. It's a lot of people dead. The wind killed them, took their minds to give itself intelligence, took all their voices and made them into one voice. All those millions of people killed in the past 10,000 years. Tortured and run from continent to continent on the backs and in the bellies of monsoons and whirlwinds. Oh, Christ! What a poem you could write about it! That's how the wind gets more intelligent each year. It adds to itself body by body, life by life.
Alan,
death by
if you
death.
want me to come out there now, I will. I should have come earlier.
No. I wouldn't think of it. Oh, this is a grudge fight. I wouldn't do to have you in it now. I better hang up. Kitchen door looks bad. I have to get in the cellar.
Call me back later?
Yeah, maybe. If I'm lucky. I don't think I'll make it. I slipped away and escaped so many times. But I think it has me now. Yeah. I hope I haven't bothered you too much, Herb.
You haven't bothered anyone, damn it. Call me back.
Yeah, I'll try.
How's Alan? Is he sober?
As you know full well, he's never taken a drink in his life. I should have gone out there hours ago.
But he's called every night for 6 weeks, and you've been out there at least 10 nights to stay with him. You were there just 2 nights ago, for God's sake, and nothing was wrong.
Well, he might hurt himself. He needs help.
It sure sounds like it.
Perhaps you ought to consider a sanatorium.
That's right. Put the booby in the booby hatch and throw the key away.
Phyllis, he's my friend.
You can't always be running after him.
Let's have some coffee. Then I'll call him back, tell him I'll be over first thing in the morning.
Oh, I'll drink to that.
Yeah, dear. That's weird. Something's wrong.
Operator, how may I help you?
I've just dialed the number, 310-278-9102, but I can't seem to get through.
I will try the number for you.
Come on.
I'm sorry, sir. The lines are down in that district. When the lines are repaired, we'll put your call through.
Telephone lines are down. I'm not waiting any longer.
Herb, where are you going?
Oh, Lord.
What the hell are you putting your coat on for? It's past midnight.
Oh, Lord.
Herb!
I've got to get out there. Listen.
Who could that be?
I'll be damned. I'd know that laugh anywhere. It's Alan. He came on over in his car after all. But thank God he made it. Didn't think he'd get through the night, let alone get here.
But there are other voices, too.
Strange.
Herb, don't open the door.
Well?
Alan? You out there? Come on, where are you, Alan? Come on now. The wind began to whisper. Oh, my God.
It's not all maybe, you know. On the top of Cairngorm in Scotland, the highest wind speed was measured at 177.2 miles per hour, and that was just before the wind blew the measuring instrument away. In the wind, the part of Herb was played by Vincent Marcello, Alan by Stuart Milligan, and Phyllis by Lisa Ross. The operator was played by Carolyn Strong, Ron by Gerard McDermott, and Viv by Carolyn Jones. The wind was played by David Brooks. Other parts were played by members of the cast. The Wind was written by me, Ray Bradbury. Brian Sibley turned my story into the play, and that was directed in London by Adrian Bean. I'm Ray Bradbury, and I'll be back next week with another bizarre tale. This one is about a ventriloquist and a missing woman. Join me next week for And So Died RIABOUCHINSKA. I've had several loves in my life. One of them is ventriloquists and their fantastic dummies, and the other is ballerinas, and you put them together, and you have a story like this one, RIABOUCHINSKA. I fell in love with Tatiana RIABOUCHINSKA, who was a ballerina as I was growing up, a wonderful performer on the stage. And when I decided to do a tale of magic and bring on a ventriloquist who was trying to make this beautiful dummy say things that it didn't want to say, it was natural that I would call this ventriloquist dummy RIABOUCHINSKA.
Okay. You can just all stand back, please. Stand back now. They have to carry the body out.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
I'm here, Alice. Take my hand.
What was that?
Just a seagull. Just a seagull crying. After all, Lieutenant, this is the seaside.
Yeah, I know. But that wasn't like any... What's in this box? RIABOUCHINSKA, it says. Who or what in God's name is RIABOUCHINSKA?
Let me out. Oh, please, won't someone let me out?
No, Rita. This is a serious business. Later, be quiet now. That's a good girl.
Please, don't laugh. You should be much kinder now, after what's happened.
If you don't mind, we'll save your dummy act for later, Mr. Fabian. Right now, there's all this to clear up. Mrs. Alice Fabian?
Yes, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere.
And Mr. Douglas. You're Mr. Fabian's press agent and manager, I believe.
That's right, I am.
John Fabian, Mrs. Fabian, Mr. Douglas. All of you say you don't know the murdered man.
No.
You've never heard the name Occam before.
No, never heard it.
Yet, last night, Occam told the stage manager he knew Mr. Fabian and had to see him about something vitally important.
Let me out, I tell you. You just have to let me out.
Yeah, damn it, Fabian, what is all this?
Pay no attention to her, Lieutenant.
Her? Or you... What is this? Will you get together, you two?
No, we'll never be together. Never again. Not after tonight.
Don't say that, Rhea. Don't say such things.
Isn't it the truth?
Give me the key, Fabian. Now, I've just about had enough of all this nonsense.
Oh, thank you. That's much better. Now I can see you.
Good God.
You can't believe it, can you?
Dear God.
Look at her, Lieutenant. Isn't her face cut from the whitest wood you've ever seen? It always looks to me as though it might have been carved from snow. And the head. The head is as dainty as a porcelain cup, with the sun shining through the thinness of it.
Sure. It's a beautiful doll. Now, take it out of the box, will you, Fabian?
And light coming out of the dark eyes, with blue tones behind like fresh mulberries.
I said, take it out. Why don't you do it?
John, do you hear what he's saying to you? John?
Her lips look as if they might be slightly damp, don't they? And do you see how her gown is draped to show her shoulder?
Christ, will you just take the doll out of that box?
My lovely lady.
That's better. Now, if you'd like to sit down over there, Mr. Fabian.
My lovely, lovely lady.
She is very beautiful.
She's appeared in Paris, Rome, Istanbul. Everyone in the world knows her and loves her.
They think she's really human, you see. Some sort of midget creature.
Sure looks that way.
Except that she's more magical than that. My lady, RIABOUCHINSKA.
Please don't talk about me. You know Alice doesn't like it. Oh, God, John, can't you even now just...
Alice never has liked it. Have you, Alice?
Don't. Not here, not now. Oh, but how did it all happen? Mr. Occam, I mean. Poor Mr. Occam.
You'd better go back to sleep now,
But
Rita.
I don't want to go to sleep. I'm as much a part of this murder as Alice. Or Mr. Douglas, even.
Now, don't you drag me into this.
And it's just that I want the truth to be told. And if I'm locked up in my coffin, there will be no truth. For John is a consummate liar, and I must watch after him. Isn't that right, John?
I suppose it is.
John loves me best of all the women in the world. Oh, Jesus. And I love him, and try to understand his wrong way of thinking.
God damn it! God damn it, Fabian. If you think you can get away with this...
Listen, I'm helpless.
But it's only a... How can she... you...
I know what you want to say. She's in my throat. Is that it? Oh, but no. No, she's not in my throat. She's somewhere else. Here in my chest, where my heart is. Or here, in my head.
I don't understand you.
Nobody ever does understand him. Least of all me.
Oh, she's quick to hide. I know that. Sometimes she's only herself. Nothing of me at all. She tells me what to do, and I must do it. She reprimands me. Is honest where I'm dishonest. Good when I'm wicked.
She's a saint, for sure.
Hush, Alice. This isn't doing any good.
She lives here, in my head, ignoring me if I try to make her say improper things. Only cooperating if I suggest the right words.
What's the point of all this, Fabian?
Just that if you intend going on, Lieutenant, I'm afraid Ria must be present. Locking her up will do no good. No good at all.
All right. Let her stay. It just may be that before the night's over, I'll be tired enough to ask a ventriloquist dummy questions. Now, let's get some coffees in here. So, you don't recognize the dead man at all, Mr. Douglas?
He looks vaguely familiar, I suppose. Could be an actor.
Look at Occam's shoes, his clothing. It's obvious he needed money and came here tonight to beg, borrow, or steal some.
Maybe so.
Let me ask you this, Douglas. Are you in love with Mrs. Fabian?
Now, just wait a moment.
No, Mrs. Fabian, you wait a moment. I am not exactly blind. When a press agent sits where the husband should be sitting consoling the wife, well...
It isn't true. It isn't true, I tell you.
And the way you'll look at the marionette's box, Mrs. Fabian, holding your breath when she appears.
If you think for one moment I'm jealous of a stick of wood...
You make fists when she talks. Hell, you're obvious.
I'm not jealous of her.
You needn't tell him anything, Alice.
Let her speak. She wants to. I know.
Mrs. Fabian.
All right. I married John 7 years ago because he said he loved me and because I loved him. And I loved RIABOUCHINSKA too. At first, anyway. You did. I know you did. But then I began to see that he lived all of his life for her and paid most of his attentions to her, and I was just a shadow, waiting in the wings every night.
You were never a shadow, Alice.
He spends so much on her, Lieutenant. Thousands and thousands of dollars on a doll's house with gold and silver and platinum furniture. He tucks her into a small satin bed each night.
And he talks to her.
Of course I talked to her.
I thought it was all an elaborate joke at first, and I was wonderfully amused. But when it finally came to me that I would always come second to Ria in his affections, I began to feel a sort of hatred and distrust. Oh, not for the marionette.
It wasn't my fault, Alice.
She's right. It wasn't her doing.
God damn it. Why do you all...
What?
Never mind. Go on. I know why. At least I'm beginning to. Just go on, Mrs. Fabian.
I felt a growing hatred for John, because it was his fault. He was the control, and all of his cleverness and sadism came out through his relationship with this wooden doll here.
Poor John. How could he help it?
Anyway, I did become very jealous, which was silly of me, I know. It was also idiotic.
You're telling me.
But more than that, it was uncanny. I knew that something had hold of John, just as people who drink have a hungry animal somewhere inside them, starving to death.
Poor John.
So I moved back and forth from anger to pity, from jealousy to understanding. And I never hated the thing that Ria was in him, because he's right. She was the best part of him. She was everything that he never let himself try to be. Can you even begin to understand me?
I don't know.
Oh, Alice. My poor Alice.
Hadn't you better tell him about Mr. Douglas now? Alice?
What's to tell? When the years passed and there was so little love from John, I guess it was natural I turned to Mr. Douglas. He cares for me as John never can or will. And that's all there is to it.
So everything begins to fall into place. Mr. Ockham was a very poor man, down on his luck. And he came to this theater tonight because he knew about you and Mr. Douglas.
That's nonsense.
What is it? Perhaps he threatened to speak to Mr. Fabian if you didn't buy him off. That would give you the best of reasons to get rid of him.
I didn't kill him.
But Mr. Douglas might have.
Why kill a man? John knew all about us.
He knew?
Of course. He's known for years. Tell him, John.
I have indeed. Why should I care? Why should I mind what she does when I have... Oh, Ria. Ria, why won't you laugh with me? Why won't you ever laugh with me now?
Mr. Fabian, can I talk to you?
Come in, why don't you? You any further on with your inquiries?
Mr. Fabian, I've been doing some research, and I have something I'd like to show you.
Be my guest. Sit down.
I have a photograph here. I wonder if you just glance at it for me, see if you recognize it.
I do. Yes.
Miss Ilyana Ryamanova, 100 pounds, blue eyes, black hair, oval face, born 1914, New York City, disappeared 1934. Believed a victim of amnesia, of Russo-Slav parentage, etc., etc.
Yeah, etc.
I tell you, it felt pretty damn silly to go through police files looking for a picture of a marionette. You should have heard them at headquarters long time till I lived that one down.
So I should imagine.
Still, here she is. Ryamanova, or the real RIABOUCHINSKA. Not a puppet, but a woman who once lived and breathed and...
disappeared, like it says.
I suppose you take it on from there.
There's nothing to take and nowhere to go. I saw this woman's picture a long time ago. Liked her look and copied my marionette after her.
Fabian, I spent this very morning shuffling through a stack of billboard magazines. In the year 1934, I found an article concerning an act which played on a second-rate circuit, Fabian and Sweet William. Sweet William was a little boy dummy. But there was a girl assistant. Riamanova was her name.
I see.
After that, it was simple enough to check police files and dig up this picture. I couldn't believe my eyes.
She's, very like, isn't she?
Mr. Fabian, the resemblance is nothing short of incredible. And yet this Ileana was a real live woman, while in that box lies... God, it's all beyond me. Suppose you tell your story all over again, Fabian. Just for me. But now, I really am curious.
She was my assistant. I simply used her as a model.
John Fabian, do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I don't know love when I see it? I've watched you handle the marionette. I've seen you talk to it. I've seen how you make it react to you.
She, not it.
She, then. You're in love with the puppet because you love the woman very, very much. Hell, Fabian, will you stop fencing around with me?
All right. I'll tell you.
Thank God for that.
It was back in 1934. I was billed as Fabian and Sweet William. Oh, you're right. Sweet William was a cute little boy dummy. I carved him myself a long time ago. I was in Los Angeles when this girl appeared at the stage door one night.
Excuse me. I was wondering if you might be able to give me a job, Mr. Fabian.
You? You're...
What? What is wrong with me?
Nothing at all. Just you're not the normal run of stage assistants. Look, come inside a moment. It's raining.
Oh, it's all right. I'm used to it.
You don't look as if you are. You look like a princess.
No, I'm not a princess. But I followed your work for years.
Years? You haven't been alive for years, huh?
Oh, for a long time then. I love to come to the theater. I love to watch you. I want to work with you. I want to work for you.
Well, I do need an assistant. And I guess I could give you a try.
As easy as that, huh?
There she was. On the stage with me. And in another 2 months, I'd stepped off the rim of my own world after her.
Wait a minute. What do you mean, off the rim of your world?
Well, that's what it felt like. Anyway, she changed me. It was like plunging down a bottomless place of no limit and no light anywhere.
You loved her?
No. I was obsessed with her. And we argued a lot.
Did you?
Crazy stuff when I think about it. I mean, if she so much as looked at another man.
Did she look at other men?
Not much. I mean, not at all. I think it was all in my mind. But they looked at her.
She was beautiful, they would.
We argued a lot. There was no sense in it. No sanity in it. After a while, she edged away from me, but that was my fault. I pushed her away from me with my jealousy. She just couldn't take it.
So what did you do to her, Mr. Fabian?
I burned all her clothes once. I remember that.
Why, for God's sake?
I don't know. I thought if she had nothing to wear, she couldn't leave me.
Did she want to leave you?
No, not then. That was the tragedy of it. She would never have left me if it wasn't for my stupid jealousy. Even when I burned her clothes, she didn't seem to be worried. I mean, she laughed at me. And then it was all right for a week or two.
So what happened next? I mean, where did she go? When did she go?
I sent her away.
You sent her away?
don't remember why. I don't remember what it was about. Only that there was no light anywhere.
You want to go? You can go. There's your goddamn money.
But, John, I don't want to go.
Don't lie to me, Rhea. You do. I see it in your face. There's probably some man waiting for you.
You know there isn't, John. Don't do this. I don't want to go.
You do, so go. And don't look at me like that.
But I'm not.
You're a whore. That's what you are, Rhea.
I've done nothing. Nothing except love you.
You don't know the meaning of love. Here, take your cash and go. Go!
She disappeared that night.
Are you sure that's all you did?
I thought she'd come back. But I never saw her again. When I found out she was really gone, it was as if all the world was smashed flat. I loved her. And I lost her.
So what did you do?
Took out ads in the papers. Oh, wait, here they are. I kept a scrapbook. I keep it by me, always. See for yourself.
Jeez, these must have cost you a fortune. Have you seen this girl? Black hair, oval face. Reward for information on the whereabouts.
They even employed a private detective. But she never came back. She was gone. Like a piece of fine tissue blown over the sky and lost forever. But I knew that some way, somehow, I had to have her back.
Have her back? What in God's name do you mean?
What am I to do? How am I to live without her?
John? That you, John?
Sweet William. It's all over and done. I can't go on without her.
You can get her back if you want to.
How can I? She's gone for good.
And you must think. Think of a way. You can do it.
How?
Well, you must put me aside. Lock me up. Start all over.
Start all over?
Yeah. Buy fine new wood. Hard-grained wood. And carve it.
Yeah. Maybe I could. Maybe I could carve slowly and carefully with the smallest of chisels. Make her cheeks in small hollows, just so. Make her skin so smooth.
Let the veins show through.
No, it's foolish. I could never do it.
Yes, you could.
So you made RIABOUCHINSKA.
I couldn't do it at first. How could I take this chunk of wood and recreate that quality she had of rain and summer sunlight and snow? No way to catch those snowflakes without having them melt in your fingers. But William whispered in my ear. He encouraged me.
You can do it. Oh, yes, you can.
And so I began. It took me an entire month to carve her hands. Another month, and the skeleton was revealed, like the veins in the white flesh of an apple. And all the while I worked, sweet William lay in his box, croaking and wheezing, and he was dying all the time. The more I worked, the longer he lay in silence, till I looked at him, and he was gone. And now, as I worked, there was a faint motion of speech, far back in my throat, speaking silently, like a breeze among dry leaves. And then, for the first time, I held the doll in a certain way, and the body became soft and pliable, and her eyes opened and looked at me. She was ready to speak, and I knew all of the things that she must say to me. I bent my head, and I could feel the warm breath coming from her mouth. And when I listened very carefully, I swear I could hear the beating of her heart.
So what about the dead man? What about Occam?
I never saw him before you showed me his body in the basement yesterday.
Fabian.
I swear it's the truth.
The truth.
She wants to speak. I'll fetch her over.
Bring the box then. Don't touch her.
Here.
Take me up, John. Lift me.
All right. If that's what you want.
The first letter came a month ago.
Ria, you mustn't talk about this.
Yes, I must. The letter said, RIABOUCHINSKA, born 1914, died 1934, born again in 1935. Mr. Occam was a juggler. He'd been on the same bill with John and Sweet William years before. He remembered that once there had been a woman before there was a puppet.
Please.
Occam threatened to tell everyone in the world about us.
But I still don't understand.
I was in the office upstairs when Mr. Occam came. I lay in my box and listened. Mr. Occam threatened to burn me into ashes if John didn't pay him $1,000.
But why would he...
Suddenly, there was a cry and a thud. Mr. Occam's head must have struck the floor. I heard John swearing. I heard a gasping and a choking sound.
You heard nothing. You're deaf. You're blind.
But I hear. You made me ears to hear. The choking sound stopped. Then I heard John drag Mr. Occam down the stairs, under the theatre, to the dressing rooms.
Dear God, you killed him. And all because... But, I mean, what did he know?
He threatened her. He threatened my Ria. And people would have stopped believing in her. Nothing would have been the same.
But it isn't the same now. I'm not made to live this way. There's nothing for us now, John.
Oh, but there is. There is.
Everyone will know. Even when I lay asleep last night, I dreamed. I knew. I realized. We both realized that these would be our last days together.
No, you mustn't leave me.
I've lived with your weakness, and I've lived with your lies. But I can't live with something that kills and delights in killing. How can I live with such knowledge?
Oh, God. God help me.
Fabian, sit down.
Do you see, Lieutenant? I hold her, and she looks at me, but there is nothing in her eyes. Look. My hand's shaking, and she shakes too. She trembles, but it's an illusion. Her little mouth closes and opens, but she says nothing.
Mr. Fabian, will you sit down now? Put the little doll down.
I can't remember.
Here, put the little doll down on the table.
She's gone. She's run off. I can't find her. I can't find her. I try, but she's run away. So far away.
Look now. You've dropped her. You've dropped the little marionette.
Will you help me find her?
Yeah. You come with me now, Mr. Fabian. You come with me and we'll see what we can do.
There remains something irresistibly strange about the magic worked by a good ventriloquist. In And So Died RIABOUCHINSKA, John Fabian was played by Liam Brennan, Ria by Vary Sylvester, and Krovich by John Ramage. Alice was played by Catherine Connolly, and Douglas by Stephen Ethol. And So Died RIABOUCHINSKA was written by me, Ray Bradbury, dramatized by Catherine Sirkowska, and directed in Edinburgh by Hamish Wilson. I'm Ray Bradbury, and my last story in this series is called The Day It Rained Forever. You can join me next week at the same time to hear this gentle story of heat and The Day It Rained Forever is another example of, you might say, word association. Sometimes I get a title, or I get a character, or I get a notion, the merest thing, and sit down at the typewriter and begin to write and let the characters take over.
let the heat begin and let the expected rain almost appear. And that happened with this story. I decided to put some characters out in the middle of a desert for a long period of time of drought and heat, and then see if I could find a way to relieve their anxiety and cool their bodies, huh? So on comes Blanche Hillgood, and the rest is in the story and in the beauty of the harp.
This hotel is it's like a hollow, dry bone. That's what it is. Never cools down. You notice that, Mr. Fremley?
I noticed. It's getting dark. Shall I put on the light?
No. Light means heat. You let us sit in darkness here a while, cool down a bit.
Sure. Fine by me.
Mr. Turl?
Yeah, I'm here.
Mr. Turl, wouldn't it be really nice someday if you could buy air conditioning for this hotel?
Got no money for such things, Mr. Smith.
Well, no. I guess you don't.
No, I guess not.
Why? Why don't we all just quit? Pick up, get out of here.
Yeah, why not?
Move to a decent city.
Stop all this sweltering and frying and sweating.
But who'd buy a dead hotel in a ghost town?
Who would? Who would?
No, you're right. Nobody would.
So, we'll just have to sit here and wait. Wait for that great day, January 29.
Yeah. The one day in all the year
when it really lets go.
And rains.
Won't have to wait long now. 2 hours from now, it'll be January 29.
But I don't see nary a cloud in 10,000 miles. Do you? Do either of you?
It's rained every January 29 since I was born. If it's a day late this year, I won't pull God's shirt tail. Tell you that much.
You've been here all your life, Mr. Turl?
All my life.
I wonder, will there ever be a gold rush hereabouts again?
There's no gold left.
And what's more, I'll make you a bet.
What's that?
No rain either.
No rain?
No rain tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. No rain all the rest of this year.
Well, it's January 29.
And not a drop of mercy anywhere.
I told you.
Oh, God.
Our day's young yet, Mr. Fremley.
Yeah, but I'm not. I'm going back to my bed. Nice, freshly baked bed.
Oh, Mr. Fremley.
Oh, I'm going. No breakfast for me. Damn desert cactus, that's us.
Even the best damn cactus got to have a sip of water before it goes back to another year the same damn furnace.
That's the truth. And I tell you, I won't move again. I'll go back to my bed and I'll die if I don't hear more than birds patting around up in that roof.
Oh, well. Keep your prayers simple and your umbrella handy.
Prayers won't do no good.
Who knows? Who knows, Mr. Smith?
Mr. Turl? Mr. Turl? That you out there? Now, I know that ain't rain.
Ain't it?
No, it ain't. That's you with the garden hose, sprinkling well water on the roof.
Is that what it is?
Told you he was too smart for that.
Thanks for trying, but you cut it out now. Can't afford to waste good well water like that.
Damn January 29. 12 more months. Have to wait 12 more months now.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
What do you know that I don't? Maybe I believe more than you do. Don't make a bit of difference what I believe. It ain't gonna rain today or tomorrow either. I had no idea I had so many possessions here, Mr. Turtle. But what are you doing? Now, what does it look like? I'm leaving. That's what I'm doing.
Mr. Smith, you can't leave. Why, you've been here 30 years, you and Mr. Friendly both.
They say it rains 20 days a month in Ireland.
Ireland? Oh, sure. 40 shades of green there, all right.
Well, I'll get me a job there and run around with my hat off and my mouth open. Won't that be good?
You can't go.
You try stopping me.
But you owe me.
I owe you? What do I owe you?
You owe me $9,000 rent.
Oh, gee. I forgot about the rent.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that.
Oh, but it's the truth. Me and Friendly both.
Yeah, you and Friendly both. Look now. Why don't you just head for Seattle?
Huh?
It's a darn sight nearer, and it pours 2 inches a week there.
Does it?
So I'm told. Never been there myself, mind you.
But what about the money?
You pay me when you can. Or never? What's it matter now? Only do me one favor.
What's that?
Wait around till midnight.
Why?
Better for you. It's cooler then anyhow. Get you a good night's walk towards the city.
Suppose so. But nothing will happen between now and midnight.
I don't know so much.
I do.
Listen, you've got to have faith. When everything else is gone, you've got to believe a thing will happen. Just stand here with me out on the porch.
Okay. So, what now?
You don't have to sit down. Just stand here with me and think of the rain. That's the last thing I'll ever ask of you.
Did you feel that? I felt the wind, but it's a hot wind, like when you open an oven door.
No, I felt something for sure.
So what am I supposed to think, Mr. Turtle? Tell me that. Do I think rain? Oh, you rain, come along here, stuff like that?
Anything. Anything at all. Think of what you hope for.
I gave up hoping long ago. I don't even dream. Where's Friendly?
In his bed. Says he won't come down. I told him to stay up there and think of rain. Says he's thinking of nothing else.
Okay. See? All quiet and hot and dry. Nope. I reckon. What?
Don't you hear it? Don't you hear it now?
I hear.
Storm coming. Huh? Listen! Storm's coming.
No, it can't be.
Mr. Smith, Mr. Turtle, do you hear that?
We hear, Mr. Friendly. What is it?
There! I can see it. Do you see it?
No, I only see... Why, yes, maybe.
Over the hill. There it comes, shaking out feathers of fiery dust.
But it's...
There, I see it.
What is it? What's coming?
The first car to pass in 20 days.
Poor Mr. Friendly. Thought it was the rain come at last. Just a car, Mr. Friendly, just a car. Nothing more than that.
Well, hello there. And you up there too, hi.
Strange. It's not a storm.
Oh, it's not a storm.
But I'm not disappointed. How come, Mr. Turtle? How come I'm not disappointed?
We thought you were... never mind. Turtle's my name. Joe Turtle.
How do you do, Mr. Turtle?
Why, what blue eyes you have.
Like...
Water.
Yeah, like water.
Miss Blanche Hillgood is my name. Graduate of Grinnell College, Green City, Iowa. Unmarried, 30 years private teacher of piano, harp, and voice. 1 month retired and living on a pension.
So, what brings you all the way here?
Well, taking my roots with me on my way to California.
Miss Hillgood, forgive me for saying this. You don't look to be gone anywhere from here. At least, not in this car.
Oh, I had a feeling about that.
Nope, I reckon you're going nowhere very fast in this, Miss Hillgood.
Always been nothing we can do.
I'd say you could make a fence of the wheels, dinner gong of the brake drums, and the rest will make a fine rock garden.
Dad, I say, is the car dead? I can feel it from here.
It is dead, Mr. Friendly.
Well, it's way past time for supper. What you all hanging about for out there?
Thought he was never going to eat again. Miss Hillgood, that there is Joe Turl's Desert Hotel.
Oh.
Open for business 26 hours a day. I can offer you a night's sleep free, bed and board, seeing as how you're a traveler in distress. Then, in the morning, we'll knock our old Ford off its blocks and drive you to the city.
Why, I reckon that's very kind of you, sir. And you must be Mr. Joe Turl himself.
That's right. And this here is Mr. Smith. And upstairs, why, that's Mr. Friendly.
Oh.
But let me help you with your bags now.
One friend gone, but at least the other one's still here. Mr. Turl, could I ask you please to bring her in out of the weather?
Her? Ma'am?
Oh, forgive me. I never think of things but what they're people to me. The car was a man, I suppose, because it took me places.
Oh, why, sure. And, of course, it was unreliable. You speak for yourself, Turl.
But a harp now. Don't you agree that a harp has just got to be female?
A harp?
Oh, there she is, sitting in her case like the prow of a ship. At least, that's how I always think of her.
Master Smith, will you lend a hand?
Oh, wait. No, she's tied on. We'll have to unfasten
I know. I've got it. Are you ready, Turl? I'm ready. 1, 2, 3.
What you got there? What is it? What are you doing?
Oops! Don't worry, we got her. You just follow after, Miss Hillgood.
Ow! Watch out! Nearly tripped. Some damn fool left his luggage here. Oh, sure. That damn fool was me.
Now, gently.
Oh. Did you feel that, Mr. Smith? A little wind. Jeez, but that's good. Nice and cool. Sure is. I better take my luggage back up. Just for now.
You better have. Supper in half an hour, Miss Hillgood.
Oh, why, that'll be fine. I hadn't realized it, but I am rather hungry.
And I'll get a room ready for you later. Any choice?
Oh, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Turl. And thank you, Mr. Smith, for carrying my friend inside. Most kind. Most kind.
More wine, Miss Hillgood?
Oh.
Ain't had wine on the table in years. Ain't had no reason for it before. More wine?
Just a touch, if you please. Your good health, Mr. Turl.
Now, Miss Hillgood, you were telling us all about your life.
Well, I was so busy running from Beethoven to Bach to Brahms, I never noticed I was 29. Then next time I looked up, I was 40.
Oh, sure, I know that feeling well. And me.
Yesterday, I was 71. Well, how did I get here, I asked myself.
And did you never marry, Miss Hillgood?
No. There were none in my life. But they'd given up singing at 10 and given up flying by the time they were 12.
Can't rightly say I was ever fond of singing. Oh, I was.
once.
As for flying...
Well, I always figured we were born to fly, one way or another.
Fly? Born to fly. Well, maybe so.
I couldn't stand most men shuffling along with all the iron of the earth in their blood and in their boots. You know, I never met a man who weighed less than 900 pounds. In their black business suits, you could hear them roll by like funeral wagons.
So you just flew away.
In my mind, Mr. Turrell, it's taken 60 years for me to make the final break. All that time, I grabbed onto piccolos and flutes and violins because they make streams in the air, you know?
Streams in the air? I don't understand you. Like streams and rivers on the ground.
That's right, Mr. Turrell. You got it exactly. Like streams and rivers on the ground. I rode every tributary and tried every freshwater wind from Handel on down to a whole slew of Strausses. It's been the far way around that's brought me here, to this place.
So, how did you finally make up your mind to leave?
I looked around me last week and I said, why, you've been flying alone, my dear. No one in all Green City really cares if you fly or how high you go.
No, people don't care. Not really.
They don't, Mr. Turrell. It's always fine, Blanche, or thanks for the recital at the PTA team, Miss H. But there's no one really listening. And when I talked a long time ago about Chicago or New York, folks swatted me and they laughed. Why be a little frog in a big pond when you can be the biggest frog in all Green City? And that's what they said to me. So I stayed on. While the folks who gave me such good advice moved away or died or both. The rest had wax in their ears.
Wax in their ears, that's a good one.
So, last week I shook myself and I said, hold on here. Since when do frogs have wings?
They don't. They don't at all. So, now you're heading west.
I am. Maybe to play in pictures or in that orchestra under the stars that I've heard tell about.
Oh, yes.
To tell you the truth, I don't care where I go. All I know is that somewhere I must just play at last for someone who'll hear and really listen.
Oh, I forgot all about Mr. Framley. He'll be needing his supper. Seems to have got his appetite back.
I'll take it. We'll make him a tray, and I'll take it up to him. Mr. Framley?
Yeah, that's me.
I brought you your tray.
Can't seem to ungum my eyelids. Worst thing about this heat.
Just you take your time.
What y'all talking about down there just now?
Oh, this and that. Fine. I promise I'll come back later and tell you word for word.
Will you?
Sure will. But you need your supper. Eat now. Well, it's fine. Nice and fresh. And there's a glass of wine. More if you finish that.
You gonna stay here?
You eat your supper now. For me. See you later. Now, I must pay you for my supper.
No, I said it was all on the house, and I'm in it.
But I must pay. I want to. I'll play for you. I'll play for my supper.
Wow. It's like it has a woman's face.
It has, Mr. Turrell.
A golden Grecian goddess with antelope eyes.
How perceptive of you, Mr. Turrell. At least that is how I always think of her.
That's what she is, all right. A Grecian goddess.
It has a woman's face.
Now, if you will both sit down.
Huh?
Over there is back.
All right.
Just on the veranda. And I I will play for you.
What's going on down there?
Why, look at her. Look at them both, Smith. The blind muse, proud on her golden pillar.
And Miss Elgood, just playing with her eyes closed. But she's just a little old woman, isn't she?
Is she? Is she? Do you hear how the sound
fills up all the empty rooms?
One by one, each room of this old house filling up with sound like running.
Why, she's like
a little girl, like a little girl, putting her hands out of the window to feel.
To feel what?
Why, of course, to feel the rain.
Well, I'll be. What is she playing? What is it that Miss Hillgood is playing? Can it be that she's playing not really a tune at all? But I've heard that melody 1,000 times before. Oh, but not for so long, for so long. There are no words, but I've heard it. I know it. I know it so well.
As she plays, the rain falls again and again. I hear it pattering through my dark hotel. Filling up all the dry rooms, one by one.
The rain falls cool at the open windows, and there it goes, rinsing down the baked floorboards of the porch. Do you hear it, Mr. Terrell? Do you? I hear it.
It falls on the rooftop and on the hot, hissing sand. It falls on the rusted car and the empty stable and the dead cactus in the yard. The garden will grow. My garden will grow again.
Washes the windows, lays the dust, and
fills the rain barrels and curtains the doors with beaded threads that might part and whisper as you walk through. And you feel it? How it falls on us?
The weight of it. The gentle weight of it.
You feel the budding and the prickling of it on your face. You have to close your eyes and open your mouth and tilt your head back and just let it fall where it wants to.
Just let it fall where it wants to.
Drink it in. Drink it in.
Why, Miss Hillgood.
Oh, Miss Hillgood.
There now. Do you think that might serve to pay for my supper?
Oh. Bravo! Encore! More! Come on!
Yeah.
Thank you!
Oh, Miss Hillgood, that was
Yeah.
Oh,
Come on. You want some more?
That was really cool, Miss Hillgood. Thank you.
No idea!
Bravo!
Bravo!
Yeah, that was just so excellent.
Well, I guess.
What?
Miss Hillgood, your bag? Will I carry it up for you?
Oh, sure. I'd be so glad if you'd take it upstairs for me. I guess I might stay on a little while. If that's all right with you, gentlemen?
You might?
Sure. I told you I was looking for someone who would really hear me.
Someone who would really listen and enjoy.
I'll carry your bag upstairs. And I'll make up your bed in a little while. Fresh sheets. Huh? Yes, kind of damp now, isn't it?
Later. You can do that later. Why don't you just sit still for a moment, Mr. Turtle? Sit still and listen.
Oh, Mr. Friendly, what are you doing up and about? I thought I'd come down, just to listen. Can't hear so well from up there. No, that's true. Besides, I'm feeling a little better now. A little more like myself. Not so old and finished. Do you understand me?
Those dry old bones beginning to stir, huh?
Desert cactus been known to flower. Been known to wait 50 years before flowering.
Just needs a little water, that right?
That's right.
She's playing again.
Yeah.
And don't you go disturbing her now. You go sit by Mr. Turtle and listen quietly.
I will, too.
I'll be down as soon as I've stowed this bag away. Do you hear that? The sound of cool water falling.
No more spraying the roof with the garden hose.
Oh, no. No more watching the calendar or the clock. Only sit on the porch or lie in your bed at night and hear the rain falling. There's music in every room of the house.
Think she'll play every night?
I think she'll play as long as we appreciate her. Listen. The 50 years of drought are over. The time of the long rains has come.
Mr. Smith was played by Michael Mackenzie, Mr. Fremley by Bob Doherty, and Mr. Turtle by Raymond Ross. Blanche was played by Gwyneth Guthrie. The harp, played by Charlotte Peterson. The Day It Rained Forever was written by me, Ray Bradbury, and dramatized by Catherine Sirkowska, and directed in Edinburgh by Hamish Wilson. I think it's wonderful that this particular play of mine, The Day It Rained Forever, is being broadcast on Christmas night. It couldn't be broadcast in a better place than in England so that you can hear it because of the background in my life of people like Charles Dickens and the Christmas Carol and the Christmas